and the janitor, Jerry. Hey, Jerry. How are you doing, Jerex?
Thank you for calling me with the right name. I'm very well. My team did really good today, so I'm very happy for that.
They did indeed. Congratulations on not just the victory, but also, of course, the major invite. I mean, I think you know what this interview is going to be about, though. I mean, great results aside, what are you up to? You say my team did pretty well.
I've been on the background for these guys. We've been working ever since the beginning of. I've been working ever since the beginning of this season. I mean, this tour. And yeah, been getting a lot of games in and watching replays together, trying to better our game, however way. And yeah, that's been me for the past months.
It's a very different role from what you have done so far. How are you liking it? Because it's I would imagine it's a different approach altogether to Pro Dota.
Yeah, so I'm really liking it. I think it's very challenging. Every day I feel like there's something new. It's like a new set of tools I have to learn and master, and I feel like it's a lot harder than I thought at the first place. So my respect for coaches and all that has been going higher and higher every day. And yeah, I've been very much enjoying it so far.
And as a coach, I also would imagine, I mean, can I call you the coach, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that, I mean, so Team Liquid has, like, they got Blitz, jabs. I don't know how the balance is with you three. Like, are you able to have good communication with each other?
Yeah, so, I mean, all of us are coaches. I think we coach different things. I would say William is the human resources. I'm the gameplay, and Jabs is the statistics and analysis of the game. And I would say we have this nice triangle of beautiful communication and execution. So we've been doing very well.
Yeah, it sounds great, and it sounds like it's been paying off. I'm joined by Lacoste, Tigov, and Fog. They'd also like to pick your brain a little bit.
Hey, Jax. Just two quick questions for me. Just wanted to know, do you think that like you have any maybe like not like inside information, I guess, in a way, but do you think that you have some type of understanding the way that OG, even though it's different players and everything, but you can understand, you know, the people that have been guiding them? Do you think you have a little bit of a better understanding of the way that they play, and do you think that helped you guys playing against them?
Definitely not. I think my team knew the team way better. Okay. I think Taiga as being one of the members of this roster. I mean, some of the players have been playing with him, and they have a very good, much better understanding of the team than I do. I mean, I come from NA for this season, so perhaps I understand that world a little better, and some of the teams that we have been screaming a lot. But obviously, as we played OG very late in this tour, we haven't really been screaming together. So I would say this is mostly on players, like how the preparation went and with the drafts and stuff, and using their knowledge.
Cool. Oh, okay. Of course, after the series win, you're now locked into the major with Tundra and OG. I was going to wonder, there's the tiebreaker now between Secret and Entity for the last place. You know, both teams had maybe great points and low points throughout the season. Which one do you think has the edge going in the tiebreaker tomorrow?
I mean, Secret is definitely scary. I would say if they manage to come together nicely on the game day and really bring it on, I think they're a very hard team to beat. I think Entity has been feeling kind of on and off. They have been having some really, really good games, and then not so nicely going games. And I feel like, to me, if both of the teams bring their best, Secret is my favorite.
Okay. And less about DPC. Obviously, now that you're a coach, which of the players on Liquid comes to you with the weirdest suggestions for like hero picks and just general stuff? Like who's the weird one on the team?
I don't know. We have a nice balance of everybody a little bit chipping in. I would say Mikke maybe the least crazy, and I think especially in scrims, I think Lasse and Ludwig have some creative ideas. We're trying to fit them in. Maybe Ludwig takes the cake here.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Everyone asks you, what do you think about this? What do you think about that, Jarex? Because they want to get inside your brain. I just want to ask you how you've been, Jarex.
I've been nice. How are you?
I've been
How
good.
have you been?
I've been good. I see you have a different room. Where are you at right now?
Oh, I'm at home.
Oh, you're at home, but you
This
just
is my home,
just changed the room because the room looked different when you played for EG, I believe. Am I wrong?
I don't think I've ever played from here for EG, if I'm not mistaken. Because I was in the bootcamp location.
All right, my bad then.
It's okay.
It's fine. Like how do
Your
you
place looks all the same.
Yeah, okay. Like, well, what do you do in your spare time? Like when you're not playing Dota, when you're trying to balance life, is there anything you're working on besides Dota?
Right now I play Escape from Tarkov. That's a fun passion that I have right now, and spend a good amount of time with my girlfriend when I'm here at home. So those are most of the stuff, and yeah.
That's good to hear.
Good to hear, indeed.
I have one more. You're probably going to ask the same thing I'm going to ask him, but I just wanted to know, what are your expectations for tomorrow? Since, we're going to have the series replayed, of course.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like we had the edge today, like with the draft and prep. I'm sure it might equal out for tomorrow a little more. I'm excited. I hope to see some new games. I think both teams are probably feeling a little less loose tomorrow. At least we will, in the sense that we don't have to giga try hard. But I would say we will still bring our best. We are very hungry for. Of course, it means a lot for us to beating OG, and we are looking at going to the major and all that. So yeah. Looking for some fun matches and hopefully some exciting picks. I think we have more to show than we have really showed here yet.
Very nice.
Are you going to see Ricky tomorrow on the enemy team again or not, do you think?
I doubt it. I don't think it's not a good place to hero.
Thank you.
Well, we also kind of thought that you guys were ahead in the draft both games today, and that makes me wonder because when we saw you last time, when the bootcamp was still going on for Liquid, we saw you behind the players. You're saying you're like a gameplay coach. How much say do you have in the draft? And maybe when you're on not on location like you are right now from home, are you drafting?
So most of the drafting happens through Aiden. I would say he has how to describe it is he has the final say
veto.
on things.
Yeah.
Yep. And I would say we have nicely, at least for now, nicely organized way of everybody kind of chipping their part in. But I would say me and Aiden probably, and maybe William also talk most about the draft. And then the insight comes from the rest of the team. So I would say we have experts, and me, Aiden, and William maybe try to work out of all those, all that information, find the good stuff that works for us, and then look forward to how it combines with the rest of the stuff we have, and yeah.
Well,
Layers.
It sounds like you guys have a great synergy and indeed different systems in place and how you talk to each other about all the different things that come looking when you're in a pro Dota 2 team. So congratulations on the victory once again here, Jarex, and good luck tomorrow. Good luck in Arlington, and hopefully we hear from you more soon.
Thank you so much. We're very happy to make it to the major, and this will hopefully tomorrow we have some really nice games too. So
I hope
looking forward to that.
Cool. Congrats.
We are definitely looking forward to that as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's nice talking to Jarex.
Yeah.
Brings a smile to my face.
It is. And when we are saying we're looking forward to the games tomorrow, we are going to start by taking a look at the standings, because this was the last series of Division 1. Tundra guaranteed TI by taking first place, 500 points. Second and third place is either 300 points or 200 points, and OG and Liquid will play a best of 3 to decide which one gets more. Then there is the decider between 4th and 5th slot. That's a best of 3 between Entity and Secret. Who goes to the major is the deciding thing there. Then, Gaming Gladiators, Goon Squad, also tied 6th and 7th place. There will be a best of 3 played to decide which team stays in Division 1 next season. That means in Division 1 alone, there will be 3 best of 3s guaranteed played. And guess what? That is happening tomorrow. And guess what? We got a schedule for you. Yay! That's right. Very quickly, there's 3 series. It starts at 1500, as far as I've been told. We're going to start things off with deciding who goes Division 2, who stays in Division 1, Goon Squad, Game Gladiators. Then we're just going to work our way up, because then we're going to see who's going to Major between Secret and Entity. And then we're going to have Liquid versus OG, a rematch of today. All these are expected, as far as I'm aware, to have the same similar schedule as we have for the tour. So, if the first series is at 3 p.m. CEST, then the next one starts at 1800 CEST, which is 6 p.m. And then 2100, which is 9 p.m. CEST. So there's 3 hours for each series scheduled. A lot of Dota, guys. 3 of the series are going to have to be replayed, basically.
Yes,
they mean so much.
6 out of 8 teams need to play again after 6 weeks to figure out where we are.
Can we actually?
That's pretty funny.
Can we actually stall the games for a bit? I think I'm going to be flying during half of those matches, so I'm going to have to buy some Wi-Fi or something like that.
got it.
Yeah, we'll text you. You have just enough internet. We'll just give you like every 5-minute update. We'll give you the score.
I want to watch. I don't want just the score.
We're really good at typing. I'll give you a really detailed essay.
Thank you.
There used to be a Twitter account that literally did like the live blog updates on the tweets in terms of the series.
Someone
I don't know what happened to that, but that one will need to be brought back for tomorrow because,
Just don't fly, lol.
Just don't fly, lol. All right. So I'm going to press this button to stop the alarm, but then I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Alarm pressed. Okay, so there's another series happening. It's not in Division 1, but it's in Division 2. It's going to be Team Nigma versus Into the Breach. That starts at 1800, which is 6 p.m., which is in about 50 minutes, as you can see in the bottom right corner. But we're not going to leave you empty-handed. Of course, we'll be back a little bit before the series, as always. But there's also another adventure that's been had. That's right. People once again went outside outside the studio. So there's going to be a competition that yesterday you saw the go-kart racing. You've already seen the wall climbing and the penalty shooting. What will this be? We'll have to wait and find out. I want to hear any final words on Division 1 for now anyway, from the Costi and Fogged. Fogged, you want to go first?
It's been a thrill. I mean, it's been really good games across the board. I think some teams have really impressed with some unorthodox kind of drafts, and I think even toward this last week, we're still seeing some newer things. Some people not like fully expanding on draft, but just seeing people go a little bit more outside the back, seeing this Ags Tiny coming out, even though we haven't seen it. Liquid picking some Nyx Assassin Venge that we mentioned earlier. Yeah, and also like Entity going for like their Dooms and Leshreks and stuff like that. Lots of different variety, and it's always cool to see, even after 5 weeks, etc., of a long DPC, and of the same patch that we've had for a long time, people still find something new.
But it's all coming to an end.
But it is.
We're going to have no more DPC. We're going to have a major.
We still have to do the tiebreakers. You and me, T, we're staying for the tiebreakers. We're not going to say any last words. So we're going to be here for another 3 days or so.
Yeah, 3 days. So
we're not going to say goodbye.
Because there will also maybe be tiebreakers. Are there tiebreakers in Division 1? The 2? Division 2?
Yes, there's tiebreakers in every division in EU and NA, at least the ones that we cover.
Well, Division 1 is, of course, tomorrow, so make sure you clear that out. Division 2 is actually on Saturday, so you have got the Friday to watch Division 1 tiebreakers for NA, which is on the Friday. All right, so you know the drill. It's going to be monster moments, and then it's going to be adventure time outside the studio. Let's see what happens.
Oh, God.
at you every time we meet again. You got me questioning, are we more than friends? I close my eyes and through the night imagine you out there. I think it's only fair that I tell you once again. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. On top of the world. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. On top of the world. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. You hold my hand and pull me close. You whisper in my ear. I loved you from the start. When I first saw you here, just close your eyes and hold me tight while we dance till the dawn. Baby, don't you know you always were the one? Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. On top of the world. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. On top of the world. Oh, baby, you still make me feel like I'm on top of the world. What you waiting for? Yeah. Get going. What you waiting for? Do we really need an introduction? Nah. A new start, no space reduction. Hey. Why do you still seem reluctant?
Welcome everybody. My name is Oscar. I work here at Bull Bar and I will be your guide today. Today we're going to go over the rules and how you play this beautiful game called Petanque. Are you excited?
Very excited.
Very excited. All right, follow me. We'll get started. Let's start with the basics. These are called bulls. These are what we're going to be throwing today. There's two types of these. There are stripes. They look like this. And they are, in English, I guess we would call them just smooth. There's no difference between these except it's easier to see who is who. Well, nice. You want to give someone a high five like that. The reason for doing that is that the bull will get backspin. So you will be throwing until you are closest or you don't have any more bulls left.
Okay.
But that's still points. All right, you guys can follow me and let's take a look at the point system. Who won this round?
You would still win because you're still closer.
Yes, exactly. How many points would I get?
You would get 1 point because you only have one ball that's closer than mine.
Beautiful. And that's the rules. That's pretty much it.
Are you tied up well?
Oh, I'm tied up tight, my friend.
Let me check that.
Yeah, it's regulation.
That's against
That's right. No, that's regulation.
All right. Shall we begin?
Underarm. Good technique, good form.
Oh.
Okay, a little short.
Oh my god, I'm so screwed. I'm so screwed. Backspin. Oh!
All right. Oh, you threw like an old man. Don't fall over.
Ooh. Now I just get bonus points. Some rapier action, perhaps.
Okay.
That's, I mean, you know, that's how little I need the points, all right?
to the no-looker. Dude, that's bold.
Yeah, he's gonna lose with this. Okay, now. Whatever. I got my point. I'm happy
So we
with
take
it.
the average, right?
It's been a pleasure.
GG.
GG.
This thing was not made for an American. The circle, I can just.
That's the European circumference
Yes,
right there.
that is.
We can have a circle extender for you.
Yo.
Throw yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, God, the pressure.
Good effort. That's a good effort.
Good effort.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go again.
No.
This is it.
Give it a better effort.
Oh, that's got. What the?
Okay.
Am I even close?
That is quite close.
Okay.
No.
Not good.
One more.
No, it's too hard.
No, it's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Spectacular, as they would say.
It is a game-winning throw, my friend.
Yes.
Winner!
Congratulations.
Respectable game, sir.
Thank you. It was a fun game.
Shannon versus
Tsunami.
This is the finals.
That's right. That's right.
Oh my god.
Oh! Did you see the amount of debris that came out of that?
That was like an explosion.
DMTA.
It's a good effort, though.
The final chance.
Oh.
No, it doesn't look like it. I think Neil's good.
All right, Fox, please be the adjudicator.
It's going to be very close.
This looks like 47.
It's perfectly level.
This is 47 and a half.
No.
It looks closer, though.
By 0.5 of these measurements.
I'm not done yet. I get one more to myself.
That's true, actually.
Yourself.
All right.
Oh my god! Oh! What? Oh! He's a monster!
All right, that was fun and all, but Dota's a team game, so let's do a 2v2 real duel. And to choose our teammate, we gotta roll it as close as possible to our object. Throw it hard. Give him the arc. Boink. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Backboard or no backboard?
That's a good question.
I'll go no nut for it. There you go.
Whoops, it slipped. I guess he's on your team.
Okay. Welcome, T.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go.
Thank you. I got faith in me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good luck. Best of luck, sir.
God damn, this guy's still in.
Do you wanna go first?
I'll go first. Redemption.
Seen this before.
Yeah, me too.
Buy a couple juicers for the house and get some juicing going on.
Juice on 3 juice. Oh, the bounce wasn't juicy. Losing 6-0 in this game is going to be terrible.
I don't think that'll happen.
Oh, I think it will happen. I think it will.
Go for a roll and hit his ball.
This man's gonna
That's the
tiny
goal.
toss me into the fountain.
Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we got 8-0, I'm pretty sure, right there.
Are we back in the game already? Yes, we are. Let's go.
High five, bro.
Pythagorean that one.
I'm gonna roll it.
He's gonna roll it.
Oh, it's curved! Okay, I'm very disappointed in you.
All right, you got this.
It's gonna be 1-0, it's fine. Oh my god.
Just give me another point. Just put it on the house.
Come here, baby. Come here, baby.
I'm
Come here,
going
baby. Come here,
free.
baby.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I mean, I thought it would roll a bit more. You know, I'm used to grass, not to sand. Oh my god.
Come on, I'm about to bust out the top hat, son.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my god.
It's over. It's over.
It's 4-0 right now.
Alright, that's good.
Go! Let's go! Gaze upon our glory. Whoa, let's go!
Alright.
every shot. When they see me, they go, ooh la la. Nobody got what I got. I'll make everybody stop.
Hey there, heartbreaker, you can fall asleep on window panes as you're driven to distraction by all the colors passing by. Hey there, subtlety, you got lost before you knew you could afford to tell the world exactly what you thought needed to be done. Proud.
dead underneath your skeleton bones and your terrible prose. The bicycle thief, the boy I used to be, stuck in between your skin, with all your veins choking in. It's time to bring your heart back. 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 Change your mind. 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 Bring your heart back. Drawing my chord keys on a white A4 sheet. Might briefly pass the time, but won't solve the pain inside. And all your friends are screaming, but you're barely out of breath. The kids all seem to hate you, but you haven't started yet. It's time to bring your heart back. 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 Beat young heartbeat, 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 beat young heartbeat. Change your mind, bring your heart back. Change your mind, bring your heart back. Change your mind, change your mind, change your mind, bring your heart back. 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 Everything we touch is lighting up. Once we get started, you should know we never stop. From A to B, yeah, we don't walk, we strut. And we got lightning in our veins, that's why you struck. Yeah, we're what everybody wants. You can never taste what we got. Keep on dancing till the music's gone. Yeah, we're what everybody wants. You can never taste what we got. Keep on dancing till the music's gone. We're doing it right, one of a kind. We're ready to fly all of the time, feeling so fine. I'm loving my life, yeah. Can't ever get high enough. No, we never stop climbing up. We're doing it right, one of a kind. We're ready to fly, yeah. Every step we take is a wanderlust. Now don't be shy, come on and show me what you got. We're flying from the bottom to the top. Yeah, we got lightning in our veins, that's why you struck. Yeah, we're what everybody wants. You can never taste what we got. Keep on dancing till the music's gone. Yeah, we're what everybody wants. You can never taste what we got. Keep on dancing till the music's gone. We're doing it right, one of a kind. We're ready to fly all of the time, feeling so fine. I'm loving my life, yeah. Can't ever get high enough. No, we never stop climbing up. We're doing it right, one of a kind. We're ready to fly, yeah.
I'm in the rough. I know I'm hardly a diamond, but come back, darling, and clean me up. Think I lost myself. I've been talking like someone else, yeah. Dive back in. Come light the fire within. Go pull me out of this dark surrender. There's no escaping, I'm lost if there's no you. And no one can save me like you do, yeah. How long can you let me suffer? I try to search for another cure, but there's no use. 'Cause no one can save me like you do. No one can save me like you do. Just like a drug, I think I'm hooked and it's alright. Just bring back the sunshine and lift me up. Think I hit the floor. I've never needed anything more. Dive back in. Come light the fire within. Come back and make the days brighter, just like that. Yeah, come back. Go pull me out of this dark surrender. There's no escaping, I'm lost if there's no you. And no one can save me like you do, yeah. How long can you let me suffer? I try to search for another cure, but there's no use. 'Cause no one can save me like you do. And no one can save me like you do. Could you love me again? 'Cause you're the memory that I can't forget. Something more than regret. If we go back in time, can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. We've always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You said it's over for a reason. If only words give me that meaning. You wanted never to believe it. Think we're addicted to that feeling. Lately I'm dreaming about you and how you can take me right back to where we started. 'Cause I'm going crazy without you. I need you. Just let me right back to where you are. Can we go back in time? Can you forget the lies? And I'll believe when you deny. It's always been the same, playing our selfish games, but never learned to say goodbye. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. You're my type, but I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, but I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. So I'm leaving you with or without tonight. Baby, can't you see that this ain't wrong or right? 'Cause you can't let go, 'cause I can't hold on like this. So you can't let go, 'cause I can't go on like this. day. I do it, I run again. A million watching, but none of them knew my name. I dreamed, they laughed, they clapped together. So I said, hey, hey, you wanna be the best? Hey, hey, I'm gonna be the best. Hey, hey, I'm gonna take this town. Hey, hey, hey,
Do you want to play like a pro and gain that sweet MMR? Watch the DHL Pro Tips to improve your gameplay. Then test your knowledge to win a €250 Steam gift card. Become a pro by visiting esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips.
Neutral items. Infamously hated when they were added to the game, but mostly because there was no limit to how many could drop, so you had lone druids running around with like 12 of them and other things like that. Nowadays, I'm not sure. I think people probably still don't like them, but they do exist, so it's important to know the little tricks that you can do with them if you care about being good. For example, if you die and there's a Philly Stone in the stash, you should hold on to it while you're dead. This is especially good because it's one of the few sources of reliable gold that is in the game, meaning that it can actually make the difference between buyback and no buyback. Another trick that you can do is hand a hero like Death Prophet your spell prism. She presses Exorcism, and then she can hand it back. This will result in Exorcism having a lower cooldown, and Death Prophet can use some other neutral item for the duration of Exo. Similarly, you can do this with Essence Ring. Is your carry half HP farming the Ancients? Then hand them your Essence Ring real quick for a 400 HP heal. Another nice trick that you can do, especially if you're a support player, is using Spider Legs or Tumbler's Toy to check up high grounds for wards. This allows you to place sentries that cover a much bigger area than if you were to place them on the high ground. Speaking of supporting, probably the most effective use of ninja gear is to use it on a counter-initiator, plying the outskirts of fights until you see the perfect opportunity to jump. On the core side of things, Mindbreaker is a really strong item on a lot of heroes, because it applies on instant attacks, meaning that it works on things like Sleight of Fist or Stifling Dagger. Brigand's Blade is arguably the best tier 2 neutral item, so long as you have the right hero to use it. For example, a hero like Nightstalker has burst and likes to right-click people fast. So, the moment you jump somebody with him, Brigand's Blade starts dealing something like plus 50 damage, which is an insane stat for a tier 2 neutral item.
We're in Division 2 now here for the Western European DPC League, and one more series need to be played out, barring tiebreakers. The one series that needs to be played out is between two teams that have not lost a single series. That's right, we got ourselves Nigma Galaxy, we got ourselves Into the Breach, both teams sitting at 6-0 in the tour thus far. Slight difference with that Nigma Galaxy has also not lost a single game, so they are maybe a little bit further ahead than Into the Breach, but this series should still be a nice one to watch. It will have some implications, we'll talk about that in a second. First, you just watched a video. And I know you always pay very close attention to any video that's being played. I know you do, and which means that you know the answer to the following question. Which of the following grants reliable gold? Is it A, Grievous Greed? Is it B, Philosopher's Stone? Is it C, Hannah Midas? Or D, Hero Kills? Now, if you know the answer to this question, which you probably do, you go to esl.gg/DHL Pro Tips and you put your answer in and you have a chance to win a €250 Steam gift card. I know, it's impressive. Make sure to check that out, as that would be free money. Just like reliable gold. Maybe.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Jenkins always explains things nicely. Pleasure to listen to him. I don't know how
he sounds so different in those videos compared to when
Shannon flames the shit out of him for it. He's like, why do you sound so weird when you're doing these videos?
He
like, shut up.
He sounds professional.
Professional, matter of fact.
He's reading word by word. He's just, speaking proper. He's like, I gotta read this word, all right, now this word, now this, instead of just the usual Jenkins trying to throw some like diarrhea or something in there every other word,
Too real,
It's
too
the
real.
truth.
All right, so we're going to talk about our upcoming series, which is going to be in Division 2. Let's start by taking a look at the standings. Obviously, this is Fogd and Lacoste. You've met them before. The standings for Div 2 are as followed.
Yep.
There is, of course, the tiebreakers that will happen on Saturday between Brame, 11 Monkeys, and EU Rejects. That's the only thing that's not set in stone. Because all 3 teams are 1 and 6. One team of them will stay in Division 2 and get $7,000. Make sure to tune in on that Saturday. But we're focusing our attention on the 2 teams that are already set in stone. They know they're going to Division 1 next time around. They are undefeated right now, Fogd, Nigma, Galaxy, and Into the Breach.
Yeah, and this is this is such a cool matchup because I think this is proving grounds a little bit for. I mean, you can say for both. Sure, Nigma, of course, gonna have a bit of an advantage, but still, they've had some games where. In the beginning of the season, they didn't like lose, but they faltered a little bit. They had moments where they were behind and by significant margins, and it could look like they could lose some games. Into the Breach has been pretty dominant, so this is the test of how good each of these teams really are in a way.
I mean, Nigma didn't drop a single game at the start of the season, as you said, against Ivy. There was like a couple of shaky moments, but maybe they needed a little bit more time for everything to gel together. The boys are taking this seriously, as you can tell, even though they had a couple of Pudge picks, they had a couple of, Sumail and Miracle both trying to get Divine Rapier, who's going to get it faster, playing some mini games. Other than that, they are taking it seriously. They look like they're doing all the necessary prep for them to be able to win the series. They're like, we're TI winners. They did reality check. They need to play through Division 2 to be able to go back up, and so far so good for me. Into the Breach is the biggest upset, I would say, like the biggest surprise of the tour. I expected probably DGG to be there, maybe even Brame, but Brame completely bombed out. That's also another surprise of Division 2 in EU.
It really was. I think that's probably the biggest surprise. Into the Breach has been doing well. Of course, previously this was. Well, they have the slot of Chicken Fighters. It's a little bit of a different roster. And Chicken Fighters always was in the top of Division 2, but this is the cleanest that now Into the Breach have looked in a very long time. I'm curious to hear from Ari how he feels about this matchup.
We're expecting Team Nigma to be our toughest opponents of the season. They have some incredibly strong players who would really be expected to be at TI or contending for high spots in TI.
Does get on top of him, but takes so much damage from Kuro in the meantime. And the last was already overtime, is going to go for the Kuro kill. Mind Control going for the TP, but the Torrent interrupts it. He's going to get taken down. Kuro's dropping low as well. Jesse from behind, does he get the kill? Yes, he does. Sonic Wave in the meantime on the side. Shad pops his BKB. He's trying to get some damage, and GH is just chilling because he doesn't take any physical damage really with that freezing field on. But will eventually...
We all work hard to beat them. We are going to prepare extensively, try to find an opportunity to beat them, exposing a weakness. All of this aside, we're just very excited to play them. We think it'll be a really fun match. We know they play very aggressively, which is always fun, lots of fighting. We're not going to accept defeat against anyone. We'll always try our best and give it everything we have to win the game, no matter who we're against, no matter what the stakes are. But our goal is to reach Division 1, so it's not like we're going to be hard on ourselves for winning every game and then dropping one.
Look for Supreme, but Ari's got Supreme covered here with the bushwhack.
PL's here as well.
I'm coming in for the side. Low Skill's going to go for the TP out, and that's a smart play. Heads up. Move there from Low Skills. He just immediately TPs out, knows that it's not going to go well for him. He'll still save himself, but JM Vincenzo still gets caught.
So Into the Breach, so they're looking pretty good. And we're looking forward to playing them and see. I mean, they're always trying to get to Division 1, so do we. So, I mean, may the best team win.
May the best team win indeed. We hear from Miracle there at the end of the video. I want to focus our attention a little bit more on Ari, because he's a new kid on the block in Dota 2, former Heroes of the Storm Pro, now Dota 2. Recently, when I say recently, I would mean over the last year or so, he gained several thousand MMR by changing roles.
Marcy Abuser.
Marcy Abuser.
No, he was actually...
I mean, it works out. If it helps you win, why not?
It does. Right? He played a bunch of core, and then we actually got to interview him, which was really nice. We got to meet his, the Red Gecko or something, Dave.
Yeah, female gecko called Dave. I thought maybe Steve, but it's one of those.
Dave.
Alan.
No,
Steve. Alan. Ellen. They know. Someone else is yelling.
Someone else knows. But yeah, no, he was lovely to talk to. He was really honest with us. We asked him a bunch of questions about like him playing core to gain MMR, and he was like, well, I used to, and then he moved a lot to support, and he's been looking really good, and I've been really astonished with him, like his Hoodwinks, his Skyret, the more aggressive kind of support heroes. He is not this like sit back and I'm gonna buy support items. No, he's greedy, which I like to see from some of these
You're a greedy four. Yeah,
it works well for them. That's why I think like Jibbe can be a bit sacrificial at times too. So I think it's really important to have some 4 position that can sometimes take that farm when it's necessary.
Yeah, I feel like that combo. We've met, like, Zibbe has been in Division 2 for a very long time. I believe he was in Division 1 previous year as well at some point. But I feel like this is the tour where we see him actually do best so far, Lacoste. I feel like he is tremendously improved. Is that, you think, partially because he has a different 4 position to work with that just fits his
I think he might also be drinking different stuff, and that's why. Because he's been drinking from the ketchup bottle, he's been drinking from Head and Shoulders shampoo bottle, and
nice
something else. I can't remember what it was.
Olive oil.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a success. The water came out very slow. He was literally
it still had the little cap part for olive oil that like limits you from overpouring it, so you can see him like really struggling to drink it.
He's trying. He's trying to be funny. I like that. I just don't hope he poisoned himself. But a bit sacrificial, as Fogg pointed out. Seems like it's working out for them. Someone sometimes needs to, say whatever. If you're the one who's not getting the farm, someone needs to. And Ari is that guy.
Yeah, and when we spoke yesterday about standout players, Fogg, one of the standout players or players to keep an eye on for the future is their position 5 Kadaro on the side of Into the Breach.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked pretty good, but I think the impressive thing for him, that isn't really his game. Jesus, can you take it easy?
Calm down.
Not even just like his gameplay. It's been him captaining from the 5 position as a younger player, as a new player. It can be very challenging sometimes, especially when you have some experience on your team. The Supreme, he's been around for a long time as this mid laner, and Jibbe, as you mentioned, has been around for some time. So for him, it's more the drafting. But I've been really impressed by Supreme. This is going to be a hard matchup for him versus Sumail, of course, but also one that gets forgotten because there's like a lot of these names. Their carry player is insanely consistent. If you look his KDA in this tour, he has like 12.45 KDA or something. It's actually incredibly
I want to go back to Supreme because I know a lot of people were like, what is he doing? He was playing for Alliance, Chicken Fighters. He did underperform, and now he's where he's like supposed to be, I would say. Like his performance is really, really good. I think he found the stability that you need to have from the mid lane, but gonna be difficult. Playing against Sumail on the mid lane, Sumail looked awesome. Like what are we talking about? Like standard heroes that he plays, or like some of the new heroes like Keeper of the Light, where he tends to like be insanely farmed and get so much space done on the map and just takes control over the map pretty much.
He just makes players look a lot worse. That's why I like to reference these type of matchups always, where it's like, it's Sumail and then you have like Supreme. It's actually going to be like even bigger because Sumail's a bully. That's the way he plays his lane. He pushes the limits and he will just go for kills rather than this farming thing all the time. So that's where, for Supreme, it's going to be an interesting matchup to see how he actually does in it. I'm really curious.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we know that Nigma Galaxy is coming in as the favorites of this series. Let's be real there. But at the same time, Into the Breach is probably going to have the biggest shot of any of the teams that have played Nigma Galaxy thus far. So we'll see how this one goes for them. I do want to point out that the series, again, they are both going to Division 1. There is a $1,000 difference, which for Nigma Galaxy, come on guys,
massive.
They're all millionaires.
Massive for them.
So they don't care. Into the Breach probably does care, but the biggest thing is that depending on how many teams of Division 1 qualify to TI, the seeding is going to be very important for the TI qualifiers.
Absolutely.
So that's a very, very good reason to win.
Oh, GH looks extra adorable today, as usual with his nice glasses, and very team-specific bands coming out.
Yeah.
Miracle's played Monkey King like 80% of their games or something like that. On Into the Breach, we've seen them playing Enigma constantly as well, too. So, yeah, already seeing a lot of things taken care of, and something we always you can't ever forget for Nigma is they play IO. There's a lot of teams that just don't touch it.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, sorry, I shouted.
No, it's okay.
Really loud.
He was getting it prepared. That's why we saw his chair empty for a
That
second.
seems delicious.
That's actually probably really good.
How does he know when he's on camera?
He doesn't.
He just
he just does it all the time.
He knows our production is on point with showing funky stuff.
Okay.
He knows.
And there we go.
Oh, funky stuff. We
of course
see
we get
some
Io.
resident sleeper. That's not what you want to have. You want to give 100% when you play against Nigma Galaxy. Talking about Io, here we go. I wanted to say that I like that Into the Breach opened up with the Dawnbreaker because it's going to give them, like, it's easier to play the game when you have, like, global presence. You can try to outnumber the enemy team. You have a great turnaround potential. And Io can do the same thing.
Yep.
You just bring one extra.
I like this opener. I still think Coddle mid is underrated. I think, of course, we've seen it a lot of times, but I think people tend to stray away from some things when, like, some team starts to figure something out. Like we saw Tiny, Mickey understanding how to play the matchup. We saw Storm and even TAs sometimes versus Coddle, but I think this hero is still absolutely busted in the mid lane. I think he has insane potential, and I think Io and Coddle is another monstrosity where a lot of teams aren't used to playing versus Io, but these two together, you have sustain like crazy because the tethered target that get hit by the Luminate with you tethered. You both heal like crazy. You can pump mana into two different heroes, etc. There's so much insane.
It's a lot of sustain. Like eventually, if you get the shard, then global presence gets even more absurd. Looking into the Breach opener, Dawnbreaker Marcy. Probably the third hero is going to be Primal Beast. I mean, they just picked the new heroes apparently.
This is, I mean, we have seen Into the Breach play a lot, but Ari rarely gets to play as Marcy because normally it is first phase banned against them. So happy to see that because they need their best heroes to be able to have a shot here, right? So it's a good start.
Good hero versus Io in a way, also too, because you can break the you can break that tether in some situations, but can go both ways quite quickly because Marcy. If you get if you get some jump forwards where you don't actually connect with kills, you're going to get out-resourced in the laning phase. And I think that's something that can actually hurt Marcy quite a lot. And here we're seeing some of the bans taken care of, at least like the Kunkka, both versus the Io and versus the Coddle. We've seen it now versus Coddle mid a couple times. It can do very well.
You force Keeper of the Light to get like early BKB, which most of the time he does not want to. He wants to go for different items. And Storm Spirit, not the hero you would expect to be banned out, but with Io giving you mana and Keeper of the Light giving you mana, it's just way too much. Well, we still don't know where this Keeper of the Light is gonna go. Probably gonna be on the mid lane for Nigma Galaxy, but they can, like GH, he's been known to play Keeper of the Light in the past. If they're looking for a different mid laner that can just work well with the mana, Leshrac comes to my mind.
I was gonna say they have to ban Bristle as well too. You can't give them Coddle Bristle with Io. You'll get steamrolled over. I've seen it too many times, especially. It's because this double sustain. It's not just you're pumping mana. You're healing him so much, and this hero is already tough to kill when you have two melee heroes.
Looking at the bans, Visage, now I think this is mid Keeper of the Light because they just protecting it. Visage does hurt Keeper of the Light and even Io in the backlines. Like you don't really have much to protect yourself against the birds, and Visage is one of the heroes that also messes up with the enemy timings.
I think Visage is also the most broken Marcy combo in my opinion. The birds with sidekick, it's actually so silly. If you get to a point in the game, these birds are solo killing heroes, solo killing towers and stuff. So yeah, I like this ban. And a Bat Rider. I think we've seen Bat banned in that position by so many teams right now. This last ban in this banning phase.
It's never the first ban. It's actually always the last ban,
always
Bat Rider.
It's like prioritize these two and 10. Oh yeah, that's right, Bat Rider.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see the final ban for Nigma Galaxy. Is there anything else I should worry about for the Keeper of the Light to go mid that does well against it?
These are Kunkka is the best one in my opinion, and Tiny's already banned. And then the other one some people were doing was like TA because you match farm, but we haven't been seeing too much of that TA mid except for like a couple players like Nisha yesterday.
All right, you wanted to see this hero.
Hell yeah, I didn't think we'd actually get it.
Has been on the rise. Like he got huge buff. This is gigantic that his Impale can actually hit multiple targets now. You don't need Darkseer in your team, but we might see Darkseer, considering that this is Nigma Galaxy.
True.
Like it's one of the best pairings you can have with Nyx.
Time for the Wombo combo.
And they're versus Dawnbreaker.
Look at this. They're already preparing for it. They picked Enchantress just to be able to have a Dispel in the lane.
And you don't want to play Darkseer into that, right?
You still might.
Anyway,
you still might?
Yeah, you still might, but it can be something that can be difficult. But Nigma usually tends to think about the big picture more than just the lanes, from what I've realized at least. But I'm glad to see people just still doing Nyx versus Dawn. We mentioned it a couple times with Liquid how they did it. I think it's always a cool solution. And they do the TA. Okay.
I mean, it's a good Darkseer game, right?
Yeah. I think Darkseer is now kind of screaming, but I'm glad they actually did the TA because that's one that I was, talking about versus the Coddle a lot of times. Okay, cool.
I wonder if he mashed up the watermelon inside to have like a nice watermelon slushy with like ice cubes. Seems
You
nice.
just want a watermelon now. It's
No, I want the watermelon cocktail. I was gonna say
a cocktail. Damn.
But it's like
Throw in some ice, add some extra stuff in it.
Okay, so now you want to start at least answering this TA in a way, right? So it's either going to be the Darkseer or they even...
If they want to pick carry, I would not mind seeing something like a Bloodseeker. I just feel that they don't have enough lockdown for him. He can move freely in these fights. Like they have no silences. They have no stuns on sort of Into the Breach. This is very abusable.
Yeah.
I mean, Dawnbreaker Mars, he count a little bit as disables, right? The Dispose, the Swirly into Stun.
Starbreaker. Oh! Okay, so this is a refraction answer and also can build like Vanguard very easily to deal with TA too. It's a pretty good hero when you're in combination with all this healing and damage block versus a hero like TA and refraction burning can be super nice. I'm still a fan of this hero in offlane and mid. I still really like it. I think like the carry thing.
Carry's not
good.
Not a place for Pudge.
But I think this hero can actually still be extremely threatening.
And their damage output is very limited. They do have like some kiting potential with the slows from Enchantress, traps, Dispose, but Pudge sitting inside of in the middle of the fight might be a bit problematic. He's really not afraid of any of these heroes if we're talking about the core Pudge.
No. And also in offlane, if he is versus Enchantress too, the other thing is of course hooking the creeps. When Enchantress brings them over, you just one-shot them with a nice little juicy hook. And Enchantress can be squishy. Early game, if you get caught by a hook, you're actually probably just dead if there's a secondary follow-up with it. Because it's going to be this mind control Pudge, so it's going to be a core. So he will be leveled.
They are looking most likely for an offlaner on side of Into the Breach. If this Dawnbreaker is going to be...
It depends where the Dawn's going to go, indeed.
I mean, they can still play it on the mid lane, but I want to see them pick up something that can build into Spirit Vessel.
Are you guys surprised Beastmaster is still in the pool? With that in mind?
Definitely a bit.
They have no team fight. Into the Breach is all about the single target. They have no AoE.
Into the Breach has not played Dawnbreaker yet this entire tour.
No, they have not. And they're playing it into Nyx, which is always going to be quite a bit more problematic.
Radiant team back.
Yeah, they're all single target. They don't want to deal with illusion-based heroes right now. There's still a Naga Siren left in the pool, which could be an option still.
And Viper will be the last band coming out on the side of Nigma Galaxy. So let's see what Into the Breach is going for.
I think there's a lot of options for, at least for Miracle, what hero he wants to... I think Jug still looks really strong for them still too. Nigma Galaxy, that is. So much healing, IO pairing.
10 seconds.
Even, I mean, CK is still in the pool too, right?
You don't think this is going to be safe lane Pudge?
No, I don't think so.
So far, it's been mind control every time, right?
It was mind control and Miracle, as far as I remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, when they did Undying offlane, when they were memeing, I think it was, right?
Yeah, you're right. You are right.
I guess maybe it could still be carry Pudge. I don't like it as much. Like I mentioned, I'm not the biggest believer, but
problem
I think
is something that we've seen. Who was it? It was Team Liquid that played Pudge against Goon Squad, and they can't end the game. Like they can keep killing people, but sieging the high ground if you don't land the hooks. You don't have tower damage. You literally have 0 tower damage.
Razor. So Illusion's hero, the CK is still standing out for me if they want to play it. IOCK is still pretty strong. This is a tough lane because it's Razor. It's going to be like Razor Marcy probably.
I mean, it's a free Morphling game.
10 seconds remaining.
It is a free Morphling game. That is a good call.
5 seconds.
I think they have a lot of different choices still. I still don't mind Jug even. sure, you're going to be hindered on CS, but you can actually kill threat. MC's doing
Mind
a lot
control.
of the
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, they might still be thinking about the darks here because they can't stop it. I mean, with the enchanters, they do have a dispel, but it's kind of tough to say. Like Nigma Galaxy, whether they want to have a bit more meme approach in this one or they want to go full force.
Well, it looks like from the discussion going on, there's a serious discussion.
Jug more for Naga Siren for me look quite nice. And I guess you also mentioned the Bloodseeker earlier. Still option.
Still in the pool for sure.
Yeah, because you want to, like, Razor's pretty similar to, like, Phantom Assassin, I would say, when it comes to what he wants to do in a team fight, move around freely, and then Bloodseeker says no.
A Nature's Prophet.
Okay.
It's an offlane Nature's Prophet. They wanted to have something ranged against...
Is it carry NP? No, it is going to be Miracle Pudge. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Because they wanted to have something range against Razor. There's also still flexibility. Look at what Into the Breach is doing. Jibe is going to be the one playing the Razor.
Yeah, no Tucker is going to be a carry Dawn. Okay.
Still, no team fight whatsoever on side of Into the Breach.
Strong, very strong lanes though, right? I think they've kind of all in on lanes is what I feel like. Because they have the TI versus Kato matchup that we mentioned multiple times. They have a very strong off lane with Razor plus Marcy, which can abuse a lot of different lanes. And then Dawn and Enchantress is quite strong as well, too, quite potent.
You got to start somewhere if you get out ahead on the lanes.
I like the lanes a lot, but their team fight is really missing.
It's one of the worst drafts I've seen in terms of the team fight.
Okay.
Like, they need to heavily snowball in the laning stage to be able to like get the advantage and keep the ball going. But global presence from Team Nigma Galaxy, having IO, having Keeper of the Light, eventually Shard, Nature's Prophet with the TPs, Nyx Assassin scouting things out. Yeah, it might be a bit too difficult for Into the Breach to try to outnumber and out-team fight Team Nigma.
Yeah, and I hope that Zibba doesn't get thirsty during the game because he needs 2 hands to hold the watermelon, so that's going to be a tricky one. But let's find out how tricky it will get for Into the Breach in this first game of the series, together with our commentary duo. Oh, the light's already off, but it's only Pixel and Teacup.
Thank you very much, Shiba. Yes, it is time here for some Into the Breach versus Nigma Galaxy. It should be a fun one. We're going to get some Miracle Pudge coming out from Nigma Galaxy. And it's going to be interesting to see as well, T, because this matchup, in terms of the results in Division 2, you know, Into the Breach, they're up there as well. They've been winning every series. So now we're going to get to see, I guess, you know, how far Nigma Galaxy is ahead of the rest of Division 2. And if they are, if maybe this one might end up being close.
And I mean, Nigma, again, in the previous series, they also tried this carry Pudge. The game got a bit shaky, but unfortunately their opponent wasn't good enough to capitalize on, you know, the quirkiness and the potential weakness of Nigma's lineup. And this is the type of draft, again, where it feels very reminiscent to that previous time. So Into the Breach, they hopefully should be a better team, that if Nigma does kind of push the boundaries on kind of the creativity, they will get punished if it goes a bit too far. But
I will say,
I'm a big fan of IO Pudge. Like,
yeah.
This combination, it's mainly just the spammer, right? You put the overcharge on this Pudge, the Pudge then has this Ags, plus the Shroud, you get into the middle of the fight. It's already really hard to kill a farmed Pudge, and now imagine the eyes behind it. So, yeah, this is going to be some high-paced, quick team fights, moving around the map, skirmishing. It's going to be a really good game.
No, absolutely, yeah. Both teams, they're going to be ready to fight, ready to brawl, and as the panel said, the global potential of Nigma Galaxy with the IO taking whoever they want around the map, the Cottle probably down the line having some boots to travel, Prophet TPing all over the place. Could be quite a lot for Into the Breach to deal with. They will have the Solar Guardian, of course, to react to those sort of moves, but we could see Nigma Galaxy just be all over the place and may just be too much for Into the Breach to deal with.
And again, Nigma Galaxy, they have been a very aggressive team in the DPC. When you compare every single team in all regions, all divisions, they are the 3rd highest for assists, 78.7, right? And also, they're like one of the top teams for the amount of kills in the game. Sure, it's Division 2, it's probably a little bit easier, but the fact that they are that ruthless, it is really exciting to see.
So Into the Breach, we're going to look for some action here, and they're going to find it. Oh, defensive hook. Miracle. Getting somehow back to safety. And absolutely saving his life there. That would have been a first blood. But Miracle, he's in with the save.
Seconds to battle.
I kind of feel bad for Into the Breach. I don't think they expected to have the Pudge so defensively positioned on poor old Sumo running around. But nice little attempt there.
see if Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to set something up around this bounty rune.
And the hook score begins. Oh, to be fair though, that was for mind control. Okay, do you think Miracle will be better or worse than mind control at the hook rate?
It's going to depend sort of how many situations they get Miracle in where, you know, he's going to be hooking rather than just getting in on top of someone. But even then, sure, you're throwing out the close range hook. So we'll keep our eyes on it. See how well Miracle's able to land them. We'll see here, a bit of a chase down towards mind control. Ari will get held back by the stun. We're going to be able to finish off that opportunity. And on the bounty runes, as we can see, was 3 of them going the way of Nigma Galaxy to start this one off.
And I really like the cool thing here, in the bot lane, in the Radiant side, they have the ward on the top side of the trees as well. So they've set this Pudge up to be able to always hit these side lane hooks, is what you see there. And on top of that, I believe, yeah, it is the IO Pudge lane in combination. So you are going to see that super tanky Pudge at some point. He's going to pick up, like, say, a Vanguard, plus the Tether on top. Even though you have a Razor, you're probably not going to really be able to push him out of lane too much. Look, already just clicking.
Oh, there it is. First blood.
And 2-0 on the hooks. 100% hit rate on the hooks. 100% win rate in the DPC.
Got to watch out for those in the lane. Miracle will be ready to grab you.
Meanwhile, we get to see Kuroki just doing the pull shenanigans in top lane. Nothing too crazy.
That'll be fine here. We'll lose his courier. Salve and Mango out to the side, but he's got plenty of tangos out currently right now. So he'll be fine to stick around. I mean, what do you sort of make of these lanes set up? Is there a lane where we're going to see difficulties?
They're all weird in their own right. I think top lane for Nigma, Nyx and a Furin, it's relatively weak in regards to the fact like Dawn plus Ench, they're the kill hungry lane. So I wouldn't expect Furin to be dying. Maybe Kuroki if he's out of position. And in bot lane, that's where I think the kills are going to be coming in. The aggression from Marcy, you naturally want to look for something. There's going to be these moments where you maybe grab the Pudge, but you don't have the damage, or likewise you get a hook. So I feel like bot lane's where all the killing should happen, because top lane's just going to be a pull fiesta. Nyx non-stop grabbing waves, waiting for levels, and then they'll explode into the map rather than exploding in the lane. Dawnbreaker already doing very well, 13 for 4. Furion not so much, 5-0, under constant pressure. I honestly expect Into the Breach to find kills in this top lane. They need to.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
There we go.
Artica gets in. Gets the kill. Soren's going to be done as well, so he can continue the spam in this lane and be able to be ready to go in any of those opportunities when he sees the chance to close in onto mind control.
Yeah, Nigma started that top lane being very defensive, and they weren't able to continue grabbing waves, and just in that moment of equilibrium going towards Into the Breach, they just capitalized on it really well. Like, they don't have the boots yet on Furin. Once you have boots against Dawnbreaker, you can somewhat, disengage from the fight. Also, you can use Sprout quite effectively. But until then, it's very much play on the back foot.
Top lane, Miracle standing his ground here. Not too scared of the burst that those two had. With the back up the heels of GH.
Dude, this lane's on a timer. Like, when Pudge picks up Vanguard, Into Breach like, what do we do?
Miracle already is ready to chase them down once more. A hook would probably get him the kill.
Ooh, pump faking it.
See what he's able to get here, Ari. Oh, a little too speedy. Can't get the angle there, Miracle.
Two for one. I mean, if you can keep this up the entire game, that'd be very impressive. Ari just walks back in straight away. They really are just fighting non-stop in this bot lane.
I mean, he's losing a lot of right-click damage. And Miracle has got the stick charges. Oh, he's going to try and slide a hook in. He's got it. Nice little grab there. Getting Ari out of the creep wave.
Dude, this lane is so tanky. Like, you have to respect the fact that at any minute you think you have the damage, but you just turn on the flesh heap. They both have fairy fires. They both have sticks. Look at him. He's like, yes, look at me. So tanky. Yeah, really fun lane so far. But the repercussion of that, at least I think for Into the Breach, they're enjoying this top lane very well.
They are. No, they should have a chance of getting this as they'll run down Kuroki. Do his best to juke. He's got a stun available.
He's just going to be buying some time, and eventually we'll be going down. I do like the fact that in this series, this very crucial series for who gets first place, one of our observers is literally getting paid to just watch Miracle.
That's true. We'll be having our eyes on him back here on the bottom of the lane again. And Ari is low. Has to watch out for Hook. Hook's coming his way.
Best job EU. Best job world, mate. What are you on about? Very
Top
control,
lane.
though.
I mean, they are doing very well on this top lane.
Yeah, it's perfect. They've not been able to set up the lane for Nigma, where Furion's been able to play in front of tower. Because of this Enchantress, one of the better position 5s at preventing the constant pulls. Because if you do go there, you've got the Enchant slow, you've got the right click with the Blightstone. There's always being a thorn in their side.
Oh, and again, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, another one.
Perfect.
We'll see down bottom if Miracle's going to have the opportunity to get back in on this. I think he might. It's going to look to run down Shibe. Did get a bit of a boost of speed there from the jump, Shibe, but that'll come to an end. Miracle is trying to get the angle. Oh, he'll get the kill. He's got the hook up. He's ready to get the two of them. Double kill for Miracle on that safe lane punch.
Oh, we're like 300 gold away from that Vanguard. Oh, 200 gold actually away from the Vanguard. Well, this bot lane, it's not going to be feeling that good.
It's going to be very terrifying to send anyone down here anymore.
And meanwhile, throughout all this kind of chaos of the side lanes, both safe lanes of the teams doing exceptionally well. You got the TA versus Coddle farm war. Of course, Coddle a little bit more effective at making stacks. You're able to stack up 2 of the Radiant jungle, whilst TA normally just farms the small camp only. But the entry to the game from the mid lane might be the deciding factor for either of these teams.
Oh, mind control.
He's just getting...
I think he's got the stick charges.
Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, he's got Kuro heading back over.
I mean, I don't think you often want to see a Furion getting ran up at a tier 2 that often.
See the chase here from Supreme. It's going to be on towards Sumail at the same time. Otaker came down towards the bottom lane to make a move on Miracle. Miracle's trying to run. Sumail will go down underneath the tower. Miracle dies as well. Into the breach. Some great moves there over towards the mid and the bottom. Allows them to take down both cores.
Just perfect utilization of their spells, right? You're Otaker using his ult to go for bottom. Nice TP from Ari to help the TA mid, like just really putting the pressure on the cores. And that's the one thing I think Nigma's been able to survive throughout this entire DPC. There's not been games where Miracle and Sumail have been shut down, or at least been ran at. It's often you shut one down, but then the other comes in and fills that carry role. So I really like the fact that Into the Breach are emphasizing a lot more aggression at the start of this game, not allowing Nigma to kind of coast their way into that 12-13 minute mark where they just kind of group up and just run across the entire map for the rest of the game. So far, so good.
I see down bottom Miracle.
They haven't really stopped him farming, to be fair. Sure, you get a kill, but already 3.8k. Painfully quick Vanguard. Like the panel mentioned, the Pudge, of course, into TA. TA isn't going to have too much fun once Pudge picks up some armor and an Ags. You just walk in, you eat through the refraction. You can always grip the TA as she's trying to take the fight. In doing so, unlock the rest of your draft to kind of punch and prod.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, now that level 6 is on Miracle. There's a lot of kill potential. So over towards the river. Trying to set up to take down Kadara, but Kadara's going to be okay. And now with the jump over into the breach, they'll be able to run down Kuroki. They might even have a chance for GH. The slow's there. Supreme's up to the high ground. A couple of hits with the refraction bonus damage will do it. Supreme double kill, having a very, very good time from the mid. Already 1,000 gold ahead of Sumail on the Keeper of the Light. Again, always impressive to see a mid laner being able to out-farm a mid-Coddle this early on in the game. It just goes to show how good of a start he's having, Supreme.
Yeah, he found the kill on the Coddle. He's had his supports system. I think Ari's done a really good job. This bot lane wasn't going too well, but as soon as he enters mid, every kind of TP from Master or presence in the mid lane, it's led to a kill. It's not been these wasted rotations. And in doing so, they're also kind of showing how the support duo of Into the Breach is very aggressive in the early game. This Ench, this Marcy, any lane they go to, they're going to set up some type of fight. Compare that to Nigma, Nyx, and Io. They're enabling supports. They need their cores to do the damage. They're kind of helping sustain and kind of soaking up some damage. And right now, this phase of the game, it's on Into the Breach to punish that a little bit. Because if they don't punish it, it's going to get exceptionally hard to play into going, 20-odd minutes into the game.
See bottom, they try and make a move on Miracle, but Sumail's behind him, ready to back him up.
That was a bit of an optimistic move from Ari. If it was a jump with maybe one more hero plus the Dawn ult, probably fine. But at this point, you're jumping onto a Vanguard plus, what was it? Yeah, Chainmail Pudge. You're not going to be killing him off, unfortunately.
TP over towards the mid. Miracle's going to try and look to make more out of this. Mind Control's got the setup. Trapping Supreme. Miracle's in on top of him. There'll be a Solar Guardian heading over. to try and keep Supreme safe, and maybe give Into the Breach a chance of turning this around. They'll look towards Miracle, they'll get to dispose. Lots of physical damage. GH trying to heal Miracle back up. He's got the hook, the Dismember to continue to frontline in this fight, take down a third hero. Into the Breach, they don't get anything out of this, and now they've got to run. Only Supreme and Ari left, as their knockback will be there. Supreme caught back in the stun of Kuroki. He'll hype with the meld, a little bit of a dispose and a rebound speed boost to get Supreme back under the safety of the tier 2 tower. Tried to poke back a little bit, but he has to keep his distance with the amount of catch that Nigma Galaxy does have.
It's 10 minutes in, we've got the 5-on-5 in the mid lane, and yeah, the tankiness of Nigma.
Ooh, that was a close one.
That tickled it.
Nearly reached Supreme there. And with that move, Nigma Galaxy now claim the mid tower 10 minutes in.
I was mentioning aggression, and the time that Into the Breach kind of blundered their aggression bot lane, then also mid with the positioning of TA, Nigma just instantly used their global presence, the TP of the Furion, everyone just collapsing in, and in doing so, they also had the Kodo Hill, the Io Hill, the setup from the Nyx, the hook, like everything was just so strong from Nigma that Into the Breach with their 1x1 couldn't do it. So much damage.
I mean, he's building up the Flesh Heap stacks already here, Miracle. With 10 minutes in, he's already got 8 stacks built up.
Yeah, of course, just straight rushing that Aghanims. He understands that this is going to be a critical timing if he's able to pick up that Ags. Let's say in the next 4 or 5 minutes, he's going to start walking down some lanes with his team. But again, I'd like to see Into the Breach not lose confidence in the fact that they were kind of outplayed in that mid fight. Yeah, that's worth. That's very worth. Yeah, unfortunately for Into the Breach, once the game gets Nigma controlled, their ability to make smokes and moves is very hard, because by the time that you find a hero, there'll always be the relocate reaction or a Nyx breaking your smoke. So once Nigma kind of gets to their comfort ground, or just the middle portion, it will be very hard. So I think Into the Breach, they need to identify that soon and try and get something going. And unfortunately, Kadara, as he tries to de-ward, tries to walk around the map, instantly killed off. And that's what's going to happen pretty much for the rest of the game.
Oh yeah, he's always joining for a Flesh Heap here, Miracle.
It's literally just the reload for the Flesh Heap.
Oh, very cute. Making sure that he brings GH back rather than being relocated back to where they came from.
That was nice. I hope they do that in like a
clutch
too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like all of Into the Breach are surrounding the relocate, and it's like, all right,
yeah,
little hook back. Oh, thank you very much.
Absolutely. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, that mechanic works wherever you are. You know, if you're caught in that hook, by the time it's pulled to the pudge, you'll always be brought back to the ending of the hook, though. You know, the bit that he's pulled you into. So if you time that nicely with a relocate, you can keep your buddy Io around. And another hook, and another kill, and another flash. 10 stacks already here, 12 minutes in. Nigma Galaxy hitting their stride, and Miracle having a very enjoyable opening to this game. 6-1 and 4.
And look how quickly they go from kill and just running across the map. Supreme, he blinked with the solar bites, now incredibly slow.
Hook's gonna miss. They may still have a chance on this one. The Solar Guardian will be coming in to help Supreme out. A Miracle, he'll be happy to continue to run him down. See who he turns towards over in the river. Taker trying to take down Mind Control, but the heals are there. Mind Control will live. Taker will not.
Yeah, I think Into the Breach, they're realizing now that they just have a lack of damage, right? Mike Miracle, he went from kill, from mid to bot, back down to bot. Like, he doesn't care about hitting the creeps. He wants to farm.
He just wants to kill heroes.
I mean, it gives you a nice bit of gold.
They'll slowly rot down Kadara.
Will Kadara high-five him?
No,
okay. Will GH high-five him?
No.
Oh my god.
I left him hanging.
That is disgusting
wonder,
behavior.
He's showing his face there. Disappointment from Miracle.
Absolute dismay.
He was like, all right, that's how it is. No high five for me.
Not going to hook you again.
Pepe hands. Well, Kuro is ready with a global setup, but they've got some TPs ready to do something.
They've got to relocate if needed.
They do.
And there it is.
Here it comes. Oh.
Don't even need it.
A little too late. I mean, he's disappointing. Miracles, I came over here for a Flesh Heap stack. I'm not going to get it.
Doesn't get a high five. Doesn't get a Flesh Heap stack. Got some stern words after this game.
He'll get a tower, though.
Is it worth it, though, Owen?
And again, nicely done. Keep GH in the neighborhood.
Okay, so the high five didn't really have too many repercussions because he's still hooking him. Fair play. Yeah, Into the Breach. Right now, I would argue this is honestly not too bad for them. If they can sacrifice one hero for the relocate, the Fury and TP, the Nyx Vendetta, it is going to open up the rest of the map for heroes to farm up. But I think for Nigma, their draft is really strong in their quick pickoffs, but once there's, BKB, Shivas, all these bigger ticket items, Nigma will run into issues of how do they then have the damage? Like, this is the next 15 minutes of this game is their best window to completely swarm the entire map. So I think into the breach, they can bait Nigma a little bit. It's like, please over-rotate to us, do your quirky hook relocate plays in this. And in the meantime, they are farming up the correct heroes. It will be a difficult portion of the game for Into the Breach. It's not as if they can sneak away a Roshan, especially with the Kotal, the Nyx, the Furinals being able to scout out the pit quite nicely.
Without a doubt, that this is going to be quite a very quick and deadly Aghanims pickup for Miracle.
Oh, he's like 400 gold away, isn't he?
It's a close one. Once that's there, it's not going to be fun fighting anywhere near the Pudge. Spot him. Kuro. He's got the setup. Samael's got the kill. 17-9. Gold difference not too great. They're definitely into the breach despite losing on the kills by quite a bit. Making sure they're getting decent money out of the map.
I just really want to see Miracle pick up the Ags, walk into the middle of the fight with Rot plus the overcharge, get to see some of those damage numbers.
Their heroes are just going to melt.
Yeah. I think Jibbe is going to maybe run in on the Razor. Like, guys, I've linked him. Wait a second. It doesn't matter. I'm rotting to death as he sips his watermelon bottle of water. Yeah, you really got to dodge this Pudge for the next portion of the game. It's not as if they have like a Vessel anyway on their team. They've got Deso soon complete on TA, help with the minus armor, but there isn't like a Vessel buyer. They don't obviously have a Skadi buyer at 16, 20 minutes. So very much going to be a Pudge really lapping up that regeneration.
And still, it's going to be a little bit of time until GH has the money for the shard, which is going to add that extra bit of potency to the combo and the power that Miracle has as they just walk in, take out the Enchantress. Goodbye, Kadara. I'll take a tier 1 tower here as well. Oh, no, maybe not Miracle. He's actually going to get taken back up top. So they can make a move there.
Distribute the farm, and that's the main thing, right? You pick off a hero, you can play super spread across the map. Oh, he himself is going for the, Ghost Scepter, because of course most of the damage, all of the damage realistically from the Into Breach is coming from physical or right clicks.
Yeah, and he can of course just still do pretty much all the damage himself whilst being Ghost Sceptered.
Yeah, props to TA, done an incredible job keeping up the net worth. Actually hasn't even died in this game. Looked like it was close to, but still. Picking up the death and now going for the Hurricane Pike after.
Yeah, has to be able to keep their distance to the Pudge. Supreme.
Yeah, 100%. If you get on top of the Pudge or the Pudge gets on top of you, it's going to be a disaster. This tier is just going to melt. Very much positioning and distancing is key. Luckily for Into the Breach, they do have, of course, the Solar Guardian. They have Marcy to reposition. They do have ways to deal with it. But now, the Death Ball, the tankiness is online for Nigma. They march down the lanes. Treants overcharge, Pudge be clicking.
No, we're not going to see any effort to try and hold this tier 2 from Into the Breach. We know how difficult it would be right now against this beefiness of the push that Nigma Galaxy have around Miracle's Pudge. 2700 HP here, 18 minutes in.
It's the race for the BKBs right now. Tia, of course, is nowhere near hers. Raises a whole component away. Dawnbreaker, I don't even want to entertain how far away she is from the BKB. And that's where Nigma, they've identified their strength. They take the top tier 2, you sweep across the map. They have to find kills. Poor Ari, he might even tank it up himself.
Miracle will take anything. Any kill's going to be an extra fleshy.
Not doing too bad on the hooks, to be fair. Nice little 11 for 5 score. Monster moments could include the 5 missed hooks. Even though he's hit a lot more, but why not? Or the 11 hit hooks. Depends on how you want to see it.
Oh, they've got to get out of this jungle.
Supreme's kind of dicing with death there.
Miracle's charging in.
Oh!
That's a nice one.
You love to see it.
Some respect there from his teammates. Mind controlling Samael with the tips. Oh, nice juice here from Kadara. That might just save his life, yeah.
Yeah, he's out,
nice dodge around the tree line. He's out before Kuro can find him.
And also trying to pick up a 4-stuff. They just want to disengage from the fight pretty much. This raid boss just running around the map. He's not even that like high level relative to what carries are normally in this position, right? Level 14, just A-clicking around doing his thing. Doesn't really matter. Of course, he's been sharing XP with the Eye, helping out the team quite a lot. And now with the Ghost Scepter as well. If he sells that Bracer, picks up the plate mail. Alright, does that... Okay, we saw it off camera, but does that count? He hooked a creep. I feel like that counts as a null hook. Like, that doesn't even go for the hit.
It depends how you want to record it. I mean,
I'll let production decide.
He hit what he was going for, so it's technically it's a hit. And into the Roche they go.
This is falling relatively fast.
Yep. They're burning through this quite nicely.
Thank you very much, production, for clarification on that. And yeah, as much as we've been talking about this Pudge and the tankiness and damage he does, it helps that Mind Control is playing this Furion like it is as a carry, right? He's going for Mjolnir, of course he's got the Shard, he's going to scale into BKB, maybe later down the line the Satanic, like, they are covering some of the weaknesses.
Go for here. Look at the grab on Ari. Ari is able to jump up to the high ground with a rebound, but Miracle just walks up there to chase them out. Jibe's down. Same for Otaka. A little bit of a trap onto Supreme, but he's able to force out in time and goes for the TP. He'll live. And everybody else on his team is dead.
They just A-clicked up the high ground, threw up a couple of spots, Intermittent just melted. Like, how quick was that fight over? It's 20 minutes into the game. The farm is relatively even pre-fight, like core to core, like you think about the TA, but the TA just couldn't enter the engagement. They just died so quickly. Like, sure, Supreme, he's doing a stellar job.
I mean, stellar, more than stellar. Look at that, actually setting a record.
But
highest CS, 21 minutes in on any hero.
But he's not even done any damage in that previous fight. This 8k lead, it honestly feels like a 20k lead, just because of how hard it is for this TA to translate that net worth into any effective team fighting.
It really feels like he needs all the items in the body. He needs the Nullifier and the BKB, pretty much, it feels, at this stage, Supreme.
Yeah, and
to
then
be able to have a presence in the fights.
And just look at this fight, right? It starts with Kadara getting caught out of position there, the hook quickly on Ari, but then Kuroki just really nicely from the backside, hitting them off, and straight away to another fight. Why not? Just keep going.
Looking for Supreme, they'll find him. The Solar Guardian's coming in. Give him a bit of a chance. Supreme, he'll try and escape, but Mind Control TP's in on the back lines, takes him out. 4 dead again on into the breach, and this time including the big one, taking out Supreme.
This is just honestly a really beautiful draft from Nigma. I just love how each of their heroes just complement each other. The Io helping the Pudge, the Nyx setting up for the Io or the Furion, and on top of all of that chaos and tankiness and damage, you have this just casual Sumel Coddle just throwing out spells, also keeping people alive. This is a disgusting death ball.
And straight up to the top, they'll get an effective team wipe.
You show on the map, you're gonna die against this lineup. Pudge, of course, picking up the Blink Dagger as well, just really cementing that point there. And racks the 4. Oh, just in.
I mean, they're ready to go for more. Won't be able to get the hook this time. And they're ready to start a bit of fountain diving. Kadaro blasted by Samao.
Oh, Miracle's got another hook up. He's looking for it. He's hungry.
See what he can fish for.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
A little bit cheeky there from Nigma.
And they want to get some more flesh heaps.
Okay.
Not quite able to find. He wants to go in.
He's got the Ghost Scepter.
He's able to dive a little bit. Now get in and get out. So they can go for more. Supreme trying to go for GH, but the Ghost Scepter's there and ready. Miracle, he's going to try and time, but the BKB is out on Jibe. Look at the hits and onto GH. They've taken out GH. 2 or more they can find. Mind Control just stands his ground with the BKB, but Supreme's got high physical. There's the jump. The Kuro gets the stun out onto the 2. Miracle's in on top of the TA. The Rot will kill him. 4 dead. As Nigma Galaxy, they're getting away with a bit of fountain diving here into the breach. They can't punish it.
It's got it again.
He wants to get a team wipe, and they've got it. Into the fountain, takes out Ari. Looks to try and get a cheeky hook onto Kuro.
That counts. That counts. He was trying to hit Kuro. Honestly, just the value of these Ghost Scepters just super OP at this point in the game.
Let's see, he wants another.
Go for it.
They're early, but it doesn't matter. They'll dive and pick it up. GG's cool. 37-10, 22k lead, 24 minutes in. Nigma Galaxy. I mean, you would say they're having a bit. I mean, they were definitely having a lot of fun with the draft, but it wasn't a meme. This was a genuine
strat.
Great synergy. The strat was great. Sure, it worked out here against Into the Breach, but you got to remember, Into the Breach, second highest team in the league. They were also beating everybody here in Division 2. But this is indeed, in this game 1, the difference that Nigma Galaxy wants to be able to show that they have against anyone, including the other top team in the division. They're just showing that they're just on a completely other level, as the fans would expect.
Yeah, I really enjoy seeing Eye of Pudge. I think they played it really nicely. The hooks, of course, on the relocates, but they finished with 4 Ghost Scepters on this team. So even if the game was ever closer, you just run into these fights, all of the damage into Reach is fully mitigated from the heal, the Ghost Scepters, the Eye of the Condor. It was just a really nice draft. They completely slaughtered Into the Breach, and I hope they can bounce back. I really hope that we can get a 3-game, because both teams being 6-0, please.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. It was always like, oh, maybe there's a chance for some close games out of this, because they are both, they both beat everybody else in Division 2. But yeah, from this game 1, Nigma Galaxy seeming to be very, very far ahead of even Into the Breach, the other team that's gone 6-0. Yeah, Miracle ending 17-1-14. We saw it on the faces of Nigma Galaxy as well. It looked like it was a pretty chill and relaxed game for them. They were having some fun, going kill after kill after kill, and made it look very, very easy. We'll see if they have any more difficulties in game 2, or if Nigma Galaxy will be able to close up their showing here in Division 2 with a pretty flawless score. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 around the corner. Game 1 goes the way of Nigma Galaxy.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
We're so connected, even though oceans apart. You are the person I call home. Need to be near you to feel closer to your heart. Without you, there's no place to go. I don't know where I end or where you start, because I just want to be one. I need for you to know that from the start you weren't alone, because you're the one. Give me wings to fly, to lift you up and away, to save us from this pain. Don't let us go, get swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. There's some hiding away, and let us go, get swept away. Swept away, swept away.
I'll always be there even when you fall apart. I'll always help you find your way. When all the lights are gone, I'll be there in the dark. My love for you is here to stay.
And every time I feel I want you by my side, so you can feel it too. I want you to see the things I see, and when you smile, I'm smiling too. Give me wings to fly, to lift you up and away, to save us from this pain. Oh, let us go, be swept away, swept away. Your wings to fly, no more chasing the day. There's some hiding away, and let us go, be swept away, swept away, swept away.
out of this best-of-3 series goes the way of Nigma Galaxy. It's Nigma Galaxy facing Into the Breach here in Division 2, and both teams are undefeated in series. Which will end after this series because one team's gonna lose. So far, Into the Breach struggled a little bit this game, so it's gonna be a tough game 2 for them for sure. But let's first focus our attention on how game 1.
Some beautiful hooks coming out from
It was
Miracle.
some pretty nice hook highlights.
Look at his
coming out here.
compilation. This is like
nice.
YouTube video. This is gonna get uploaded on YouTube in less than an hour and have 100,000 views.
Oh, that was a nice carapace by Karaoke, though. Come on. Just kidding.
They had no stuns. They literally had no stuns to be able to set up the hooks. But yeah, extremely good performance. The bottom lane, IO plus Pudge, having this damage reduction, flash heap, and also you don't care too much about Razor static link. You do have base damage. You do have like still damage with the rot, with the hook to be able to kill. Pretty similar, once again, what we talked about on the previous panel about Viper against Razor, where you still have something to deal damage against the Razor. And yeah, they completely different Into the Breach than what we've seen so far throughout the DPC tour.
They were a little dismantled.
Yeah, and it's... I can give a lot of credit to Nigma's draft, but also this was an outclass in a way that it's a... I was just telling T as well, too. I looked at this draft and I was like, wow, Team Nigma from 5 years ago. You know, they've got their IO, their Nature's Prophet, their Coddle. Sure, it used to be GH playing the Coddle, some of these situations, and maybe Kuro playing IO, but they love these type of global threats. And now that you can raise priority to Kyle... Kyle?
Kyle?
Oh, Kyle. Never praise priority to Kyle, but priority to Coddle in the mid lane. Even though he... Supreme did excellent in the matchup, as we would, we respect the TA to do. They just steamrolled over the game. You saw the beauty of like the combos of the heals. Yeah, the illuminates on the IO when it's tethered and extra healing. It's like
healing on top of that, having the Spirit Vessel. It's just like all these heals, and you also don't rely on any cooldown, so you can just keep playing. Yeah. And this Dawnbreaker that is supposed to like outnumber the opponents. Never happened. You have a better global strat. And also in the end, ITB Into the Breach inside their base, aka they couldn't leave.
Inside their base, I get it. That's nice. For the player versus player matchup, we also went for the global strats coming out from Nigma Galaxy because we went for the offlaners, and Nature's Prophet played by Mind Control, Razor played by Zibbe. We went for the KDA because Mind Control. Obviously,
it's a lot of
there were more kills on the side of Nigma Galaxy, but also he can be involved in every kill. Can have an impact everywhere on the map.
And I miss seeing his NP. I think this is actually a criminally underrated hero at the moment. I think the Shard at 15 minutes is absolutely insane to deal with, even though he didn't even have to get to the point of like split pushing or anything in this game. I think this hero is actually still really good. I think people are really underrating it.
Also gives them like late game security, because Keeper of the Light Pudge as your 1-2 is really not strong. In the late game, if we're talking about like post 50 minutes, you can get outscaled. Nature's Prophet checks that box. He's like, this is one of the better scaling heroes in the game, pretty much, because his stats is insane. He can build any item you need, and they close out the game in 23, 25 minutes.
And he had already
23-4 minutes.
He already had mostly the carry-esque items, or he had like Mjolnir treads and stuff like that, so he was already getting ready to transition if, he's that security, he's the blanket. He's like, okay, Miracle, you're having a great time, I'm just gonna be here, just in case you guys need me, it's all good.
Yeah, it felt very smooth sailing for Nigma Galaxy. We're gonna find out if Into the Breach can put up a bit of a more fight in game 2, so stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Did you move your body? You make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity.
There's a potential that this is the final Western European Tour 3 game, excluding tiebreakers. We got Nigma Galaxy and Into the Breach. They're going to play the second game of the series. Both teams already guaranteed to make it to Division 1 next tour, next season. And both teams still undefeated in series, up until now. One of the teams obviously going to take a step back from that top. And so far it's looking like Nigma Galaxy will be the undefeated champion of Division 2. We're going to find out though, because Into the Breach of course have a shot here to force the third game of the series. I'm joined by Lacoste and Fogged, and we are also joined by a draft. And
IOPods, let's go.
It's not IOPods. I was actually banned. They do get Marcy again on Into the Breach. And opening pick for Nigma Galaxy was actually the Tiny.
Okay.
They banned out the global presence. Dawnbreaker, IO, they want to play a bit of a different game.
Miracle
Miracle's
is
feeling it.
literally having a... He's like, I got to play Punch. All is good in the world.
It's also, I mean, these guys have been on boot camp for 6 weeks. You know,
True.
It will be like they're not playing for this division. Yes, it's nice they get Division 1 next time around, but they are playing for TI qualifiers. And if the book closes on Tour 3, it means the TI qualifiers are one step closer. And
I don't think they mind because they've been on boot camp for 6 weeks, because they always to me looked like a family, you know.
Oh, I'm not saying that they are unhappy, but
no, because they seem very happy, and I think they feel better here than they feel at home for whatever reason.
It's like
this is their pretty much their relatives, their cousins. That's how they feel about the team.
I think they're gonna stay.
But GH isn't there though, right? GH looks like he's home.
No, he is there.
He's just hidden in a corner or something, because he looks like he's in a different room. I'm not sure.
The room does look different.
I'm gonna pay close attention.
We can definitely check, because look, there's all bright and illuminated. Maybe they put him in a dark corner.
Look at the curtain. Previously, by the way, it wasn't as dark.
Yeah,
he does have a towel hanging there, as if it's because they're obviously staying at a boot camp that they're being taken care of. The towel looks like a hotel towel.
That could be true. That's fair. I like how it's like the 4 children though, and then Papa Kuro coming in, just like keeping the shit together, just being like, hey guys, don't be messing around. but I'll pick you your fun heroes. He's like, what do you want to play, Miracle? He's like, Pudge. He's like, how about this game? Wind Ranger. Could be this core Wind Ranger that we've talked about a lot versus the Vipers. This is probably the offlane that we see from Into the Breach. So
when you say core, you mean safe lane Wind Ranger?
Yes.
Yeah. Marcy Viper, super strong off lane. Like,
gross.
It's very difficult to play anything into it. You know that people are gonna die. So how you're gonna approach this one? I wouldn't mind seeing Wind Ranger as a core here, but you also need something because you get disposed, and then you have this overwhelming amount of slow and the damage coming out from Viper. I don't know who can sustain through this.
Jug is. I was going to say Jug is one of the answers, but the thing is also Marcy and Viper can actually deal with the Jug something because it actually makes Viper not the slowest hero in the game because you actually have that move speed element. But that's what most people have been doing. You see Viper, you pick Jug, you kill him twice in lane, and then it can be pretty sad for the Viper as the game progresses, because this hero, when he loses laning phase.
Okay, to me, this says core Wind Ranger after seeing the Bloodseeker ban. So she wants to be able to maneuver in the fights, use the Wind Run, and that's a good way to stop her.
The Monkey King also is still open. I know the Viper and the Marcy is kind of a deterrent from picking it, but honestly, I think Miracle could still go down that route because it just has this built-in sustain. It's really strong. Sure, you get broken by Viper and all this different stuff, but they love the hero so much. Do. But I'm still on board with carry Wind Ranger as well too. Still okay. Weaver, I guess, is one of the other ones that could do pretty good versus that Viper Marcy. We haven't seen it too much. I actually don't mind this hero.
It's good, not as good on early levels because your Shikuchi still long cooldown, especially like level 1, level 2, it's 15 seconds. And when I say level 2, I mean Weaver being level 2, and then you misuse it, they still have what it takes to kill you.
They're going to ban out Coddle. Okay. I mean, this hero, like I mentioned before, I think still underrated, even though it's picked in a lot of games. This mid Coddle is just insane, as we saw from Sumail. Even in a losing matchup, you itemize perfectly for almost any game.
They just brought a respect ban coming out.
Nice.
It's also a hero that could be played on the safe lane against Viper Marcy. Potentially. Like, sure, he can get disposed by Marcy, but against Viper, like if they use all of their mana, you TP back to lane, and if you're paired up with a nice strong position 5, like you can still play the lane, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I think when you're playing versus Nigma, at least you want to get them out of their comfort element. And like I mentioned before, that's a strategy that they've used for 5 years over this iteration of this team. They just having this global potential. I'm glad I got to even see a Mind Control Nature's Prophet because I really miss him playing that hero.
I do think he's not there. This is...
It looks different.
This is kind of scary.
Yeah, I know.
What is he?
What's he watching?
Is he not? I don't think he's watching the draft. I feel like he's playing.
I feel like he's watching like his favorite soap right now.
But it's...
now you see me, now you don't.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But the curtains look a little different as well.
Maybe we can ask them afterwards if they do end up winning this game.
Yeah. There is a high chance that if he's not at home and Nigma wins the series and we get a winner interview with one of them, everybody will leave their computer and we'll just leave GH.
And then they'll send it to Mind Control, and Mind Control have to do it for like the 5th time in a row.
Oh, yeah. Nobody to play rock, paper, scissors with this time, maybe.
But right now, they're taking quite a bit of time for this snap 2 picks. Maybe deciding if they do want to make that Wind Ranger either a mid or a carry.
Or position 4. There's still a lot of flexibility.
Yeah.
Even 5, like suddenly Wind Ranger sounds like a very good and the most flexible hero in the game.
I must say though, Nigma Galaxy is using all of their bonus time. Like they only have 10 seconds left for what they're gonna go for, so they might be having the same discussion. They'll end up going for a Timbersaw.
Not as like this doesn't strike me as like wow Timbersaw game, playing into Viper, playing into Enchantress with the pure damage. They do have like these are not counters, but these heroes do work well.
Yeah. They can be pretty... If you get ahead on these heroes, then it can really shut down a Timber for sure. Interesting.
Timber also a flexible hero. But I guess for now, we'll just assume Mind Control will play it. Zeus is going to come out. for them as well.
Again, into the breach, they have no team fight. Single target oriented Enchantress, Marcy, Viper. Not sure what happened. It feels like they did their own research and try to have a certain way to approach the game against Nigma Galaxy, but so far I don't think it worked out. I just want them to... Maybe they think we need to match the tempo, otherwise we're going to get overran by Nigma.
I think the bans are also really good to kind of reduce their team fighting too, right? Like the Puck and Nigma, that's something that they've looked so good with. So I think Nigma has actually done their homework really well to put into the breach into a weirder position to have to not have their most comfortable heroes.
These three heroes don't get on top of Zeus. Marcy sure can, but also if you're fast enough, you can jump away from it. No real damage inside Chrono.
No.
They need a mid laner. Mid laner that can pump damage inside a Chrono. Invoker. Here we go.
Standard.
No way it's getting through, though.
Snapfire.
Snap has been... I think we've seen Supreme play it before. I don't think this tour, but I know we've seen him play it in the past. Maybe an option. I don't know.
This is a good one. I don't mind seeing Dead Prophet being banned, because it would give them some tower damage. They have no tower damage as well. Like, it would set the tempo a bit higher, because right now, like, you have three heroes that don't care about the cooldowns, and then you have Faceless Void. Still no ways to really push the towers. Where we're talking about pushing the tier 2 towers, Enchantress will be able to get the tier 1 tower. Safe lane eventually.
The notes.
It's interesting for the Void pick, though, because they don't really have great heroes to utilize it at all. It's a good time dilation game, of course, versus Timber and Zeus, even Wind Ranger and Tiny. But throwing damage into Chrono right now, it's like another Toxin. And then some Viper auto attacks. It's pretty limited. Even with like the last pick that they get, I still think it's quite limited. Invoker's going to be left, so if they do want to go down that route.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. It's a Spirit Vessel carrier against the Timber Saw, and also having the spell mechanic against Wind Ranger, and also the damage that they need inside Chrono.
The fact that Nigma Galaxy is not banning it, though, means that they also still might have it on the radar for them to pick it.
Into Void, that's a little... It can be a bit risky, but also I think Nigma doesn't really care what heroes that they're playing against too much in this draft.
That's fair.
I'm not being like on, right? Like the Timber pick, like we were mentioning, it doesn't have like, damn, this is an outstanding Timber game or anything like that, so I think it's just like, let's just pick heroes that we think fit good and what we want to play.
Yeah. Yeah, they pick more for overall game plan than for the lanes, as you mentioned before the series.
Yeah, because last game there was some instances of like lane counter kind of things you could see, but it was more about the overall aspect of the game, matching global presence, even one-upping the global presence, having TA refraction burns, etc. So
yeah, the lanes looked at some point fairly even, and then at minute 15 it was like, okay, well,
GG.
looks like game's over. All right, into the breach, thinking long and hard to see what they still want to remove from Nigma Galaxy's arsenal.
God, the fact that you have to ban Pudge.
Ban Pudge, like you don't know what they're gonna do with their heroes, especially with the Pudge, because there's so much flexibility.
Are you still worried about Monkey King? No, they'll remove the Night Stalker.
So they'll protect the Void's game, because right now there's no silence. There is some burst potential coming from Tiny Zeus, Wind Ranger, and stuff, but no natural silence that will make the Void's game impossible. Could just still be a hero like a Void Spirit for Sumail. Gives you that control and burst as well too. And there's not the most disable on the side of Into the Breach.
Well, I
think it's a good mid Zeus game, so just pick something else.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's
Mind Control Lycan?
Very interesting draft.
Is it a Mind Control Lycan?
It's Lycan Tiny. That's probably gonna be the combo, or am I wrong?
Yeah, no, I don't think you are.
Oh, okay.
If it gets to that point in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be Wind Ranger. Wait, actually, Wind Ranger mid? Or Wind Ranger carry?
Tiny
actually,
support?
I have no idea what's
Zeus,
going on. I don't know.
Wind Ranger support?
5 seconds.
I mean, there's a lot
it's
of
probably Wind Ranger Zeus
still.
supports, yeah. Okay. Interesting. Would not have expected this
Tiny
draft. I hope we get to see the bit Tiny.
Oh yeah, Bite the Rock. The good old strategy during last TI. Very powerful.
That is really interesting. And yeah, as we kind of figured, they'd go for that Invoker. They needed something inside Chrono. Huh.
I want to see what Nigma is going to pick. Yeah, exactly. They're not choosing But it doesn't matter, right? We talked about it. The other team cannot see.
Yeah, of course, but I want to know because I don't, I think they're baiting us. Come on, click your heroes.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh, these guys are so talented that they're not gonna be able to figure out.
But they're like,
where the heroes are
probably
going.
rock, paper, scissors.
Sumail like it. You see what I mean, dude? There's some funniness in the works. And Miracle's playing Wind Ranger, so it is the carry Wind Ranger. I knew that was something that they were
tiny.
up to.
5 tiny.
It's been like a year and a half. Last DPC season, when I was doing Southeast Asia, Tour 1, Tour 2, it was popular. Worked really well, I'd say. If you can like toss people underneath the tower, you're the one who's going to go in and trade against Viper and Marcy.
Now that I look at their lanes actually look quite good. Lycan versus Invoker is actually pretty good versus Lycan for Lycan, because Lycan's got like this huge base damage. You have built-in regen, so you can trade nicely. You actually outlast hit with Wolves too. They have the Wind Ranger versus Viper, this carry that we had mentioned for quite some time too.
Yep.
It looks a little bit wonky when you first initially glance at it, but you can see that there's definitely something there.
Well, there's also the fact that Kuro lately has been laning with Mind Control, and while GH is laning with Miracle, so that he is kind of, in a way, playing the position 4, at least during the laning stage. So in that case...
What's the other support?
It's the Zeus.
Zeus.
Yeah.
I think they're going to play tiny anyway. Wind Ranger plus
Wind Ranger Zeus
seems a bit weak.
You don't like it?
No,
but
I think it should be...
Miracle, they'll play anything together. Like,
sure, but I think it's going to be tiny plus Wind Ranger just to be able to like toss people out of this pose and have a stun for Wind Ranger as well.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the Nigma Galaxy's draft. Any words on Into the Breach before we jump over to our commentary team?
They definitely have win condition if they stall the game long enough. I'm not really a firm believer in Void currently in the patch, and I think a hero like Lycan can take advantage of the downfall of the hero. You can just get pushed and lose the game, lose map control.
All right, let's see if Into the Breach can hold on to that map control for long enough time to get that Faces Void big and fat. We're heading over to ODPixel and Teagup for the game.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 time here for Nigma Galaxy and Into the Breach after what was rather a rough game 1 for Into the Breach. A very, very impressive performance from Nigma Galaxy around the Miracle Pudge, that Pudge IO combo popping off. This game 2, we're again getting to see some fun stuff from Nigma Galaxy. We're going to get some carry Wind Ranger from Miracle. All in all, what do you make of this? Is there potential for this to be another stomp, or do you think this will be a little harder for Nigma Galaxy to stomp as hard as they did in game 1?
I think the stomp potential is still there.
Okay.
It's more on can Into the Breach weather the storm. They've drafted themselves a very lane-dominating style lineup, be it the Viper plus Marcy, Ench just with any carry normally does really well in lanes. So on top of that, it's then after the lane's going well, I feel like they're going to fall victim to the same thing as game 1, where they will find a lack of damage in Chrono. And then once they get a couple items, their draft will be this super tanky. You throw Chrono down with Cataclysm, just Viper throws all the goo and the snot and whatnot into it. You're going to do amazing. It's just, can you survive the post-laning phase until you have, 10k net worth heroes? That window, I'm skeptical. But still, it's all about the lanes right now for Into the Breach, because if they don't do well, it will just be this Windrunner zooming around the fights, poking and prodding, tanking up a couple of these spells. Meanwhile, Timber, Zeus just free casting their spells, Lycan as well running around. So yeah, if you're Into the Breach, you have to respect how aggressive Nigma can be with this lineup. The lanes have to go well for them.
And I tell you one thing as well, one thing that can be said for running the carry Wind Ranger is that it's probably not a bad carry to have to deal with laning against a Viper, right?
Exactly.
It's it's actually it's kind of seriously good against that in terms of being able to survive.
And they started as a tri lane, punish the Viper, multiple right clicks, and why am I casting? First blood.
It's already done. It was that quick. Get him the 3 of them. So all right, he's gonna have to run. Won't be able to get a grab on him. But indeed, it could be tough for Jibe to sort of have an impact on this top lane and shut down Miracle's farm.
But look at bot lane though. The repercussions of killing Jibe is Mind Control is also having a really hard time. He's already had to salve himself up, eat his tango. He's got no regen. So the trade-off is Viper gets nothing, but Mind Control probably will get some XP rather than any farm. Interesting that they're also keeping this here. Not like traditionally what happens is you have your 4 player or the player that plays with your off-laner, gets the kill, insta-TP's down. But because the lane's already here, Kuroki's like, all right, mate, I'm just going to stay top. And in doing so, it's giving Into the Breach a little bit of fear on how far they can step up the lane.
Is Mind Control dead?
Yeah, he looks pretty dead, yeah.
Oh,
Edge is really good against Timber.
Yeah, it was almost as if Mind Control just accepted that death there. I guess he thought that if he was going to run earlier, he would have get dove and impetus anyway. But yeah, he was very well and truly dead.
And this is a difficult spot for Nigma, right? Because now that your Timber's died, the lane isn't really pushing into Timber. You can't really TP the Tiny down and pull waves because Ench is already here to delay that level 2. So this offlane could just be a disaster now because of this first blood top shenanigans. All right, pretty good start. I mentioned how lanes have to go well, and this bot lane is going pretty well for them. Quite an awkward tri lane, to be fair. It's a Tiny, a Zeus, and a Windrunner. Not the most common of tri lanes, maybe in your pubs, but for sure, at least it will stunt the game of the Viper. But Mind Control, he enters back into the lane, instantly just getting bullied out by Ench, pretty much by himself.
Oh, he has to be careful there. Let's see top lane.
Not really dying.
And Ari, he's able to easily get away there with the bounce.
This is really bad for Nigma. Like, they're often pretty good at setting up their lanes, but this is probably the first time in DPC where their lanes are going really poorly in regards to not all 3 lanes succeeding.
Oh, good shackle though. Very good shackle. And that will set them up to getting back on with getting the kills. They'll take out Ari.
I feel bad for Mind Control, honestly. Look at him. Don't really know what to say, the poor guy. He's going to walk back to lane and have his mana burnt and get clicked again. And this mid lane, bit of a farm fiesta. Like it, of course. With the Wolves able to always get the additional denies, pulling ahead in that front. See, it's quite even. All right, let's just keep watching Mind Control. Let's see if he can recover his lane somehow.
And top lane, looking again for that toss back opportunity. See, and it's going to end up with Kuro getting disposed himself. Both teams having a hero that's trying to look to pick up and grab the other. Throw them back into the claws of the rest of their team.
And I think as time goes on, this is where the game might feel a bit more comfortable for Nigma. Because eventually, Kadara, as you see here, he's left that bot lane. And doing so, it gives Timber more presence and he can easily play the lane. So he needs to find kills on mid.
Supreme is going to have to be a bit careful. We'll get the kill. TP coming in for GH. Supreme is going to be fine. If anything, GH has got to be careful. The Forge Spirit's still out. Fair bit of damage that Supreme can punch out towards him. Kuro's going to try and close the gap on Supreme, but Kadara will be able to keep his escape covered. And in fact, Kuroki, there's an impetus in a second, right? Ooh, that was a close one there.
18 HP, someone strike. Miles away. Oh, actually, no, relatively close. Relatively close. But no, I was going to say, the fact that Ench left this bot lane, had to find kills on the mid lane.
Let's have a look at the exact number.
It's like, yeah, it was like 18, 19. Oh, wait, no.
There was an 8 HP down there. So getting very close.
Oof. Dicing with death there. No, I think if you're Nigma, you're still taking this as a net win, because now your Timbersaw hit level 4, equaling the Void.
I mean, this Void is going to be super farm.
He is. But
Don't take a complete free farm here.
But a free farm Void can't really stay in the lane against a Timbersaw with levels, right?
Back in the top lane. Nigma Galaxy will be back to finding action with the 3 of them. It's an attempt for Mind Control bottom, but he'll have the chain back up in a second. Now with a couple of points in the reactive armor. A little harder for these two to punch him out on the lane and take him down.
And I like the itemization from the Void in this game. He's rushing that Javelin, not doing any of this like Midas meme shenanigans. Oh, I've got a free lane, let's be greedy. You want to have that additional magic damage to each
Mind Control,
Timbersaw.
he tried to play aggressive with the channel. Okay, he's got it back up, he'll get away. So just to be careful. Time dilation was still on cooldown in the mid. See a move from Ari. That'll set up for them to take out Samael. Supreme's going to be happy with that one. A nice little kill. We'll continue to push him towards that Midas rush that he's looking for.
Yeah, very reminiscent of game 1. Ari, after top lane, always TPing mid, getting the kills, helping out Supreme a lot. Midas, like you mentioned, on the way. Apparently Invoker going for the Exhort build. Guess he's just trying to be as greedy as possible.
Yeah, wants to be able to have that damage to throw down in the chrono.
Exactly. I feel like this, like I mentioned, this post-laning phase damage, this Void, as soon as he uses chrono, it needs to be a big ticket kill into Sunstrike. You kill him off and you delay Nigma's aggression. If you're ever chronoing, not getting a kill, it's just going to amplify the speed in which Nigma wants to play. But no, this is the start to this game is pretty much exactly what you wanted from Into the Breach.
I mean, because I guess in this bottom lane, right, if Mind Control's sort of sitting around half HP, they could look for a Chrono Sunstrike kill.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'd argue that you might look towards pushing out bot lane, TPing into top, killing Windrunner, taking that top safe lane tower, and then playing from there. I think that would be a better kill, because out of all the cores on Nigma, sure, Lycan's passively farming, but this safe lane Windrunner has been supported by a Tiny and a Zeus for the last pretty much 6 or 7 minutes, and is doing pretty healthy on the net worth, about 3k gold. So maybe stunting Miracle's game a little bit could be a pretty decent option. Midas coming out now on Supreme. And there it is, complete.
Nice solid timing here.
Very quick efficiency as well. Look at that, instantly using it, not waiting for the big creep.
Now Mind Control is picking up some safer farm towards the jungle. With Kadara heading over. At this point, Mind Control shouldn't care too much. And if anything, the backup from GH, unlikely they're going to be having enough damage to burst through the heals of Kadara, so they won't waste their efforts trying for that.
And now if you're Miracle, you need to be a little bit respectful of this Void with the Chrono. If you ever step up too far in this lane, it will just be a dispose back into Void TP, quick Chrono, Sunstrike, you're dead. So I don't think Nigma will be too aggressive near towers. They'll look to play out in the open area, as you see here as they chase down this Enchantress in the jungle.
This time round with no heals at the ready. They will make sure they get the kill on Kadara. See top lane, Miracle. It's going to get aggressive. Sunstrike's going to be attempted on towards Miracle, but it won't latch onto him. And Xibe goes down. Miracle, he'll be able to back away. Ari's going to try and chase.
Oh!
He can't always in with the rebound, but so Miracle, close. He's got the win run back up. Ari wasn't able to find the dispose onto Miracle. Now Ari's going to get chased out the lane himself, but the bait is Sunstrike! Oh, it works!
You love to see
works there, a little bit of a bait. Miracle trying to go back and getting aggressive on Ari, as low HP as he was. Supreme weren't going to miss that opportunity. Sunstrike at the ready. Back over towards the mid as well. Supreme with the backup of Kadaro, looking to go for Samael. TPs are coming in. Sunstrike, this time it won't hit. Supreme, incredibly low here, has to back off. Just didn't have the stolen Forge Spirit being used against him there. Down to the helm of Samael.
There's nothing better than watching a Sunstrike connect. Unfortunately, it doesn't connect on mid as well, but always a good one to see. I think the main thing out of this, I just didn't expect Oteka to be so passive in this bot lane. The fact that he's got pretty decent farm, I thought he'd TP into his top engagement.
Look at this again.
It's nice, stops for a right click. Oh, and dies.
Yeah, I was of course trying to go back for that there. I mean, this sort of mini stun, the shackle might have been enough for Kuro to get him with the combo, so could have gotten that kill if he didn't get caught out by the Sunstrike, but as it was, Supreme more than ready to take the most of that opportunity. 3 kills now for the mid Invoker. A very good start for Supreme.
Yeah, top net worth, even Void equaling that as well. But again, I want to see this Void get a little bit more involved. I would happily see the Void TP top go for a kill, Viper then go bottom to soak up the damage and also fight this Timbersaw. Viper traditionally is a pretty good matchup to Timbersaw. You also get to push out the waves equally as fast. I feel like Into the Breach, they're a little bit too happy with the farm that they've got right now. They're not really punishing Nigma with the lead that they could be building, with the net worth that they have. But still, they're being efficient, they are farming the items, they're not just putting the pressure on. Not Supreme. Trying to gank off Mind Control.
And fast moves from Emit, with the cold snap and the time dilation, hard for Mind Control to go anywhere. They could drop the Chrono, make sure they get the guaranteed kill. Supreme, once again, the one to pick it up with the Sunstrike.
Yeah, and Winter is dead too.
Alright, just committing for the kill, but indeed Miracle loses his life. See if Ari's able to escape from this. He's got the heals, but the arc lightning from GH will take him down. Samael will pick up a courier, and he will want to look to dive for more for Kadaro. Not the simplest of kills, Kadaro juking around, but they'll trap him in, surround him with the walls, and get the kill. At the same time, though, see over in the mid, Supreme able to pick up another now, up to 6 kills. Here's the mid-invoker. Sunstrike was there and ready.
And now he's TPing top as well. With no Lycan, he can go for the kill.
He's got the Ice Wall down, and the damage for the Chaos Meteor is certainly going to hurt Samael. Samael held in position. Ari back in action, ready to offer up that extra bit of control once it's needed. Tornado's there. Samael, he cannot run from this. Disposed from Ari.
Give it to the Viper. Give it to the Viper. Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was almost like they were letting Sumail walk away there. Yeah, absolutely. You use the rebound. You got to kill that, man. You cannot let Sumail get a chance to run.
I feel like if you're in the comms, Jibe's like, please, guys, I'm level 6. My mastery's level 7. I need something to go my way. The poorest of the cause, but to be fair, he has been trialing for the best part of the game. They take it. Just having a nice little time bottom. Finally, TP's top.
And look at that as well with the rush of the Maelstrom this game. Nearly 2 minutes faster than the patch fastest on Faceless Void. So just goes to show, of course, how much of a... I mean, that will happen when you get complete free farm, as he did down there. As we saw, poor old Mind Control left on his own to try and deal with that bottom lane. You know, the best he could do was sort of worry about limiting the deaths that he had down there. Wasn't really able to do anything aggressive against the Void on his own.
Yeah, we never got to see that moment where Timbersaw, often in the off lane, you have that level 6 advantage, and then you get to bully out most carries from the lane. You didn't get to see that due to the Ench. So, yeah, Void having the great time. Mask of Madness, soon after this Maelstrom, to be bought up, double greed, going all for the farm. And with these items, anyone he chronos in the early game, with a Sunstrike on top, they're going to be going down very quickly.
And Kuro has got eyes on this move. He's going to go for the two-man avalanche. Line up the chakra.
He threw in Supreme, no!
Oh, no, Ari! Oh. He just threw Supreme back in there!
Oh, no! UK Dota. That's fine, I should add, to be fair. I won't flame UK Dota there, but
I mean, was he sort of just trying to get him away from Kuro, or was he pressed the wrong key, meant to get him out with a speed boost, do you think?
Let's roll it back. Let's double check the replay. Let's have a gander.
Obviously, Kuro might. He's probably not going to be able to do this on his own. Maybe with the help of Mind Control, though. Tosses Kadara over towards him. And we've also got Miracle coming in from the side.
Yeah, they're just like, why are we bothering?
Yeah, sure, they're like, whatever. We'll let you live.
I do love how tanky Enchantress can be so early on. Harry wants his redemption.
They have got Chrono available. As Oteka, he'll use it to lock down Mind Control. See Miracle from the side, got the focus fire at the ready. Mind Control is still alive. They weren't quite able to kill him during the Chronosphere jump forward from Ari. There's the redemption. We'll be able to get in, put an end to Mind Control's life. Kuro, Cold Snap, taken out the front of the fight. Sumail's trying to fight this, but he's been caught by the Viper Strike. Oteka's in on top of him with the bashes. Sumail cannot man fight this.
They can't fight at all.
As there we go. 4 dead on Nigma Galaxy into the breach, bringing the team fight. And Ari definitely redeeming himself there. Yeah. Good couple of catches from the Marcy to make sure that Nigma Galaxy could not escape.
100%. And even with the Chrono catching his own heroes, so not able to throw in additional damage.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, so it starts with the Avatos. Honestly, it just looks like a cheeky misclick. Because if you rewind it a little bit, the Tiny and Invoker, they were very tough. They were like on top of each other. But yeah, here we brought the Chrono. And I think the main thing for Into the Breach here, there isn't the ult on Lycan. Miracle can't really get into the fight. And we got to see the value of Entry Windrunner. They were able to dispel the Windrun. And because of the high ground position of Into the Breach, they're just free casting their spells. And Nigma isn't able to get into the middle of the fight. So yeah, a really nice kind of power spike from Into the Breach, in the fact that they're all there, ready and looking for the engagement. And it helps that they have this early lead in regards to Invoker and Void being so comfortable at this point in the game. Often these heroes, if they don't have good starts, they kind of feel like they're in mode recovery after laning phase. But when you're sitting at the top of the CS or in the net worth, you naturally you get more involved in the fights. You don't feel so bad leaving your lane. Yeah, nice rebuttal from Into the Breach.
They're having an incredibly solid opening against Nigma Galaxy this time round. 13-10. Dead even pretty much on the gold.
Look at Jibe here. He's had a pretty rough game, but he decided, I'm going to play for the team, picking up the Vessel, of course, against Windrunner, Lycan, even Timbersaw. Just nice to be able to eat through some of that tankiness that they have. Windrunner, of course, tanky through the Windrun, not the fact that she has HP. Enigma smoking up. Will they find this poor little old Viper? Who, honestly, I feel like he wouldn't care if he dies to a Lycan or not.
Somehow, yeah, we'll pop the ult to try and chase.
Doesn't want to kill the Ench, so yeah, pivots towards the Viper in top.
Jibe's got backup. Undertaker is here. No Chrono for 15 seconds, though. Supreme. Now make sure that Sumail's not going to have the easiest time of running in on any of the rest of the team. They won't be able to make anything happen with that Lycan ult. And in regards to that, Into the Breach, they'll immediately smoke up and look to fight whilst that ult's down.
The lane's also in a pretty good spot to not give too much information away. top and mid pushing in, so this smoke honestly might connect. Sumail farming the small camp.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Popping the drums. As they're leading on in, they're trying to move over Nigma Galaxy to help Sumail out, but there's no saving him here.
Yeah, I just love the way in which Into the Breach is playing around the map together. Just punishing big cooldowns, kiting out. Yeah, really nice just heads up play from them. And it's a difficult game for Lycan in the earlier pickoffs. There isn't this like single hero that when he ults that, okay, I can always kill the Crystal Maiden or the Witch Doctor style hero. He's playing into a Marcy who can jump away, an Ench who has ultimate, so you can't really right click her in the hill, and then Void and Invoker, both in their own right, have these disengaging kind of utility spells. So it's not really easy for Sumail to play this game.
Radiant's top tower.
Unlike in previous, often in the mid game, this is where Sumail is really shining for his team, kind of opening up the fight and leading the charge. He's trying to do it, but not really able to capitalize on it. The net worth just continues to grow. Sure, it's a 1k lead, but I'm just mainly looking at the Void and the Invoker, the fact that they're continuing to slowly creep away from the cores on Nigma. And Viper also catching up a little bit. Bottom of the 4 or 6 cores, sorry. Now sitting 5th.
I think it's going to be a lot of weight on Miracle to prove what he can pull off here this game as the carry Wind Ranger. A bit of an unconventional pick. It's a fun one, but is it going to be an effective one? We'll find out this game.
It's still going to be scary, right? Like, imagine this Windrunner, you buy BKB, naturally you want to get into the middle of the fight, ult someone, and punish them. But now it's just going to be throw a Chrono and a Sunstrike. It's a 1300 HP Windrunner. You're probably going to go down, right? It's like already half HP. So I'm pretty sure Void, as long as there's not a Windrunner available, you're going to be able to kill off this Windrunner.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle is going to go for the BKB, get the blink as well on top of that, so at least have some sort of ability to react to the attempts from Into the Breach to set up on him. You got to imagine his positioning will be done so in a way that he'll never be the first to show in a fight.
Exactly. He needs his Timber or his Tiny to kind of open up the fight. Even just utilize that Zeus though. Understand the positioning to then get that perfect entry to the engagement. Vision advantage for Nigma in this 5-on-5.
That's set up from the high ground. Kuro, he's in with the burst. He's trying to take down Kadara. They'll do so. That's the Enchantress gone. Sumail can go for more with the ultimate. He's a little hesitant though. Close towards the tower, it's hard to chase onwards. So it looks like they will just get the Enchantress and nothing more in terms of kills out of that one.
The main thing there is Nigma was able to force a lot of rotations into the breach, and Miracle was just farming top that entire time. So Miracle's just catching up as well, because Nigma's like, we use our Lycan ult in trade-off of farming elsewhere. But in doing so now, you don't have Lycan ult, you can't really contest Roshan too well. Into the breach, just reading Nigma really well. They don't really have any snipe potential either on Nigma. This
no, not right now.
It's going to be a free Roshan.
Maybe once the blink BKB is there for Miracle, but that, of course, is going to be at a later point in the match. This exact time. Into the breach, they'll secure Roshan, get the Aegis on Supreme.
It's really methodical play from Into the Breach. Like, after game 1, I think most people would be counting them out like, okay, there's no way they can match up against Nigma. The speed in which they play around the map, how, like, punishing any wrong TP, but this game, it feels like there hasn't been, like, a bad TP, a bad place on the map that they played. It's just been really methodical stuff.
Yeah, and there was always the chance that we would see this level of play from them if you consider sort of how Into the Breach has been winning every other series that they have played here in Division 2. Yep. It's not like the games that they've won were scrappy. They had some pretty convincing wins against every other team here.
Yeah, the main thing for them, they can't get carried away in this type of game. When you're building up a lead, even though the net worth's not building, the fact that you feel like you're more in the lead, if you ever waste that Chrono, you waste that key spell, they don't have layers of teamfight in their lineup, so they can potentially get run down and kind of throw away this game potentially. So they need to be careful. Sure, they have the Aegis. The first 20 minutes of the game has been exceptional. They just need to keep themselves calm and keep playing like they have throughout the rest of their Division 2 games.
Very close to having the BKB on Oteka. See top lane Ari. Just going to look for the lead in onto Miracle. They've got the Chrono down onto the two of them. That's going to be a dead Miracle. Potentially Kuro in trouble as well. The bashes come out. Into the breach, quick to take out the two of them and keep the pressure now onto the tier 2 top at just 21 minutes in. So TP's over towards the mid. He's going to try and catch Sumail as well. They've got the Cold Snap and the Viper Strike. He's got to run, but the Deafening Blast, the control, it's there. Into the breach, they pick up a third kill.
He just died. He just popped out and ran mid and just died. Not often have you seen that from Samel. A little bit of a, yeah.
I get it, just sort of didn't expect the fast reactions there into the breach, the multiple TPs there into the tree line to try and deal with him.
Exactly.
He was ready to rely on the ult to run, but a little bit of control on those stuns through the cold snap and the deafening blast pushback, meaning that, you know, you have all the movement speed in the world, but those little interruptions causing the death of him.
Yeah, I just didn't think he expected the cold snap to be so effective there. Like you mentioned with the drum, the force spirit, the alacrity, you throw everything on, some Viper take damage as well. It really is going to help there. That's an Ogre smash.
He's ready to clear some creep waves here.
Oh, go on, mate. We like to smash with Ogre, because Ogre is our mate.
What's he got? He's hiding. Here we go.
He's good.
How much damage does this do to a creep wave? Is it much?
We're going to see in a second.
Bam!
I mean,
He's got another one in 10 seconds.
Pretty average. It's not the best.
No.
I feel like if you're able to hit that stun, it should insta-kill a creep.
Oh, he's going to die.
No!
He's not even going to get a swing as Ogre once again.
Nah, he will. Will he swing it? He's going to swing it! Come on!
Oh, no. Where is the micro?
Boo.
Where is it? It's not there. He's dead.
God, just like our hopes and dreams.
There we go. We get to relive that beautiful moment once more.
I mean, if you actually get to hit this on a real hero, that should do numbers.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it hit a real hero, apart from when it's, you know, uncontrolled and in the jungle and you're trying to clear the camps and then it just smacks you in the face. Not really had some good sort of hit, you know, player controlled action from the Ogre.
I think I saw a clip of Chen having them where they layered it like dum 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 dum.
Oh,
when you walk up the
okay,
high ground.
when
Yeah.
you chain stun.
I think they started with a centaur stomp into like 2 or 3 of these ogres. There was a lot of smashing happening in that game.
Smoke time from Into the Breach. They do have the ult to the ready. Well, Chronosphere, I imagine, will be back pretty soon, in 10 seconds. But this move actually to be done without Oteka. They'll leave him bottom. And they're just trying to make a play with the 3 of them. And they do have their eyes on mind control. He's got a Yule Scepter. So we'll have some way of trying to escape from this. See what they've got for him on the way back down. They've got the Dispose, they have the Sunstrike, they've made the connection, they've got the kill.
Yeah, plenty of damage at this stage of the game. And also Nigma, they also TP'd in behind this. They expect him to be a little bit tankier.
So Miracle go for Jibe. See if he has enough damage on his own. He definitely does, but the chrono is there. BKB was off in time, doesn't matter. Taker's got the physical. Miracle there, dying for his attempt at the life of Jibe. Gets the kill, but losing his own. It's only going to mean the gap between him and Oteka continues to grow.
And that was a kill that took over like 7 seconds for the Windrunner to even like get right. It was chipping him down slow and steady. That's your carry. Not really able to even kill off a Viper that's had a really hard game.
Oteka's ready for more. And he's going to be able to find GH here. Cold Snap at the ready as well. GH trying to leap away. See Supreme with the Tornado, look to set up for more. Nigma Galaxy have to back up underneath the tier 2 tower. He's into the breach, turn up in the mid lane. Continuing to grow that lead now, 3k ahead. So we see Supreme and Oteka continue to hold on to those top spots in terms of farm. These two looking pretty terrifying.
Trying to work out where like the net worth disparity is. Like what's keeping Nigma in this contention, right? It's the Zeus has a little bit more gold than the other supports. Kuroki's obviously at the bottom, unfortunately. Yeah, it's just minor gold efficiencies on Nigma keeping themselves relatively in this game. But yeah, Into the Breach, it honestly feels like they've got like a 10k lead at this point. Whoever they see, they're always going to kill. They're super tanky. We're yet to have this Lycan really show a dominant force.
Oh, look at this. A little bit of spooky ghost action there blocking the camps. Making sure those Ancients won't be there to easily farm for Nigma Galaxy.
They're smoking up, but I don't see how Nigma can find a kill right now.
They are tracking Ari here with the Wolf. And they'll look to make a move on him. He's very, very dead there. Nobody to jump over to for safety. We'll see the Ice Wall drop down to try and stop Nigma Galaxy from entering from the river. Oh, pop by Samael into the breach. Doing their best efforts to get back underneath the tier 2. Very effective Deafening Blast there, pushing back pretty much the majority of the chase. And now it's going to be a little too far, potentially. I mean, Mind Control's trying to hold them down with the slow of this Chakram, but up until the high ground, it's not going to be a place that Nigma Galaxy will feel safe about diving right now. I mean,
Mind Control's going in!
They are going for it. They're up to the high ground. I mean, they'll get the job done onto Jibe. They take him out. And looks like they will get away with that. All right, they are ready to dive high ground. They may be behind on gold, but Nigma Galaxy, they go in, they take out Jibe, they get out, and no lives are lost on them.
I think they just got a bit tired of the fact that they don't have these cheaper lockdown spells. So when they go for an engagement, it's Kuroki versus the world pretty much. Maybe a Shackle Shop to boot, but Yeah, I like the fact that after chasing so long, that okay, guys, they're just going to be on the tier 3s. Let's just dive because maybe they don't expect us to do it. They didn't. They got a kill.
A very solid dive.
But this is the weakness now of Nigma's lineup. They weren't able to snowball this game from the laning phase because they were, you know, at a disadvantage. And now in doing so, they really just struggled to take some of these team fights into the saves of Marcy, the elusiveness of Invoker Void. It is really difficult now for Nigma to cleanly smoke up and just get a kill. Winner now has completed the Blink Dagger, so BKB and Blink smoking up as well. Into the breach, need to be careful. You can see Nigma, they're hitting their stride of sweeping across the map. Ag's very close to being complete on Zeus, only 150 gold away. This feels like the make or break moment in the game for me, where if Nigma get a couple kills or a wipe, they are going to start trying to choke out this entire map. But if they crumble here, very much into the breach's game.
A miracle. But grab onto Kadara with the focus fire. I'll make short work of the Enchantress.
And meanwhile on bot lane, Smell just tickling at these tier 3s, putting a little bit of pressure on two fronts now. Do you defend your bottom tier 3? Do you try and take the fight outside the Roshan pit? Roshan is respawning in 20 seconds. As soon as you see this Viper TP, I wouldn't be surprised Nigma just instantly pivots towards that top jungle.
Yeah, they're going straight for the fight, but Miracle is going to get caught in the chrono. With the Sunstrike down, they'll easily burst through the Wind Ranger. Over to the side, Ari. On top of GH, quickly will save GH. So he gets out of there. And look to try and TP away Ari. His TP put to a stop. Essence Ring, not nearly enough HP to keep him alive. As Nigma Galaxy, they'll get themselves a second. They did lose Miracle, but that was it.
You can see how Nigma wants to play this game now. It is going to be this constant poke and prod. Have the Lycan with his Helm of the Overlord in one lane, you pressure that side, and then as soon as you see a hero waste their TP, it's run into the jungle, try and take that fight. Of course, in this scenario, Miracle being the one running in first, tanking the Sunstrike Chrono right clicks, you are going to go down. But if that was a different setup, different combination, it could have gone potentially a lot better for Nigma. So into the breach, they need to be mindful that split push is the key game now for Nigma. They need to kind of break apart this impenetrable 5-man that Into the Breach can easily wind up if they get into position.
How easy is it for Into the Breach's heroes to deal with the split push?
Invoker's a pretty good hero to do it, but yet to have boots of travel. And outside of that, it's not the best. You've got a Treads on the Viper. And you could argue you can send a creep, but with a Lycan, that creep's going to die pretty quickly. It's not the best, honestly, not the best.
They will catch the beautiful setup. Nimbus keeping track of his escape. Sentry down and Miracle's got the angle. That's Supreme out for a long time, 70 seconds. This will give more than enough space for Nigma Galaxy to take a bit more from the map.
And that's the killer mindset Nigma always has. The biggest lead Into the Breach had in this game was like 3k gold, right? And now at this point, you pick out that Blink, they instantly find a kill with that Nimbus as well, getting the Invoker. No buyback, they're going to sweep across the map. They're going to try and waste even bigger spells Into the Breach.
Shibak. BKB and TP out. They can't mess around with this.
This is rough though. Your Invoker dies top dead for 40. Viper's, 9-second BKB used, now caught down for 77. If you're Nigma, you might even just try and smoke again. Just keep forcing the fight. Really punishing the resources on Into the Breach. Not allowing themselves to set up correctly to utilize the lead that they once had.
They will have the Cataclysm combo when they're back up. Taker having the Chrono ready to go, and the Axe is done on Supreme outside of the base. Kuro catch out Kadaro. Miracle will finish off the job. Taker is going to jump in aggressively. Rivari to take out Kuro. They'll get that kill. Nobody else in Nigma Galaxy able to do anything to save Kuro there.
Ideally, Nigma, they were trying to bait out a Chrono very defensively so that they could disengage, look towards Roshan. But Into the Breach, they didn't fall for that bait. Mind Control luckily taking away the Aegis.
I mean, they're just going to start the Roshan themselves. They know that if Nigma Galaxy head towards this point, with the Chrono and the Cataclysm combo, they should have a good effort at being able to take a team fight around this area.
And they don't have Nimbus or Thundergod Wrath on Zeus to be able to scout this out. Sure, they just power shotted it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not feeling too comfortable to snipe this. Mind Control might go for a...
Yeah, can't interrupt it in time. The Aegis into the hands of a Taker, and they'll actually have the chance of taking out Mind Control. They'll be able to use himself by some time. Did take out Ari. GH there with the finisher with the global.
Oh, meanwhile in the bot lane,
they just lost the melee racks. All right, Samael having a good time down here. Got the Chrono back in action. Cataclysm will make short work of Miracle, or maybe with the Avalanche. No, it's not going to save him. They take out Miracle. They'll lose a lot of heroes. Enigma Galaxy 4 dead. But Samael, he was getting the job done down bottom. Takes out a full set of racks with that push.
this is the most dishonest game of Dota that I've seen in Division 2. 100%. Like, Nigma just kind of playing around, poking, doing some stuff. They give away the Aegis. They try and contest it. Sumo is just playing his own little mini-game. Honestly, just playing his own little mini-game of can I take buildings?
I mean, he's going to look to do that again for sure. Get some of these other ways pushed out. Still a tier 2 in the mid lane to deal with. Tier 1 and a tier 2 on that top.
And the respawns are pretty short from Nigma. They have fortification as well. They're going to be able to clear out one creep wave. They might have to use it early due to the alacrity. But they're practically back alive.
Well, they don't want to buy back. And indeed, as you say, they'll be up. They've got fortification. So they'll have a chance of defending their top racks.
No
Tier 3 will fall.
Yeah, no chrono for 80 seconds.
They're going to try and stick around into the breach, but yeah, it's hard to make that call with all the respawns coming in. They've got to respect Nigma Galaxy returning. We'll see a jump back in from Oteka.
Sumo's running over too.
Has got BKB and Aegis, Oteka. So even if they do manage to burst him, should be pretty safe in the situation.
Sumo's coming in.
They're going to look to chase Shibe. Ari trying to get him out of it with the dispose, but there's no saving him. Sumail's in on top of him. Huge physical damage and ready to chase for more. Into the breach, they have to back away.
You know, Marcy's a broken hero when you practically run the same speed as a Lycan, pretty much. Very cool. But yeah, into the breach, they need to be so respectful of the way in which Nigma can play this entire map. They were very lucky to get that second Aegis. For as free as it could have been. Nigma potentially could have actually got them themselves, rather than going for the push if they just checked for that Roshan respawn. It was alive when they went for that mid push, but still.
Poor old Kadara. Miracle's had it out for him every time.
It's the easiest hero for him to kill, to be fair. Outside of maybe Marcy, the rest of them just is awkwardly tanky. AC soon complete on the Invoker.
We're going to see the refresher. Next up for Oteka.
Yeah. No, I like that. He's already pretty well farmed. Doesn't need any big ticket items, so yeah, just go for that refresher, get the double chrono.
Crow's going to have some backup here. Oteka is going to try and continue to chase. We'll jump back over. They'll look for mind control instead. But the cold snap, Cataclysm ready to go as well. Buy some time with the Yules up into the sky, but he's still very low here, mind control. Tornado, but Oteka is being careful about this one. We'll jump back in with the BKB. Didn't draw up the chrono though, so mind control able to escape. Oteka's going to continue to move forward towards the back line as they do get on top of Samael. For jump of the time walk, still holding back on dropping the chrono. Wants to look for a big opportunity.
Dicing with death here. Just kiting him out the entire time. They don't want to try and commit for the kill because he has the Aegis. And if they ever do overcommit, there's going to be that chrono turnaround. So yeah, Nigma doing a really good job.
Miracle's, he's going to try and get over towards the back lines. Oh, Kadaro again.
Oh, not again. Please, stop.
He gets him every time. Oh, maybe not this time, though.
And a buyback as well.
They want to save Kadaro. Kadaro's like, I've had enough of it. Get back in here and get him off me. And indeed, the movement there will force Miracle to back off. Kuro gets left behind. And this time, Kadaro will live.
I think Miracle was like one item away from always slaughtering Bambi. Looking to go for that Orchid.
I've got the smoke now into the breach because we saw it last fight, really wanting to try and find that perfect opportunity to drop the chrono.
And they have vision here. They see Miracle farming, but he's very elusive with the Blink Dagger, the Spider Legs, the Wind Run. They need to make sure they cleanly initiate here.
Ari, he's going to try that. He's in with the Blink, disposed. They're in on top of him. They'll drop the chrono.
Really nice vision from Into the Breach, allowing themselves to utilize their smoke really effectively. Oh, Microdot tipping his teammate.
A little bit of cheeky tips
there. A little cheeky tip, nice feed.
Between the Nigma Galaxy lads. Miracle, still all smiles here in this game too. He's having fun.
They're smiling because Sumail the entire time saying, don't worry, I can rat ourselves to another Rax if you want. Oh, GH just showed himself for a second and died.
Oh, the bash is there. So I think I'll maybe go for more Sumail. He's already out with the TP. And so on the bottom lane, Kadaro. The one getting left behind once again.
All right, will he die? He has Bull Whip and a Hurricane Pike.
There we go. Let's see if we get any attacks through from Sumail.
Got the Abyssal Blade.
Oh, easily. Mr. Primanari. Oh, Ari is going to be able to get the grab on this. Supreme puts the BKB. Otaker, he's ready to jump in and help out as well, but Mind Control's down to the safety of the river with the Timber Chain. Ari will step back in time. Samael, he's getting bashed. He's got to run. He's got a fair bit of armor. Is it going to be enough to allow him to walk out of this one? It's not. The bashes are there. Samael will fall.
Gotta love it. A good bash or a cold snap. Something's gonna lock down the Lycan.
And Ari with the headband and the ether lens for cast range for days.
Can we just hover on that rebound cast range for a second? Just really savor it for a moment. No, the dispose one, sorry. I meant dispose, thank you, sorry. My bad, my bad. Look at that. What a good hero. Looking forward to when she gets nerfed a little bit. I mean, all 4 of her spells in their own right probably do warrant some type of nerf.
See what they got here, Otaker. 40 seconds on the chrono, but he has got a refresher if he sees a good opportunity to drop it and go for it. They do get in with a burst. He's incredibly low, but he's able to live.
Nice time walk.
BKB in the time walk. They're just at the final moment to save him. Also, of course, that 20% backtrack probably coming into play, saving him from a bit of damage that probably would have pushed him over the edge.
This is the perfect time for Into the Breach to be aggressive. The Lycan's dead. There isn't this fear of the split push. You can just all in on one direction of the fight. The fact that you have your tier 2 top and mid alive on Into the Breach is giving them a little bit more comfort.
Oh, there we go as well. Supreme, he's got the Timeless Relic, so that extra little percentage increase on the output of his Cataclysms is going to feel very nice. I mean, of course, his whole toolkit is going to feel fantastic with the Timeless Relic in his slot.
And we're still yet to see Into the Breach have this refresher from the Void really get used in the big team fight. 1 Chrono's already insta-killing winner on it pretty much, but 2 might tip the team fight over the edge. Nigma, they need to be very careful with how they choose their next fight.
Now, Nigma Galaxy, you saw there maybe setting up for the quick jump on anybody who dares step outside of the base alone.
You see from Sumail, he picked up the boots of travel on the Lycan. He really is going for more of a split push style of game. Again, ideally if you're Nigma, you need to get this top lane in or the mid lane in, get yourself another tier 2, pressure on other racks. Because right now, the game plan for Into the Breach is quite simple, right? Keep this bot lane relatively out, and just run down mid.
Oh, and Ari's in. He's going to jump in straight away. Otaker's there with the chrono. Miracle up in the air. But the Cataclysm will slam him down even harder. They will be able to force him out of the side, and with the BKB, he's going to get out. The second chrono won't catch on to Miracle, only catches Mind Control. Samael to the side in with the Abyssal on top of Supreme. Supreme trying to run, but the bashes will catch him. And Otaker didn't have the damage output to take Mind Control out immediately. Will still find him. It takes him an extra bit of moments to continue to focus down upon him. And now he has to get out. Otaker TP's away, but Jibe and Kadaro left behind. Nigma Galaxy, they'll be able to clean up the 4th of them. Samael gets the triple. And that time round, Miracle able to survive the chrono attempts from Otaker, both of them at that as well.
I need to see a replay on that, honestly. The fact that Windrunner... Okay, let's digest this again. So it starts with Ari going for the dispose back. You get the... Oh... So it is the... Okay, it simply is just Windrun on... Yeah, okay. He got the Windrun off, so Void wasn't able to get any right-click damage. And then this was the missed chrono here.
I mean, the yours as well, right?
Yeah.
That was very effective.
Oh. So many small things going Nigma's way to keep that Windrunner alive there. It could have also easily been a toss back, complete dodge of the chrono and whiff, but no, the fact they're able to disengage Miracle, again, spider legs plus the Windrun, the speed in which you can disengage and kite away. Very lucky to survive in that chrono, but everything going right. The Yules, like you mentioned.
Yeah, excellent fight from Nigma Galaxy. And now, here comes the push.
But that was like the double chrono. Every single chrono, Windrunner's died. This is the first time she was able to survive, and there was 2 of them against all odds to actually win a team fight on Nigma. The second Rax falls later. Anytime you make a mistake, Lycan will just A-click down a lane and delete your base.
Ah, for sure. They lose another team fight, they're probably getting megaed.
Roshan respawning in 30 seconds. Again, this top tier 2. This might keep Into the Breach in the game for quite some time now, because Lycan, he can't just go for the end. If this tier 2 gets deleted in top lane, suddenly, if you leave your base, you might just get megas. Can I get a building damage check on Lycan, please? Oh, okay. I actually thought it'd be a little bit higher. All right, fair play.
All right, we've seen Miracle, focus firing down a few of the early towers.
I guess, yeah, it's the early game for sure. I thought it'd be a little bit more for Lycan. I thought he'd been carrying his team in the building damage. Fair play. Well, taking a Rax by yourself would be something, but alas. And Nigma. Feels like they've been playing from behind the entire game. Even with 2 racks up, they have to be so careful. This is going to be a critical Aegis though. If Nigma can get this, well, any contest, put it on Miracle.
Chrono's back up. 2 Chronos.
They have 2 Chronos. They have a Ninjaga as well. They're scouting out with
They're going to want to have to do. They're going to want to do something about this into the breach. The execution has to be perfect. Undertaker scouting out the situation.
Mid and bot wave already pushing in for Nigma as well.
A lot of pressure.
They got to think about the lanes coming in, contesting Roshan, and standing up correctly for the team fight. Well, they just found Miracle. What? Oh my!
It was on his own in the mid. That's Miracle gone. And they'll definitely be ready to continue this fight. Oteka, he's got a second round of the Chrono if he wants to. He'll put the refresher. Miracle will buy back. See Sumail get in straight on top of Ari. So take out the Marcy. Mind Control staying in the faces of Into the Breach, but he's caught out by the break, and he's getting taken out by the bashes. Mind Control falls, double kill for Oteka. A 3rd buyback from Nigma Galaxy as they're putting everything into this team fight. There's still a Chronosphere available from Oteka. They've got to respect it. Already Oteka another front. Oh, he missed it. Down, but the blinks there. Miracle able to dodge the Chrono just in time and goes back in to run down Oteka with a focus fire. Take him out. As Oteka himself will buy back, but he's coming back into this with no Chrono. As the fight starting to fall apart for Into the Breach, Kadaro sniped to the side by Miracle's power shot. Second buyback now from Into the Breach into a 3rd. Oteka trying to jump back in, but without the Chronosphere, he's so less scarier for Nigma Galaxy. As with a huge amount of buybacks there, we have 4 coming out from Nigma Galaxy, 3 from Into the Breach. But overall, it looks like the buyback's paying off for Nigma Galaxy as they will be able to secure Roshan.
And they're showing the strength of Dire there as well. The fact that their buybacks, they're instantly having both outpost control, top and bot. They're able to TP in without any of this penalties. They're in the middle of the fight. The fact that Miracle was able to kite out that second Chrono, blinking away,
I mean, that was
the key thing.
Clutch blink there, and it had to happen. You know, that was the buyback from Miracle. He gets caught by that second Chrono. That could be a very tough spot for Nigma Galaxy to be in, but quick reactions. Ready for Oteka to make that second attempt on Miracle's life.
I mean, it looked like it was going to be an absolute disaster, the fact that Windrunner instantly got picked off at the start of the fight, but yeah, once again, at this stage of the games, having buybacks, being able to get into the fight so quickly, Nigma just kiting out long enough.
That's always been the power against the Chronosphere, the ability to buy back. That long cooldown was Into the Breach. I'd say 1 minute left until the double Chronos are going to be back. See if Nigma Galaxy is able to do anything with this.
Importantly, Void at least picked up the MKB now, so you're able to eat through some of that evasion of the Windrunner. You just got to connect on the Chronos. It's been the story of the game, right? If you hit the Chrono, you get the kill. If you don't, it just gets infinitely harder. And finally, this top tier 2 has, of course, fallen. So now, anytime Into the Breach wants to make a move, they have to push out the bot lane, the mid lane. They have to protect top in some capacity. They need to be smoking cleanly to find a hero. They don't really have any vision out to entertain this idea as well. So everything that Into the Breach utilized in the early to mid game to build up a lead or some confidence, at least in their play, has now been stripped away from them. Of course, the tankiness of Timbersaw here just completed the heart minutes earlier. Got to eat through like 5,000 HP and all the armor to boot. He's also going to have an Aeon disc as well. Very nice. Casual Zeus ult. Let's see what's happening. Are they in their base? Yes. Keep them in their base. Okay.
Of course, it gets very tense now for both teams with the amount of buybacks that we used. Even with the Aegis on Nigma Galaxy, if they take a rough fight.
They're going for a smoke.
As I say, you know, the buybacks are strong. That's the answer against these Chronospheres. But when you don't have them,
but and this is the cool thing as well at this point in the game. Always have a ward and sentry in conjunction with each other. So when a team smokes and throws a ward down, you're getting vision just through the fact that you see the ward being placed. You can then disengage and play accordingly. Don't only just have wards down, of course. You see it quite often.
See Miracle teasing around with him a bit here.
He's got the Aegis, why not? He wants to soak up a Chrono.
He's also got that Aghanims. It's very slippery though. Get the jump in. That's the Aegis gone. First Chrono does a good job. We'll see if Oteka can do something big with the second one. He's going to stand his position and drop it immediately again onto Miracle. That's going to be Miracle out of the game for 2 minutes. So Oteka is going to continue to try for the further cleanup. Looks towards Mind Control.
Look at top.
He's going for the Megas. Oh, he's going for it, Sumail. Here comes the push. Into the breach, they're heading straight over to try and deal with him. Oteka's going to look to come up with the catch. The ult from Samel's going to end in a second, but he's into the trees, goes for the TP out. They won't be able to find him and put stop to his escape. So Samel, he'll get away. 100 seconds, though, without Miracle.
MKB coming in clutch there. I think Miracle thought he was a lot tankier with the Aegis, the Ags and everything. But the fact that he just 100 to 0'd in one chrono, you preemptively chrono on top of the respawn of the Aegis, don't allow for any blink dagger shenanigans and instantly kill him off. I think for Sumo, I think he wished his team was 5 to 6 seconds tankier, relatively, to allow him to get that mega creeps top.
I'll see how much they can get done with this. 75 seconds, no Miracle.
But this could have been the game, earlier on when Miracle survived on that sliver of HP. Again, Nigma, clutch plays allowing themselves to keep them in this game, but yeah, into the breach. Always been an advantage in the team fight if they can connect on their spells.
I see Samel ready to join Mind Control to work on that pressure down bottom, look to force back somebody, or at least some members of Into the Breach to deal with that.
This has to feel terrible if you're Into the Breach.
How do you respond to this? How many is Into the Breach going to send back? That's going to be the question. Because Samel...
Void already TPing back.
He's going to take up, indeed start the defense. Back in the mid.
Oh, Sumo's not even kill him.
The bash is there. Oh my goodness, he's able to tumble out in time, but that was quite the damage output from Samel.
But forever awkward, right, for Into the Breach. They use everything to kill Windrunner, but they then don't have the resources to connect on the high ground. You're trying to go high ground into the tiny spam, Zeus spam, Timber spam. Meanwhile, the Lycans forever on your side of the map, pressuring a potential tier 4 or a mega creep thing. It is...
That's just a really nice play from Samel to just make sure that even when Miracle is dead, it doesn't mean that Into the Breach can really get much done on the push. He's always going to be there forcing them back, and you can see with his build as well, queuing up the Hex. Once he has that done, you pretty much always have to send at least 2 heroes back. It's not like you can put 1 hero back in that situation to deal with him. If Oteka heads back there, the Hex into the Abyssal Blade, Samel will just straight up kill him.
The fact that Into the Breach have pretty much, this entire game, they've had team fight advantage. They've had, anytime there's a 5-on-5 without buybacks, Into the Breach will win, 9 times out of 10, it feels like. Just constantly just getting dragged around the map and played with.
I would imagine the buybacks are going to be coming back up pretty shortly. There's just under a couple of minutes until we'll see the mass buybacks return.
Oh, I look forward to that team fight. Everyone having buyback.
Yeah, it's going to happen. We're going to get another round of that. We saw that at least 6 buybacks coming out. If the fight goes pretty even and both teams feel that there's an opportunity to continue to try and push towards their favor. Nigma Galaxy going to try and catch someone out. God's Wrath to scout the opportunities.
They have this 4-on-1
They know that Oteka was pushing up on towards the top on his own, and he knows they know. BKB and a TP out. Oteka returns to the fountain.
Sumo just playing with them in the bot lane.
He's just getting hit with the Lotus Law. It's there in time, but the chrono as well, and put the refresher. They're locking him down, they're taking him out, although maybe not, he's trying to run. There's the Disposar, he's got the range.
But they're losing their racks.
In and take him down, and indeed this time round it's Miracle doing the damage, but there's the second chrono, and it's a big one. We'll catch the 2 of them, they lose the melee racks top, but they'll keep the range racks alive. The Mega Creeps won't quite be out against them yet. See if they can find Mind Control as well here. They should be able to with a chase. A good few bashes should do it. Mind Control will send Oteka up into the skies with the Yule Scepter, but Oteka will still manage to finish him off. So 4 dead on Nigma Galaxy, but permanent damage done to the base top.
Honestly, I expected that to be a little bit different from Nigma. Traditionally, you want to have your Lycan in the lane of the rats going for the buildings, and then you send so many heroes on the other side of the base just to try and swarm in and take a really weird team fight. But because they did it in the opposite way, the Windrunner, you have to focus fire 1 building. You don't have the damage to kill off 2, so this could have been a Megas creep from Nigma, but in doing so, they're now having to expend so many buybacks, at least 2 of them, to put some pressure onto Into the Breach. But buyback advantage, swing in the way of ITB now. And Roshan, will it be a short respawn? Will it be a long respawn? If you're an Into the Breach fan, you're praying it's a 5 to 10 second, a really quick one.
Let's have a look. I feel like we've had... It always tends to be on the longer side of things in games like this, but of course it is completely random.
Gaben
so
is a big
see how the
Nigma
RNG is today. Either way, it doesn't look like they're set up to move into the pit, even if it is low.
It's going to be a minute 40.
Let's have a look. I'll go 2 minute 30. Oh, that was a close one there.
But it's a very long respawn.
It is indeed, I'm telling you.
Gaben is a big
They're always
Nigma
long
fan.
nowadays.
Yep. All his merch. Poor Rangerak's top. It's going to die to just one Ancient and a couple Wolves.
Oh,
if any creeps go into the base, it's just going to die.
Pretty precarious there. So I'm out. Looking towards the Moon Shard next.
The game doesn't really get easier though for Nigma once they do get the Mega Creeps. They won't have the simplicity of we can chip away at the side. They need to get in for the Ancient, right? And when you're running into high ground, into the Cataclysm double chrono, it simplifies the initiation for Into the Breach. So even though it feels good for Nigma, it's going to be a hard one to win.
I'm saying this. Are you a little surprised that we're not getting any refresher action from Supreme? I feel like that. Do you not want to capitalize on that chrono combo with the double cataclysms, or
honestly, not. I don't.
No,
I'd rather him be a bit more of a right-clicking style, like aggressive invoker, just because the Void's already 100 to 0ing the Windrunner. Like,
that's true.
That's not
you think
really
it's a little bit? Yeah, it was just too overkill.
Exactly.
Unnecessary.
He also doesn't want to lock himself into big cooldown.
Oh, easy DD. Thank you very much. In he goes. Out he goes. Take that.
Still got the Mask of Madness.
He's going to try and find a fight with this. They'll smoke up the three of them.
I mean, the lanes are in an incredible spot, right? Supreme's able to push out top, mid and bot already getting kind of close to the river.
And I think, yeah, they pretty much got all their buybacks. Yeah, they do. Entirety of Into the Breach does have buyback at the ready, so they can afford to look for this sort of play.
But Nigma in a great position, the high ground ward.
They know it's coming.
Mind Control going to soak up the brunt of the initiation.
Oh, there's the start of the fight. They'll look to try and tear through the Timber Store, but it's not going to happen with the end disc up. They get the jump in. Out to the side, Taker gets thrown, but he's still able to live. He's been hexed. They're in with the hex. They're looking down at Taker. They'll take him out. He'll buy back immediately. He wants to try and get back over here. He's going to TP over towards the outpost. Same to be said for Ari. Same to be said as well for Shibe. They're all buying back it on Into the Breach. They want to put everything into this fight. See them look towards Kuro. BKB's out in time. I'll take it. He'll drop down the Chronosphere. They've caught Miracle. It's Miracle gone as well as Kuroki.
But they have to be careful. They just mass TP back into the fight, and Sumo TP'd into top.
Oh, yes, Sumail. He's ready to run down that top lane. He was starting to think about it. Looks like he might not get the opportunity to go for it straight away. Knows that there's still a second Chronosphere in play with the refresher being popped by Otaka. So he'll back off. Roshan is up, of course. So there is a window now. Nigma Galaxy, 2 heroes down. Miracle does have buyback, but it would be a pretty tough call to buy back to try and contest this Rosh. So probably going to be Into the Breach getting their hands on this one.
And this is a big Roshan. The Axe, the Refresher, the Cheese, the Aegis, everything that they need. And now at this point of the game, this whole split push mentality that Nigma's subscribed to for the last 20, 30 minutes, it is just kind of a bit understood. The speed in which they can go from fight to defending.
And Ari is able to poke out the on-disc reaction from GH. Nothing to be done here to stop them from getting this Roshan. So 3 buybacks on the sidelines, but they'll be the ones to play on with the Aegis.
Trying to go for the Lycan in top. He has BKB.
Let's see if he can run.
Is he going to run for the racks?
A little bit of a whiff chrono there from Otaka. As that, it kind of wasn't even close. Mr. Mel goes for the CP out. He'll live. He's out of there.
Honestly, I was waiting for the cheeky play, which was he missed chrono and I had BKB running. I'm just going to beeline it for the range racks. But maybe that was a little bit optimistic. Nice juke in there from Sumo, at least.
That would have been a big catch, but Otaka not quite able to find it. Does have the holding onto the refresher shard, so ready to get that chrono back online if they want to try and push for an opportunity to fight.
A lot of pressure on this Void. Some of these chronos are hard to hit. Of course, you're playing up against the elusiveness of the Windrunner. Sure, the previous one, he just kind of whiffed on the Lycan, it happens, but
it's gonna
the
get
entire weight of the world is on his shoulders.
Ari, I think he's probably dead here with the damage from the Bloodthorn. That can quickly tear through a single target. Miracle makes short work of that, but Supreme, he's actually going to jump in. Is he able to get the Hex off? We'll see Mind Control trying to save him with the Wind Waker, but Miracle will get the BKB and the Wind Run off, but they have the detection and they've got the True Strike. As Otaka takes Miracle down, he's out again for 100.
And this time now, Sumo in the bot lane, he's not showing, he's only using the creeps. He just wants to have one opportunity where he can get this range racks. The thought of mega creeps on their side is going to give them a little bit more breathing room. It's not going to simplify the game though. Into the Breach are just so much stronger.
They are.
In the team fights.
I mean, we're seeing, these bigger items are coming out and we're getting close to 60 minutes as well. Soon Otaka.
And look at Jibe as well. He's already pre-TPing back.
Mr. Mel. He's going to try for this.
He's got the Abyssal as well.
And he's got the Nimbus. Kuro as well with the Avalanche. They'll get the job done there. Able to take Supreme out. Questions if they can get out there. Take a pots the refresher shot this time around. The Chronosphere, it won't miss. He's in, catches Samael as they'll punish him.
Key thing there is, of course, they killed off the Invoker, so now you have mirroring respawns.
And that was, actually, he was able to wait until the refresher came up back up, so he still has the refresher shard.
And that's a big win, though, right? If you're Nigma, you put the Invoker on the side lanes for 90 seconds, which means this Aegis is now also going to be delayed pretty much effectively for 90 seconds. It's such an awkward game.
I mean, this is what you want to see, though, some 60-minute action.
But it really shows...
It's a close one.
Yeah, it shows the discipline, right, of Into the Breach, at least. Like, this is a game that a lot of teams would fold under, the pressure of the like and the constant pick-off potential, but they've been able to keep themselves into it. A really respectable performance.
Oh, absolutely. I think, a lot of people, tuning in from game one, from what they would have saw there, they would have been like, all right, this is just going to be an easy day in the office for Nigma Galaxy. But this game, too, Into the Breach, as I say, the other team in Division 2 outside of Nigma Galaxy to be able to go 6-0 so far, absolutely showing us what they've been able to impress with so far from their performances. They're bringing it out here against Nigma Galaxy with definitely a chance to be able to walk away with this game too. But
and think about the confidence boost you'll get if you're Into the Breach. You're able to take a game off Nigma. Maybe, of course, game 3 is a whole other story, but if you're able to do it.
I mean, they're only sitting with that range, Rex. As you say, mega creeps aren't the end of the world for Into the Breach. They can deal with them, but it's never going to feel nice. What do we got here?
I love that. A take a pause is... Yep. Okay, that's fair play. They do give an honest reason. Okay. I was worried it was going to be the...
Real life? What's that?
I mean, maybe, mum's come in, like, hi son, and I need to talk to you or something, but hopefully everything's...
just video games.
Yeah, hopefully everything's okay, but I love the fact he paused, grabbed his camera, and then hit it. So I was waiting for it to be like a...
Well, I hope he's all right.
I hope he's okay.
Not something serious, yeah.
But I was waiting for him to give like a fake excuse like internet as he like rips his camera down to hide it. But I do hope he's okay.
In real life. Well, there was a lot of uwus being spammed.
Yeah, so it's probably all right.
It's nice actually as well. Mind Control, he's got one of Into the Breach's voice lines there. He likes the uwu, Mind Control. So a little bit of respect here with the mutual voice lining. And yeah, we're getting towards that 60 minutes. And as always, we have to talk about the 60-minute items. Anything that could be...
We're going to do the same.
Oh, no, dude. You know what it is.
What is it?
Book of the Dead.
Of course. I mean, we've been here before.
If Samael gets the Book of the Dead, that is going to be beautifully disgusting.
Yeah. You know what? I'd also like a Fallen Sky. Because I think for Miracle...
Imagine you like the Fall of the Sky? I mean, Fall of the Sky's a bit boring.
It's a bit bad. Like, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just picturing he's already blink dodged a chrono. Imagine if he has multiple ways to do it now.
Sure, well, you're saying like he blinks to dodge it, and then refresher, time walk, second chrono, and then
blink, exactly.
Fallen Skies to dodge it. It could be cool.
It's for one play, but overall, I probably wouldn't want to see it because it's a pretty shit item. But I would like to see it for that one play because it would be very hype to see the
Mirror Shield, of course, always nice, especially with these hexes in play. A lot of single target as well that's being thrown down onto heroes. Mirror Shield could definitely save.
In this game,
Stygian as well would also be nice. The Stygian or the Book of the Dead would be great for Samael's ratting opportunities.
I think realistically, a Seer Stone will be very good for Nigma, even for Into the Breach. Into the Breach, ideally to set up the fight. And if you're Nigma, you've already got a Zeus. You throw in additional vision of the Seer Stone. Go on, what's wrong?
Well, we had the G being cool, but I think Miracle's AFK right now.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
We're going to have to wait for him to head back over. I think just, probably a little bit of a break. The game's getting long. Hi, chance you want to grab yourself a drink, go to the toilet. Of course, you lads and ladies at home could do so as well. We might have a little bit of a pause whilst we wait for
but we can't go.
Turns to see. We can't go.
Yeah, no, I'm
going right now. I'm not. That's horrible.
Wait, get it in the... Oh, my God, Owen.
No. We don't do that.
Your aim's terrible.
That's rude. But...
You can unmute now.
Oh, no, Kadara's ready to go, but I said we're waiting for Miracle. I think he's popped off.
This is where you could use Steam Link. Miracle could play from his phone if he really wanted to.
That's true. I mean, Steam Link, it's nice for accepting games on your phone, but that's probably about it. You probably don't want to be playing on your phone, Dota 2. That's,
Steam
I guess touchscreen's not too bad. It's like a mouse, right? You can tap on the heroes. You have to tap on your abilities.
You could share control. He could take over Zeus and just do Nimbus from mobile. And then you give GH gets to play a little bit of Windrunner for a bit.
It's doable. I mean, nowadays, isn't it, with the Steam Deck, you can play with like controllers.
Yeah.
Not advisable.
That would be very funny.
Well, not that there's anything wrong with it, Valve. I love you.
No,
it's hard. It's very hard. Very hard.
It's just because it's different.
Keys,
it's different.
Reign Supreme.
You got to learn how to do it. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe
we're
just terrible.
He's going to get played on it.
That's true.
That was actually leaked the other week.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe for the what do you call it?
The show match?
The show, that's the word.
Yeah, I got you.
The show match, yeah.
All right, let's understand where we're at again. So, into the breach, better team fight. Literally won every team fight for the last 20 minutes.
Yep.
Nigma, unable to really contest anything. Split push in the map. Miracle, not tanky at all.
Yeah, Kronos will still kill him. I mean, he's... is it worth buying like some sort of Eon disc, or like, is there anything you can really do, or is it just going to be down to the blink dagger dodging?
Honestly,
like,
I'm surprised he hasn't gone for one.
Okay.
At this
You think
stage of the
it could-
game, like, he's got a wand at 58 minutes. I don't think the extra 190 health's really going to help him too much. Let's throw that in the bin, mate. Let's get an Aeon disc in the mix.
I mean, it will definitely change it out for his next time. It's just going to be a question of what he wants to go
Oh, for an Aether Lens instead.
Ooh, okay. So, probably going to go for the full Octarine, right?
Yeah.
Bit of cooldown reduction. It's nice for the spell spamming.
I think the argument that Miracle might be having right now is when he gets caught by one chrono, he's going to get taken down by two. So Aeon disc isn't going to help you from both of them. But counter-argument, I'd say, I think forcing two chronos to always be thrown on top of you will naturally allow for more time to be bought to open up the rest of the fight. But again, it's very difficult.
Let's say if you get caught in a chrono, but and let's say chrono gets dropped down, Miracle's able to blink dodge it. If he has sort of the extra cast range of the Aether Lens, is he blinking far enough that like if Oteka pops Refresher, Time Warps and Chronos, I guess he's still going to catch him, especially right when Oteka has the level 30, because he's got some big Chronos with this extra plus 140 AoE. So even with the increased range of the blink, Oteka's still going to catch you. So it's going to be difficult for Miracle to dodge the plays, because we've seen so far this game, Oteka, he's pretty much got it out for Miracle every single team fight, right? He's not dropping that Chrono for anyone else.
Yeah, pretty much. And I like what he's mentioned though about the blink cast range. I think that's one of the key things that you have to think about here. Oh. They know he's there.
They know he's around, but of course these two, they don't have the ability to carry detection themselves. Oteka, he'll find Miracle here with the Chrono.
Instant refresher.
Yeah, ready to have that second BKB charge in case there was any chance of Nigma Galaxy going for a fight on him. And just so he has the benefit of putting on the refresher on cooldown straight away. Ooh. Knowing that with Miracle dead for 90, it's not like he's going to need the back-to-back Chronospheres again for quite some time with Miracle out of the game.
It's 60 minutes, Owen. Let's see what we get.
Okay. There's the Stygian Desolator. As I said, not a bad one at all for Nigma Galaxy. If Sumail wants to take that, it's going to be like a decent upgrade from the Penta Edge, I think.
Force boots. Okay, all right. Nothing crazy, but... Is there anything you really need to dispel? Not really. So, okay. Casual one. A nice Mirror Shield.
Mirror Shield.
Very good against the Windrunner, right?
Very good as well against this Hex Abyssal
Exactly,
Lycan.
yep.
Who they going to give that to? Probably the Void, right? Yeah, Oteka. So he's now got that. So even harder for them to get the jump on Oteka's Void now.
Oh, and...
Top lane, that's the Dead Supreme.
That's very Dead Supreme.
I mean, Oteka's coming up. He does have a Chronosphere if they want to try and make a fight out of this. And he's going to drop it just for GH. See if they can do more with this, though. Not going to be the biggest of kills. Jibei's trying to make work on towards Mind Control. Will force out the reaction from the Eon Disc. And now with the backup, they're going to continue to go for it. Supreme's actually going to buy back for this fight.
Has to defend the base. Sumo again pressuring in the bot lane.
And Mind Control will get caught by the bash on the Timber chain across them. That's him gone. Gleipnir catching out Kuro on the escape. They'll get all of the kills out of this top lane.
Again, Sumo just wishes he could get into the base, but one Invoker buyback just completely stunts the ability to try and get the rat online.
That's the refresher.
Have we picked up any other neutral?
This time around he actually popped the refresher shard right. So he has got the Chrono ready for this high ground push. 3 dead on Nigma Galaxy. They have all got buybacks. We'll see Mind Control come out with his first.
And Book of the Shadows on the Windrunner, so potentially, if you're quick on the fingers, you might even be able to dodge a little bit of damage inside that Chrono.
That's true. That could be nice to save yourself against the Chrono. As Ari is in with the lead in. I mean, Miracle's in trouble. See the Wind Waker trying to buy a chance here for Miracle, but it's not going to keep him safe long enough. As Miracle goes down, into the breach, they'll back off. They're able to force out those 3 buybacks from Nigma Galaxy. Oteka jumping again. Refresher in 44 seconds. Till then he won't have a Chrono. Ari will get the grab back. Oteka going in towards GH. Again, used to the Wind Waker here to keep GH safe. I think the Galaxy, they're trying to chase us down. There's a gem on the floor. That'll be picked back up. TP's back to the base here. They've got to deal with the fact that Sumail's going to start pushing him once again.
Just wants to try and get in, but he just can't.
And Kadaro.
Oh, Ari found him.
He won't make it out. GH is able to put a stop to the TP. Kadaro gets to live a little longer with the HP, but he'll still die. And meanwhile, back down bottom into the breach, able to deal with the push attempt from Sumail.
All right, so big takeaways from this. A lot of buybacks from Nigma, didn't lose a rack.
Yeah,
At this
4
point of the
buybacks.
game, racks don't really matter. You're so farmed, it doesn't matter. Mega creeps don't really matter. But into the breach, used fortification. So now, if Nigma can get into the base.
Gonna see the buyback here, Supreme. Just gonna put the BKB lead in. Again with the Yules and the Wind Waker, they're able to keep Kuro safe. Refreshers pops the Takers in, he's looking for a Chrono opportunity, but the Avalanche will slow down the...
He got Miracle, he got Miracle.
He gets him right on the edge, Cataclysm coming down, Miracle will fall out of the game for 2 minutes. With the drag back as well. On to Kuro. It's the second one dead, 2 out, no buyback now for Nigma Galaxy. It's mind control. He's got to try and draw their attention away from the base. Create as much space as he possibly can to try and keep this game alive for Nigma Galaxy. He's got the Wind Waker. They will continue to chase him. They really want to try and get this
going
kill
for it
before they push for more DD straight down the mid.
But they have the TPs. They always have the TPs.
And that's mind control dead for sure. Or maybe the Eon Disc is back online just in time. He's going to try for the TP out, but surely there's a bash. There is. First hit bash. Mind control won't be able to escape. Or maybe he's certainly making them work for it. Up in the air he goes with the Wind Waker. He's over the trees. Mind control. He's going to continue to live. He's actually able to make it away from them.
But Kadara and Jibe, they're just going for the end.
They are. They're onto the tier 4s, down bottom, Supreme. Trying to control Sumail. Sumail's keeping the creep wave pushed in. They're onto the Ancient here into the breach. Jump forward from Oteka. GH trying to hold them back. Sumail, he's going to go for the base race. He's onto the tier 4. But the damage is being done to the Ancient of Nigma Galaxy. They have fortification. They're trying their best to hold Sumail. He'll get the Wolves out. He's trying to push on. He'll take out the tier 4. The Ancient is exposed, but the fortification comes to the end. Into the breach, they'll be able to get the win.
They were so close to doing it. Into the breach though, resilience the entire game, not falling victim to the split push, always keeping just track of where Sumail was, not allowing him to get inside that base, and at the very end as well, the buyback from Invoker, just stalling out. Like, they didn't have fortification. If it was Lycan plus any other hero hitting that base, probably would have been a different story, but they were never able to cancel TP, so yeah, an incredible game from Into the Breach. The first loss of Nigma in this DPC. They finally have not fallen the whole series, they've fallen in games at least. 1-on-1, we're going to a game 3. Winner will be the best in Division 2.
It's true, yeah.
And a lot of confidence going into TI qualifiers. So if you're Into the Breach, the fact that you beat Nigma, impressive stuff.
It's definitely going to feel pretty good, especially in a game right when he gets to that point. I mean, of course, it was going to be difficult for Nigma Galaxy at that sort of 60-minute mark. You know, they're playing with, you know, Miracle on the carry, Wind Ranger, not sort of your traditional late-game carry. What we got?
Miracle finished 10, 16, and 14.
That
is one of the hardest scorelines I've ever seen Miracle on. 10, 16, 14.
I mean, Oteka knew exactly what to do. 19, 2, 24, only done the twice on the Void, but he had Miracle controlled pretty much every single time. There was that one fight, you sort of let Miracle slip away, but outside of that, the Chrono's on point. They take the game late game, and yeah, I mean, it's going to feel, as you said, they're going to be very happy with this one, and they're going to be pumped up going into game 3 with maybe that chance to knock Nigma Galaxy off the top spot here in Division 2. We'll see who's going to take it. Without a doubt, I think we can all agree we can't wait to see more Dota 2 from these two teams, especially if the games get as hectic and crazy as this one. Nigma Galaxy, they try their best to hold on and look for those opportunities to push. You know, Sumail, he was really putting in the work there that game to try and get them the win. But he couldn't quite do it against the team fight that Into the Breach will bring in the rest of his team. It's 1-1 now with Into the Breach taking game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have game 3 on your screens very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom, cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. Then never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. 'Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. D-I-S-C-O. Are you ready to go? P-A-R-T-Y. Don't compromise. D-I-S-C-O. Are you ready to
They've done it into the breach. The first team to have beaten Nigma Galaxy in a game here in Tour 3 of Division 2 for the Western European DPC League. Congratulations to them. However, the fight's not yet done because we will be heading into a third game of this series after we try to break down the madness of this over an hour-long game that we just witnessed. I'm here with Lacoste and Fog. And Lacoste, where do you want to start?
Well, let's go back to the laning phase. So minute one, we saw a pull miss. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we saw that double damage rune at 6-minute mark, which kind of set up the pace for this game. I don't know. We can start from behind. Like so many times, Tamail was just playing the bottom part of the map. Like I like his itemization, understanding what the job, like what needs to be done. Try to go for the split push. There was one range barracks left in this game, and they were unable to take. This game would definitely be different if they managed to bring it down. Like playing against the mega creeps, and also like I like that he picked up the shard on Lycan to be able to push out the lanes and the Roshans. We can start there as well. Second Roshan, this is something that is stuck in my head. Like in Nigma, they kill Invoker, they don't go for Roshan, no one even scouts it out. I think that's the big part, because I think the game would be a bit different if they were the ones trying to go from there. But also Taker, I know he missed a couple of chronos.
Sure.
A lot of those chronos were like also good dodges from Nigma, but he also had a lot of good ones.
Right on the edge of it, right? A couple times catching the Wind Ranger. Yeah, we were saying the same thing, right? We're like, why aren't they checking Roche? You know, they have a lineup that wants to play around like this, like 35-minute, 40-minute ending the game. But somehow they held on for another 20 minutes. I was actually astonished that Nigma was able to keep this game going for the rest of this, because I was like, this game, it's over after this moment. It's probably over after this moment, but somehow they kept making these comeback plays of keeping the game contested versus Into the Breach, because we mentioned, you know, Into the Breach's drafted scales immensely harder versus this lineup, and with outplays and stuff like that, Nigma kept
very
it going.
difficult. Like, this is carry Windranger. She gets caught inside of Chronosphere. She dies.
She just dies.
Like, she just dies.
Yeah,
like, they use the Cataclysm on top of that most of the time. It's not even needed because she died. At one point, Faithless Void is like, okay, I need to have something. I did have this Maelstrom, so he sells the Maelstrom, gets MKB, and Windranger just keeps dying and dying. Also, them controlling Roshan, having the refresher on Faceless Void. Oathtaker, like, he was not hesitating at all. He pops the Chrono, uses a BKB, refreshes immediately, and also has another BKB if they decide to show up, if there's another fight, and just to have it fight ready, and also having the refresher shards from Roshan multiple times. Extremely difficult. Nigma did try to itemize, go for, like, they did got the tier 5 items to be able to, like, save people inside the
They
Chronosphere.
even got the Book of the Dead.
Yeah,
Book of the Shadows.
Book of the Shadows.
Oh,
yeah.
but-
And Wind Waker, it's just not enough. Like, you try Eon Disc, refresh the Eon Disc, still not. You die inside the Chrono.
Yeah, it was a crazy game, and we could probably talk about this for a lot longer if we'd want to, and we'd want to, but we can't because we gotta go to a short break, and then it's time for Game 3. Yeah. Winning against Nigma Galaxy is great. It's a great confidence booster. Great confidence booster for Into the Breach. Winning against Nigma Galaxy in ultra late game is a massive confidence booster for Into the Breach. Let's see what they can do with all that confidence that they've gathered in the third and deciding game of this series. I'm joined by Lacoste and Fogged, and we are going to see what the draft will bring for this game, because I mean, it was very well played from Into the Breach. I don't want to take anything away from them, because ultra late game is a whole different beast entirely, but I do feel like maybe the lanes were not that great from Nigma Galaxy to begin with.
They had like a bunch of like early game heroes and some like just some weirder kind of style to like in mid, something that they were trying to like, you know, go for with themselves, but they had options to win this game. I did want to give some extra credit Into the Breach, because I think they did some really amazing stuff in the early game. I think Supreme looked like one of the better invokers that I've seen in a long time. Utilizing Ice Wall in the early game was really, really strong, but I think we might see a different power peak right now. I think Nigma's going to go all out in this game. I think last one they were trying to get some funner heroes.
It was a bit of a weird draft, like having Lycan on the mid lane, Timbersaw, carry Wind Ranger, like Zeus 4, Tiny 5. It's a bit too much. They tried, and now we see a bit of a different approach, going for Tiny Zeus, which can end up with the same way as the previous game. Yeah. But I think they're going to have like a more standard stuff, more standard lanes. On the other side, it's the Breach, Puck, and Dawnbreaker, the global presence. This hero pairing has been opener for many teams in Division 2 and in Division 1.
Yeah, I like it. There's definitely still answers to it, though, on the side of Nigma. That's why they went for this Tiny, so priority of that hero is probably going to go up. It could even just be Sumail. Yep, going versus that Puck. They're going to ban the Nyx, because we saw Nigma even running the Nyx when it wasn't just versus Puck, but also just the Dawnbreaker, so... Yeah, we're going to see different types of bans for sure, and we'll see how it all ends up adapting. But Into the Breach, I think Supreme getting his Puck, I was just mentioning his like Invoker at least, because he stood out to me incredibly well that game, how much he controlled Lycan, didn't allow him to go base the early game every single time. It looked like he was always in the right place, right?
Exactly. He was very there, impressive. Cold Snap, but also like Jibe. He wasn't the most farm hero in the game, but his itemization, he was the one going for the Spirit Vessel against Timbersaw, and also synchronization with... He was also there just to be able to control Lycan so many times. Lycan just, tries to go in, Cold Snap plus Spirit Vessel, he's dead.
Yep.
Yeah, great awareness overall. It was a good game. Good showing for Into the Breach to show what they've got, really, because this... Well, they won all their series up until, well, potentially now, depending on what happens this game, of course. But we really saw them pull everything out in that game just now. They ban out the Nyx Assassin and the Pudge.
Yep. So, I mean, like, they're learning from the earlier games. I mean, the Pudge, of course, was a bit of a devastation one, and also the IO earlier, that was something else that paired really well with matching any global stuff, so... Can definitely understand why they go for this, and the Nyx, as we mentioned. Well, Nigma, they're gonna adapt. Playing versus Enchantress twice, the Ench was pretty annoying.
They'll still ban the Sky, even though there is Zeus in the game, which is most likely gonna be played as 4. I think Nigma's just gonna go for more like standard, easier to execute stuff. Because this hero does ruin Puck, like having Tiny plus Skyrat Mage. At every single stage of the game, not just Puck, but even the carry, you die. You die from combo.
Unless you're Nisha.
Unless you're Nisha. Nisha manages to end the game with the 0 or 1 death on Puck.
Versus Tiny and Skywrath, I believe it was that game too, which was just insane.
It was.
But,
correct.
Yeah.
So do you feel like Nigma Galaxy needs something else to be dealing with the Puck, or you feel like Tiny is enough in this game?
They still can. They can over the top go for it if they want to pick something like the DK, some other instant stun, but DK's kind of been falling off of the entire game pool. If not, they can just go for a combo. I think they still can do even just like this Coddle Bristle that was banned earlier. I think they can still deviate a lot with their draft and flex some heroes, since Tiny Zeus can be played in so many different positions.
I think GH is in the same room. I just saw him looking to the side.
You might be right.
I'm looking at Wyvern specifically against both Puck and Dawnbreaker, because it's a very good setup. When Dawnbreaker uses ulti, you know that you're going to have an extra target hitting it, and also against the Puck. Like it's just one of the heroes that does so well.
Oh, he's got a mana potion now.
Yeah, he's drinking DD.
It's blue.
It's DD in the bottle.
I like
he's going to bottle up. It's like half the damage. He took only half.
Where do you get a bottle like that? Do you think he bought it for the occasion? That's not something you've got laying it around in your house, right?
Nice, I don't know. There was a promotion ages ago that I believe like WoW did, that you'd get like little mana potions and stuff. It kind of looks like one that I remember from like ages ago. Either way, whatever. The Marcy ban from Nigma Galaxy, we saw Ari. He was very good at actually catching heroes over and over again with this hero, and instead of that, now he's going to get his Hoodwink that he's looked very good on.
Yeah.
They also picked Tusk into Puck, which is a bit surprising because sometimes it does get difficult to execute the snowball saves, the leash mechanic, and also the silence. You also don't care about Tusk rotations. You're never going to execute the snowball on Puck. It's just way too difficult and way too dangerous, especially if you want to put more people inside.
It is good once you get to the point, though, when you have Blink, right? Then it's like this instant punch versus Puck. But yeah, I agree. The leash can be very, very annoying to play with. And okay, we'll see a CM. Very fragile hero, but a hero that's excellent with these three because they sometimes can have some mana issues.
It does reveal that we're most likely going to see Dawnbreaker again on the carry, and we're only looking for the offlaner for Into the Breach. So Ziba gets his last pick.
Yeah. Could still Dawn carry, or could still Dawn offlane.
Okay,
and then pick a last pick carry because I've seen
They're
Dawn and
super
Hoodwink
squishy. Like they have 4 heroes that have very low HP. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Dead Prophet paired up with Tusk on the offlane. If it's a Dawn carry, you still have sustain, like you don't die from the combo.
I'm surprised they went for Tusk over Clockwork, I gotta be honest. Clock looks really good versus Dawn. I've seen it so many times too, but it is more of a GH hero, more comfort.
Yeah, definitely feels a little bit more normal on the draft, regardless, on the side of Nigma Galaxy. He's sinking further and further down in this chair.
The other thing I'm thinking about is, like, I was mentioning the Dawn Hoodwink combo together. You have to be very careful with these two heroes because you cut the tree a lot. When you throw down Celestial Hammer and the Hoodwink stuns down, you have to be careful how you combo your stuns.
Oh, it can be offlane Tusk. I believe Mind Control played it one game because I have memorized that he had like triple bracer and the magic wand, and he was like unkillable. They just couldn't go on him.
Yeah, they did play it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's also a good way to like deal with the Dawnbreaker if it's gonna be the carry Dawnbreaker, where they try to use the hammer, you snowball, you get the stun after you don't receive the damage.
Oof, Weaver Tusk. This is quite strong. Tag team plus the Geminate is really strong versus these squishier heroes.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I've been waiting to see more Weaver carry, actually. Even though, of course, it's gotten nerfed a couple times. It did get buffed in the last... And, you know, even this last patch was so long ago. It did get buffed, at least in the carry aspect for Geminate.
It's 5 damage.
I've seen it a couple...
5 damage, dude. People started literally... People literally do that in 5 damage. Remember when people live on, like, 1 HP or stuff? Like, this is the difference maker. But yeah, I mean, people see crazy stuff in patch notes, so...
They do.
It's 5 damage, but it's also double. Because you hit twice, so it's actually 10 damage.
So you want this Weaver to be a carry Weaver?
I would just imagine it would be.
Miracle to play it.
Yeah, I would imagine it would be.
I thought there was an earthquake. Someone hit the table.
Someone hit... Because it was both Stamils and my controls, my camera.
And there's a lot of different little catch-ins. There's some decent bursts from Hoodwink to deal with the Weaver at the moment, though. But it's definitely carry Weaver with the Bloodseeker ban. I'm sure he's even thankful that he's like, oh, Night Stalker ban too. Thank God. You know, now we don't have to worry about a Night Stalker either.
Night Stalker does seem like a really good last pick in a lot of these games, where especially when there's a hero like a Puck, even Wyvern, any of these heroes that like don't deal well with the silence, overwhelming damage coming out from the Night Stalker.
I mean, Void is still an answer to Weaver, has always been when it's a carry Void. Carry Void versus carry Weaver. So I think it's something that they could still be looking at on Into the Breach. That could be why we see even the Night Stalker and the Sky bans, even though they see Zeus. So even though he just played it, it doesn't look out of question if they do want to throw that Dawn toward the offlane.
They could still shift priority if they see Faceless Void. Oh, never mind. They don't have it. Into the Breach has last pick.
Yeah, I think they're banning it. Yeah, it's like you have to ban this Void just in case. Especially with the Beast ban, I think they were setting up for this Void pick. So now it's the other best carries that are left, really, versus Weaver.
You think carry Dawn is completely off the table then?
Yeah,
don't like
I don't think they're gonna go for it.
Okay. All right, so one hero for Otaker. Otaker? Otaker.
I call him Otaker.
I've said both, me and Owen. Then we asked Milan, and Milan said Otaker? I think he said Otaker. Oh god, now I can't remember which one he said. Because, by the way, Milan, for people, I believe he had said, right?
Yeah, he has
is.
said.
He is coaching for Into the Breach.
Yeah, he is.
Oh man, what carry hero? Because you don't want to pick something like Sven, but it can be tempted to, because you get this extra lockdown and you have this armor buff for your team and all that. Okay, so now Dawn carry, and they're just going to put the DK off lane. So more lockdown.
They needed something beefy, like the Sven that you mentioned, but yeah, something that goes in and soaks up some of the damage.
This makes more sense, because now they have at least damage. They have tower damage as well, too, which they were lacking.
5 seconds remaining.
And I'm just curious what the roles is going to be again from Nigma, because if it is offlane Tusk, the 5 Tiny and 4 Zeus, they're still looking for a mid if that's the case. And yeah, that is
one of the few games Batrider does not get banned.
That is very true.
Gets picked up there.
Who's going to be what?
I don't know, it will be indeed the carry Dawn, as you just said. With the DK on the off lane then.
Into the Breach has a very well-rounded lineup.
Yeah. Nigma Galaxy, just like previous games, taking a long time to decide who's playing what, but they'll have the Zeus going into the mid lane.
Yeah.
We got the carry Weaver in the off lane. Bah.
Okay. So, I mean, it can be a nice Zeus game. If he doesn't get caught by Puck, he is going to shred a Dawn and a DK throughout the fights. Like, long duration fights for Nigma look very strong, but if Into the Breach can actually take their fights and blow heroes up quickly with the initiation,
they have
a pretty good draft.
Damage. Like, always gonna have Dragon Knight plus Hoodwink, just a stun initiation into Hoodwink ulti, like the Puck follow-up. This lineup can be very explosive, but this Batrider last pick, it's going to be paired up with Tusk, most likely, in the lane. So you have a stun, something that Batrider definitely needs. And yeah, even more slow, block.
They could aggro lane on Nigma and
they
force...
did try lane previously.
I think what they're going to do is try to put the bat in this matchup versus DK, force like an aggro lane so that they can play versus the Dawn, and that's a tough lane for Dawn if he's playing versus Weaver with tag
Tiny
team.
Tusk, Weaver.
The Tiny's a little awkward.
Yes, but the other two work really well.
Yeah.
Having Bugs on level 2 and also Tag Team, which is one of the best abilities in tri-lane, it's definitely doable for Nigma.
Doable for Nigma, but also doable for Into the Breach?
I think both drafts are pretty even.
Wow.
I think the Batrider can sometimes just destroy games in like the early game so hard that I give a little slight edge to Nigma Galaxy, but I do see Into the Breach having a pretty good burst lineup to deal with the Weaver if they can get away with it. If they can get the initiation, if they can do quick, fast fights, I see definitely a chance for him.
I like fights, and I know that our commentary team likes it as well, so let's head over to them. It's Odie Pixel and T-Gov.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 now between Into the Breach and Nigma Galaxy. We just had a very action-packed game 2. Cannot wait to get stuck in here to this game 3. T, what do you make of the lineups this time round?
I like that both teams are fully subscribed to fighting this time. It isn't like the scaling team versus the skirmishing team. Both teams are going to be able to run into each other and really just demonstrate some of the best fighting that we've seen in this division, at least. Wow. But no, early on already, some posturing. Once again at the bounty room, we see it quite a lot.
All right. Just gonna get the bushwhack off. Good Celestial Hammer hit, but a defensive snowball will save Nigma Galaxy from a fair bit of that damage. It's not gonna save Miracle though. Miracle goes down. The first to fall here is Shibe takes first blood. They'll try and walk away from the rest of Nigma Galaxy. Won't escape. 2 dead on both sides here. The skirmish will continue. There may be more kills to be had out of this. Kuro getting low. Another hammer from Oteka closes in upon him. He'll take down Kuroki.
They have another
Snowball's back up. They're over towards Kadara, but a second orb from Supreme across the two of them is bringing mind control low. GH will run down Kadara. Kadara trying to kite him out, but GH has the movement speed to close in on him. Mind control gets taken down by Supreme. It's 3-4, and we're only zero seconds into the game.
We've seen more kills than in some games in like 10 minutes. Who comes out ahead? All right, Into the Breach, 300 gold advantage. All right. What a weird start to a game. I don't think I've seen a pure 5-on-5 like that for some time. That was nice and refreshing. Already a bottle on Puck though, so quite a lead for Supreme, I think. If anything, very happy with that one. But no, yeah, going back to the drafts, I think for Into the Breach, the main thing that they need to do with their lineup is they need to secure DK a good game. because Puck and DK are both your initiators, and the rest of your damage comes in after that initiation. And if you aren't able to initiate cleanly, then you might struggle. So I'm really looking at Nigma being able to potentially shut down this DK early on.
And what do you make out of this top lane? Is Oteka going to have struggles farming up here, or is he going to have a decent time backed up by Kadara?
This could be a lane where CM and Dawnbreaker can feed on Nigma if they're out of position. But on the flip side, you could also just see Mind Control get level advantage, get a point in Flame Break, be able to kind of put some distance between himself and the Dawnbreaker. So I think the early couple levels will really dictate which way that lane will go. But once again, you are seeing Kuroki laning with Mind Control, and yeah, already quite a lot of pressure happening in both lanes.
Quick action there on the bottom. Very nice move. Miracle Shikuchiing in to get in range of the snowball so they can lead in and use that tag team to take down Jibei.
And I think it's just a nice shift. And remember when the salves got nerfed, everyone's like, oh, healers will get picked, we'll be sustaining. And it's like, no, instead the safe lanes are just getting way more aggressive now. I think in most of these games, at least in this series, it's always been the off lane that's been victim to the aggression of the safe lane. We're seeing some really nice combinations come out and just applying pressure from 0 minutes and onwards.
And on both teams, we've got sort of very elusive cores. Miracle on the Weaver for Nigma Galaxy, and then obviously on the side of Into the Breach, Supreme on the Puck. Who's going to have the easiest times slipping around the team fights, do you think? Do you sort of see one of these getting caught more than the other?
I think it's going to be easier for Into the Breach for the Puck to just pop off and have one of these incredible games. There isn't a lot of clean lockdown. You're relying on like an avalanche toss from a support Tiny, a punch from a Tusk or a Lasso. Outside of that, it's a free Puck game, right? So I think Into the Breach are going to really be leaning on Puck just to be an absolute nuisance. And on the flip side, I think this Weaver, sure, she's elusive, but one DK stun into a hoodwink, like a sharpshooter, you're probably going to go down. You don't have the biggest HP pool.
Top lane, the toss back onto Kadara. A lot of napalm stacks causing the Firefly to certainly hurt. It's enough to take him down. Oteka's going to try and get Mind Control in return, but the stick charges are there. Now with the sticky napalm stacks on Oteka, he has to back away underneath the tower. At the same time, down bottom, Nigma Galaxy, they'll find the opportunity to close in on Ari with the snowball, and again with that tag team buff up, the two of them just, they rip through either of these heroes in this early game.
Yeah, that's going to be the main thing for Nigma. They need to, like I mentioned, if they shut down the DK, if they prevent this Blink Initiator, then Puck can play with so much more confidence. I think the only time Puck cares is when he gets hit by a Dragon Tail into then any follow-up. But yeah, Ari, just a little bit out of position there. Gets hit by the tag team, isn't able to get behind the tree and juke away.
And of course, just huge value with that tag team being really taken advantage of thanks to the Geminate attack from Miracle.
Yep. And of course, all the spell spam from a DK and a Hoodwink. You already have a wand on GH and Miracle, just keeping themselves healthy.
I see so far in the mid lane, things very, very even. 22-2 against the 21-1.
This is always the interesting matchup because previously, Puck would always, demolish a Zeus, right? If you ever step out of position, you hit 6, you kill him off. But now, because you have this jump, Zeus can play with a bit more confidence. Even if you get hit by the call, you can, break it, then run away, disengage. So Puck really does need that extra rotation to help kill off the Zeus.
A little bit of a slower start this time round for Into the Breach's 2 cores on the side lanes.
I mean, they used all their resources to get the 5-on-5 at the bounty room.
GH is going to get bushwhacked here after the Dragon Tail. He's got the 1 charges. Verify is going to be up in a second. Get out to the side. The Shard's trapping Jibei in. Not enough damage to bring him down, though. GH lucky to walk away there. Verify popped.
Dicing with death a little bit. Yeah, just the value of 1 so early on really helping keeping him alive. What's the build on? Yeah, Sumo going for 3-0-2. Go for the farming build. He's about to hit level 6 in a creep in a bit's time, so these side lanes need to be careful. That'll be the big disparity, because of course Zeus mid, you hit 6 so early on. If there's a lot of fight, you got Batrider in one lane, Weaver in another, you're going to look for these kills so early on. GH's got a salve coming out, so he'll soon be able to return to the lane.
What a great game of high skill players.
Yeah, we'll get the pull going, get the lane into a good position for Miracle. Miracle rushing those stats. Wraith banded to Dragon Lance.
I think the cool thing as well is when Mind Control goes with his Batrider. We see some of these offlane Batriders go for the Tranked Drum, Boots of Bearing style into BKB. Also, if the game's really good, they of course just go for bots into BKB. Be interesting to see what type of read he has in the game. Does he want to have more global presence or just an overwhelming mid-game style of Batrider? And we haven't mentioned it yet, but of course, GH, one of his best heroes, the Tusk. This is going to be one of those amazing Tusk games when he gets to Blink Dagger. If he ever disconnects from the Dragon Tail stun, dodges sharpshooters, delays the coil damage, etc. Like, there's so many things he can do with this Tusk to make the game feel really hard for Into the Breach.
To be a little bit careful down bottom though, Nigma Galaxy. They've got good stun between the two of them, Ari and Jibei. Dragon Tail into the bushwhack will cause issues. We'll see the 6-minute power rune. Ari and GH both going to look to head over to try and hold it for their respective mids. And it's going to end up being down on the bottom. Ari's able to pick it up. Supreme heads over. See Miracle try and join the fight as well. I don't think he's going to be able to draw their attention away from GH though, as Supreme is able to get the kill. See if Miracle can get Ari in return with the bugs out upon him. Few more attacks. Ooh, actually, Ari's still alive. He's around the tree line, but the Thunder God's Wrath, it's there. Sumail will get the kill, but the Dream Core's up. Miracle in a whole lot of trouble. He'll try and hide here with the Invis, and he can't escape them. Supreme not only taking down the support, but taking out Miracle as well.
Kuroki's here.
Will come in with the cleanup, surprising him there from running down the stairs, and is able to take Supreme down at the end of it all.
Where the hell did he come from? Ah, okay, I see. He placed the top ward on the top rune, then wrapped behind the tower, but crikey.
Snowball in on towards Oteka, but he has got the Starbreaker. Bushwhack set up there from Ari. They're ready to turn on top. As Oteka takes down Mind Control, and they'll certainly look to chase over towards GH. TPs are coming in. The Celestial Hammer connects, and one final swipe from Oteka secures him the double kill.
Already love the aggression coming out from both teams. All the cores looking to help each other out. You know, Jibei coming to the puck. You got Miracle going for the rune as well. So much early fighting happening.
Exact sort of explosive start we'd hope to see in this game 3 after we had that sort of epic of a game in game 2. 9-8 already, 7.5 minutes in.
What do we got from Dawnbreaker? Okay, just going for Echo Saber. Just going to see, is there going to be any quirkiness in itemization? But no, the Echo Saber potentially can disassemble that later on if the heat does get a little bit too hot from Nigma's aggression. Can get that BKB a little bit earlier.
Right, look at this movement here from Supreme and Kadaro. They want to get something out of the bottom lane. It's only Mind Control hanging around here at the moment, and he's keeping himself deep and hidden in the tree line. See Supreme trying.
Oh, they see him.
They're going to see the trees cut down. They know that someone's here. They know it'll be Mind Control. They'll find him. He's going to use the lasso to try and hold back Supreme's offensive capabilities for the moment. A backup's coming in. Not a chance for Mind Control as he'll die. Kadaro, he's still alive, finally falls. But the setup's been there for Supreme to get the 2-man coil off. Jibei and Oteka ready to bring the damage. GH buy some time with the snowball over towards the creep. But they can follow this up with the Dragon Tail stun into the breach. They'll get both kills.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from them. They used that smoke. They cut behind the tower. They've realized, wait, guys, it's not broken. He's got to be a little bit deeper. They didn't even use scan to find it. It was just intuition, follow the tree line, and they then find Mind Control.
I mean, Kuro's still around here. See Supreme trying to scout him out. Looks like the vision of the orb didn't quite catch him.
Oh, there he is. Hello, Kuroki.
I mean, backup TPs are coming in now. So now Nigma Galaxy, they can look to fight back. They're getting straight away on top of Jibei. Thunder God's Wrath from Sumail secures the kill. He's wrapping over as well. Looks towards Supreme, but the orb's up. Supreme, he can get himself away from the Zeus and back over towards that mid lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, of course, Sumo just happily farming up, right? He's got a couple kills from some cheeky ults. He's got 4 points in his arc lighting, rushing that Kaya. He needs to play behind the rest of his team pretty much this entire game. If he's the one getting initiated on, a lot of damage will be removed from Nigma's lineup. So you need to be mindful of that. And so far, Into the Breach has done a really good job of just finding these initiations. I think Supreme just, on his puck, one of his better heroes, 5-1-3. He's having a really good series, especially that game 2. Witchblade soon complete.
In the jungle. And Kadaro's going to meet a swift death there to the combo of Kuroki, but Supreme, he's going to see if he can do much about this. It's kind of hard, though, because Nigma Galaxy, they've got the numbers here. The 4 of them stepping into the Breach's jungle and starting to take over this area.
Just the farm that Miracle's sacrificing to help join his team, right? Do you want to hit a side lane? No, I want to be with my team. I want to poke the jungle. I can farm a couple camps, protect some of the wards. And Supreme, he doesn't really have the mana pool right now, and even the rune control to be able to continue fighting with his team. He's going to have to do a bit of a harder reset.
I mean, they're putting so much effort into just trying to walk towards Supreme and really keeping him on edge. He's having to play careful close to the tower, jumps back over. And do the Dream Coil back up.
Of course, Dream Coil, one of the better spells against Nigma. They like to group up early, they like to take the fight, so you're often going to see these big 2-3 man plus coils. This goes against Nigma's playstyle. Often against this team, defense is one of the better options. And yeah, into Breach, they have that in bucket loads. Hoodwink, quite a nice turnaround style hero, Dawnbreaker Puck. They have the correct heroes to be able to deal with the style. How far away is DK from Blink Dagger? Okay, he actually completed Treads, that's fair enough. And now 800 gold. That'll be kind of the big turning point, I think, where Into the Breach will start smoking up, crossing the river and making some more players. Until then, it'll be very reactionary. Play close to your towers.
Bottom lane. And look at us start a bit of a fight here, Nigma Galaxy, but the TP's coming from Ari. Dragon Tail at the ready here off the back of the Dragon Form as they'll commit in onto Kuro. Sharpshooter will miss, but it won't matter. It's onto Kuro.
Sumo TP down as well. He has the haste. Not a lot of mana though.
He's not going to have enough burst to kill Kadaro either. Stick charges at the ready. Kadaro can heal up and underneath the tower. Samel won't be able to get any kills out of this move.
A lot of resources used from Into the Breach just to kill off the position 5 Tiny. Miracle happily lapping up this space, taking away that tier 1 tower top. And you see from his quick buy, going for that mouse jump to secure some of his farm. Soon after, it'll be that BKB. Nigma, they can do Roshan pretty effectively in this game with Tusk plus the bugs of Weaver, a couple right clicks. Into the Breach need to be mindful if they try and be aggressive, that Roshan will always be takeable. That was a word. That was a good word. Takeable. Oh my god. Get me out.
Is that not a word?
Takeable?
Takeable.
Takeable? That sounds like I just made that up.
It sounds like a word.
Is it? Capable of being
taken. Takeable.
It actually just didn't sound. It didn't sound like a word in my head.
Believable.
Oh man, I'm tired. I'm sorry. Forgive me, everyone. Don't law at me, please. Oh, and say something. I feel awkward.
That's all right.
Thank you.
It's not your first language.
I know,
well,
it is. It is.
It is. It is.
It is.
I take her. And both cores continue to happily trade farm up top, knowing that neither's going to really threaten one another until a +1 gets added to the situation. And that is going to happen soon. Supreme's making his way up here. They want to try and look for Miracle. They've got the coil.
But no detection.
It's a little bit rough for them to get the kill. Silence. Not rough at all, actually. As soon as the Shikuchi comes to an end, silence into the damage at the Dawnbreaker makes the job very easy. Big kill there. They finally pushed Miracle out of that top spot. He's been getting a lot of space up there.
An aggressive tip. The first one we've seen in the series.
Ooh.
Puck tipping Miracle there. Of course, it does help that Dream Coil lasts 6 seconds. Of course, Shikuchi doesn't. So didn't actually need the detection, just time.
And now in the mid, instant stop to the ult there from Samel. Drops down the lightning bolt onto Kadaro. Means that Kuro's going to be able to walk out of this one. They'll try with the shard grab. Shards won't connect, but the snowball, it will. Underneath the tower they go. GH with the punch up. Solar Guardian's coming in. And maybe see if they can get something out of this. Jump forward aggressively. Supreme. He's in with the burst of the Waning Rift. Will take out GH in return.
And we're just getting some glimpses into the future. The confidence Supreme's playing with right now, that's without the Blink, without the Octarine, without all the additional items that this puck will eventually get, and already very elusive, already so hard to kill.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a great game too on the Invoker with how well he was able to control Samel. This time around playing the puck. And with this sort of start, he's going to have the potential of controlling the whole team with some good Dream Coils and some good moves. In the mid, a sharpshooter, bang on target this time round. Ari snipes down Kuro.
And this is where the pace of the game is going to increase. Kadaro refilling Supreme's bottle. DK just picked up the Blink Dagger. So many cheap spells available and Into the Breach. I think they're going to look to go. Collapse on this mid, take this tower. This is your moment to punish Nigma. There isn't a BKB on Batrider. Oh, God. Oh, no.
That's a lot of words.
That's a lot of words.
I don't know what a superlative is. Isn't that one of the things that helps you go to the toilet?
Yeah, I think Suns fan talked about them quite a lot, yeah.
Well, Thunder goes Raft to scout things out. Nothing going to happen with that one. I'll see if they go for some sort of smoke move around Jibei's Blink. Got that sort of setup. Kadaro in a bit of a scary position here.
He's very aggressive.
Good luck to him and goodbye. Actually have the punch up there. Not only Kadaro losing his life, but losing his courier as well. GH able to take that down with a good Walrus punch. And back to this top lane. They know
Miracle.
the Miracle's going to continue to return to this area. They've got this vision down, so they know that he plays up here. Dust is going to be off the mark. Still a hard hero to catch, really. Their best sort of shot of getting that lead and being off the back of Jibei's Blink Dragon Tail, or of course Supreme being able to lay down the Dream Coil.
Honestly, I expected Into the Breach to be a little bit more aggressive with that Blink Dagger from DK, but I think they were respecting the need for Dawnbreaker ult so early on in the fight. Now it's back up. Solar Guardian is available. Shard is also online for this Dawnbreaker. I feel like this is a big window for Into the Breach to be aggressive. They have bucket loads of damage, especially with this CM and Hoodwink support duo. The amount of damage they can just throw in behind these tanky heroes. Still not really connecting yet on any of these big kills. Nigma able to eke out quite a lot of farm.
Oh, and in the mid, there's the quick jump. A very dead-looking Sumail there. As Into the Breach, they pounce immediately. And now with the swings over towards Kuro, they'll pick up a second.
Nice, and that's what they needed to do. They needed to connect on a big pickoff. And now finally, they can start looking at this mid tower. Look at the amount of vision that they've used in mid. They've got the top river ward, they got the high ground ward below. Like, they are all inning on this moment. Take this mid tower, take over the map, and utilize these blinks. Like, if you're Supreme right now, Arcane, Witchblade, Blink, you are hungry to get in the face of Nigma.
He's crushing it once again so far here in this third game. He's already ready to make moves down bottom to see if he can chase out Mind Control. Mind Control should be fine. Dream Coil still on cooldown from Supreme, so it won't be more than just forcing him away. We'll see up top. Going to attempt to dive in onto Ari, but Ari able to jump himself backwards there under the tower, meaning the GH didn't quite have the catch that he needed.
Some quick fingers, honestly, from Ari. Using that sharpshooter, the additional kind of knockback from it to disconnect from the snowball stun. Just nice heads-up utilization of that spell. Now Dawnbreaker, for all this time, has been able to catch up on net worth. Shard, Echo Saber, going for the Deso, not going for the earlier BKB. I think he just understands that right now he's got so much forms of initiation with DK Puck. Him entering the fight, the BKB from the Starbreaker, like, he's going to be so happy.
Yeah, he's super farmed here. Great game so far. 14 to 16, 70 minutes in, only 1k gold difference right now.
And again, the game will get harder though for this carry Dawn. When you think about the matchups against Weaver, let's say with a Skadi, a BKB, even like the Dragon Lance, you get innately tankier. Sure. You can always disengage from that Starbreaker.
But if Supreme's good with the Dream Coils,
sure,
still going to be able to hold him in position for those physical swipes to really just punch him down. Jibei, ready to lead the charge off the back of a smoke. Same to be said for Nigma Galaxy. Both teams looking for a fight. Supreme, he's going to be in the jump first, and it's in a fantastic one. Solar Guardian to follow it up, immediately taking Sumail and Kuro out of the fight. They'll try with the lasso to get a kill onto Kitara. He's able to get the ult up for a little bit of time. He'll finally fall. Some damage already to be done as GH is low. Tumblr's toy his way up to the cliff, but the bushwhack is there, as he will live. They've still got the vision on him, so they'll be able to slowly peep him down here, Ari.
What a tip.
There we go. He'll get the job done. And around the back of it all, they were able to continue to chase out Mind Control. Supreme and Jibei, they'll get the kill on him as well. 4-1 there on the trade. As once more, Supreme, you've got to watch out for this man here. This game, the Dream Coils every single time. And, for someone like Sumail on a Zeus, they get that Dream Coil into the Solar Guardian. Sumail's dead every time to that play at this point of the game.
They're just perfectly finding him every time. And when you look at Zeus and how he's itemized, he's gone for the Kaya Sanj to be a little bit tankier. But every time he's caught by any stun, sure, you have status resistance, but you're going to die. All right, they're probably going to find a nice little pick here. Eventually. There we go. But yeah, just the speed in which Puck just instantly finds Zeus, and everyone just collapses on. And at this point, it's just mode retreat from Nigma. You can't take this fight. You have to disengage. And Miracle, look, he's like, I can't really join. Look how tanky these heroes are. Weaver, sure, very good at kiting up some of these bigger spells, but until you have a couple items or even an item advantage, you're not going to be able to chunk down for the innate tankiness of a DK and a Dawnbreaker.
Now, meanwhile, this Dawnbreaker, they're going to cut through you so quickly. The full Deso done on Oteka. So when he comes in with that backup, jumps over with the Solar Guardian, whoever's caught in that coil is probably going to die pretty quickly.
GH Mind Control setting up bottom. They're looking to try and get something.
Lasso in 5 seconds. Look at that damage! Oh goodness! They've got the Warrior's Punch in time, and the Lasso will be there. There isn't any backup, but they still have to be careful. Oteka's pretty tanky. Not tanky enough, though. They are able to kill him. But my goodness, do they have to be careful about how they go about doing it. We saw how much that That Starbreaker hurts with the physical DPS of a Desolator.
Fair play though. Look, so close to clutching it out, but yeah. The ability from Nigma to kite out there, the toss the Batrider, using their spells really nicely. All right, finally, they got the kill. That was a key kill. This Dawn was having too good of a game, right? He was 6-0-10, always joining the fights after they've been set up correctly.
Now look at this from Supreme. Knows that Mind Control's BKB's on cooldown. And he's got backup coming. Mind Control. He's in a bit of trouble here. I mean, backup's coming in. He doesn't even need a Supreme. Pretty much would have had that on his own. It does get caught in the combo. Kuro, with the jump back in, will manage to punish him.
That's a big kill.
See Ari shoot himself away with a sharpshooter, trying to get away from Miracle. Frostbite stuff from Kadara to hold him back, but Samael jumps in. And a final lightning bolt will put an end to Ari's life.
Thing is, though, Into the Breach have had such a good window in this game that these kills, they're worth quite a lot, like 400 apiece.
Yeah, they're going in for more Enigma Galaxy, and they'll get it. Kadara lying between the tier 1 and the tier 2 as Nigma Galaxy, when they start to get the momentum in these fights and these pickoffs, they have got a fantastic way to just continue running down heroes, chasing gap closing with the mobility they have.
This could potentially have been a Roshan after, but I think going from mid into Roshan is a little bit too obvious. And then with the Dawn, the DK, maybe they could have delayed it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Nigma opt to try and do this.
Yeah, they've got the bugs, you know, level 4, they're going to have that minus armor.
The fact that there's no... Okay, Solar Guardian is up. It's risky, but they have vision control, right? There isn't a Into the Breach ward around here. I feel like if you're Into the Breach, you should be aware this has happened. You just looked at mid-tower.
In 5 seconds.
They have all their spells.
I mean, it's not super quick enough. You can see it. Nigma Galaxy, they're not happy with the speed that they're taking it down. They know they've got to look for a bigger fight than that before they go for a Roche attempt. So smoke up from both sides. As in the middle, Ari is going to be able to be the one at the front of it all. Immediate BKB from Mind Control as he goes in onto Kadaro. Big damage over towards Miracle as Miracle has to use the time lapse to get himself back up to full HP after that ult from the Crystal Maiden. So
the BKB discipline from Miracle there. He's caught by the root inside the CMO. Easily could have had some follow-up damage, but with the Zeus ult on top, quickly understands the positioning, doesn't need to use it. Yeah, I think if you're Nigma, could have potentially been 3 big picks into Roshan 30 seconds earlier. Probably would have got it, but because they went for the tier 1, they delayed it a little bit. It gave a bit more breathing room for Into the Breach to then contest it. And of course, throughout the entire game, you always have to respect Solar Guardian. Even if it was just DK alive and the Dawnbreaker, they probably could have 2v5'd if they really wanted to at that pit. Into the Breach now smoked up.
I mean, again, making these moves when they know that Mind Control's BKBs to be on cooldown. Miracle will scout things out. Supreme, he's already been able to get the grab on Mind Control. Finds him straight away. And now I see that time for Nigma Galaxy to try and fight back into this. They're going to look towards Ari. Ari shoots himself to the side with a sharpshooter, trying to run, but the lightning of Zeus will catch him. Supreme in on top of Samael. Samael able to get out the Solar Guardian. Actually ends up leaping back into the range of Otake as Otake takes him out. Miracle trying to run. He's already used the time lapse. He's got no way to live. As Into the Breach, they'll take out 3. They'll potentially get more here. Supreme, he's ready to keep on chasing. Jumps in towards Kuro. Into the Breach, they'll take out the 4 of them.
They're just perfectly punishing these BKB
and
timings.
They can look for Roshan themselves. They've got a Desto on the Dawnbreaker.
This is going to fall ever so quickly. Yeah, just Nigma unable to kind of get the game set up in their own right. They need to play around their own timings, and yeah, perfectly. Supreme leading from the front, punishing Mind Control. GHU was so close to maybe getting a snowball save, but at this point, look at this. Miracle with the BKB, missing, then finally kills the Hoodwink, and at this point, poor old Sumo, even if he jumped to the north, he probably still would have gone down. This Zeus, he can't fight in these open terrains. He needs to ideally play around high ground, low ground, next to towers, but yeah, Into the Breach, not allowing Nigma to set up in a perfect position to allow the Zeus to free cast. He's been picked off nearly, 3-4 fights in a row now? Supreme really has Sumail's number right now in the game.
Otake taking the Aegis, and BKB soon to be online. Continuing to hit those timings, and indeed we saw the smiles on Supreme. He's having a great game. They do have Kuro getting the jump on him. Burst as well, not quite enough to kill him. Supreme is...
They got him.
They get him. That's a big kill. Not able to jump out to the orb in time. See if they can get more, though, because Into the Breach are turning up. They're looking for the trade. Samael will be able to pick up a second. This time around, Samael able to play from the positioning that he's been looking for and get the damage out. As Nigma Galaxy, they'll strike back with 3 kills. And the big one there, finally ending, sort of what's been quite a streak there for Supreme.
Did Dawn have ult that entire time? I only saw after the puck died, I saw the ult was available, but potentially the Batrider was on the Dawnbreaker in bot lane applying pressure to prevent that ult, but still a rare moment where Puck's able to get picked off, and that was not the cleanest of ways to kill him, right? You're relying on the Tiny, the Tusk, and then a bolt. It was very close. Maybe if Solar Guardian was available, could have saved the Puck and turned that around. But nice to see Nigma being able to at least punch back.
Got the setup in the mid. GH. Maybe the one to catch the sharpshooter shot. He is. A big hit comes in. Kadaro cleans up with a quick ultimate himself.
Yeah, unfortunately, he thought he needed to help out, but in doing so, teammate already survived. So sometimes it happens on the old Tusk. You go in, but your boy's already out. And Sumail still waiting to pick up a big item here. Probably, yeah, he's going for the Ags, right? Once he picks up the Ags, I think he's going to play even further back in the team fights. He needs someone else to tank up these big spells. Even though the game feels Into the Breach favored because of their current timing of initiation and damage, they aren't really keeping up perfectly on the farm in regards to, let's say, the DK. But they're going again.
Supreme. It's got the phase shift. Big hit again from Ari. Straight over towards Kuro. Oteka comes in with the Solar Guardian. They'll use the BKB lasso to try and lock him down, but it won't get them the kill. Only Kadaro falls. Supreme, he's still fine. Jumps out to the side. See a big chase here with a snowball, but Supreme's got a haste rune. He's easily able to outrun GH. Oteka turns. Big hits here with the Deso as he takes out a second, gets these charges built up.
That was an aggressive snowball. I'll give it to GH here. But yeah, again, for Into the Breach, they just play with this ruthless aggression where they see a hero, they throw everything in. So Nigma, they're kind of already a man down, or they're trying to recover a fight where heroes just don't have the resources. And I think that's the big disparity in these two lineups right now. Nigma, they need a kind of more drawn-out fight, use the chip damage of Zeus, the Elusive of Weaver, but Into the Breach, they're not giving them that opportunity. Oh, that was pretty close, pretty close. Sweeping across the map, not allowing them to get this bonus farm. But again, the fact that these games, Into the Breach getting so many aggressive plays, but Nigma keeping themselves in the game. Not a single cause really falling behind too much. Both teams playing incredibly well.
Yeah, ridiculously close here. 27-29. Less than 1,000 gold difference between the teams right now, 27 minutes in. We had a fantastic, fantastically close game 2, and game 3 looks to follow that pattern. See back and forth here, crossing the line.
That's the best graph. That's the exact graph you want to see in every competitive game. None of these one-sided ones.
Oh, they find Supreme in the river.
Oh.
Same time though, the rest of Into the Breach will find someone out. Both mids taken down. See which team's going to be stronger as the fight persists here with either side's mid gone. And Shibe. The Dragon Tail over towards GH. He'll buy some safety here with a snowball. Oteka still sticking around. He's happy to fight. He's got the Aegis, of course, over to the side. Kadaro letting it go here with the ultimate. Miracle tries to push him forward to take him out, but he's taking a lot of damage for his efforts. Finally, Kadaro falls to the Miracle going in with the Shikuchi. Has to commit him with the BKB to take out the Crystal Maiden. And that means that the rest of his team's probably not going to get much help from him at all. Oteka chases out Kuro. Once again, Into the Breach, pushing their lead a little further ahead, getting the favorable trade in these fights.
It's just a battle of which mid can die first. Can Nigma all in on killing the Puck? Does Zeus get picked off?
What?
Oh, what a bash!
There's the bash, and there's the sharp shot.
Damn, look at that. Oh, again, another aggressive tip. Into the Breach slowly getting more confident as each game progresses. Supreme tip Miracle, now Kadaro tipping Miracle. Yeah, they're feeling it, they're confident. Lucky bash though.
Coming into this series, especially the way that they've been able to pick themselves up after the game 1, right?
Yeah.
Game 1, a complete stomp by Nigma Galaxy. It was messy. Into the Breach, game 2, holding their own, 60 minutes in, getting that post 60-minute victory, and now coming into this decisive game 3 to battle for the top spot in Division 2, and looking fantastic so far. 33-29, they hold the lead right now. Oteka, he's popping off on the carry Dawn.
I think the key thing here is it's showing that Into the Breach are a team that they have played enough together and built the chemistry that even when they lose, they're able to recover, right? That's the main thing. Like, a lot of these teams, sure, they can go undefeated in Division 2. They can do really well. But if they don't have that resilience and just the bond as a team, they're not going to be able to make it in the harder games. So it really is testament to Into the Breach for sure.
DD Rune as well, ready for the next fight for Supreme.
Kasuma, he's got the Essence Ring, he wants to get a BKB. Like, the one fight he survives, it could be the turning point for Nigma. But for now, until that point, they need to play either under vision or super defensively. Miracle got a Lincoln's, but there's a Fey Grenade on DK, so your item is literally deleted from the game. I do apologize that neutral items exist.
See what kind of jump Kuroki and Mind Control can find. Into the breach, seeming to be set up quite prepared for this move. They are grouped up together. They know that Nigma Galaxy is to be looking for this play with them off the map.
Yeah, Nigma just de-warding all the wards on their side of the map. They found 2 for 2.
Jibei is trying to bait out some sort of reaction. He'll get it. On time with the Dragon Tail stun. Bushwhack to follow up into the Solar Guardian. GH not standing a chance.
I think that's a big win though if you're Nigma. Look, the instant smoke, you have buyback on task. They just use Solar Guardian and DK BKB. If they're able to find some entry into a fight, they do have the BKB advantage.
Certainly does look like Nigma Galaxy are indeed still looking for a fight out of this.
Dawnbreaker, of course, level 25, 2 Starbreakers now. They're still incredibly strong, even if you don't have the Solar Guardian.
And they are going to start backing off a little bit. Supreme TP's over towards the mid. They know that Nigma Galaxy will indeed look for a fight, despite not having GH right now.
They're kind of hunting. They still have outpost control, so that's why they're posturing in this area. But I love the positioning from Jibei. He's underneath his own ward, playing next to the tree line, sorry. Blink available if he sees a 4 or 5 man smoke break. Yeah, heads up stuff from into the breach. Respecting the fact that Nigma naturally pressures in these scenarios. And of course, Solar Guardian up in 25 seconds. The Taker then goes back to the top lane, ready to TP back in if needed.
Closer to some big items as well into the breach, Jibei. Nearly having the Aghanims. We'll see Octarine soon out for Supreme. Over on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Let's see what's coming up next. The BKB, Sumail's trying for, still quite a while away. And meanwhile, Miracle just trying to get that DPS up as much as he can. Looking to level up that Crystallis next to the Daedalus.
Just trying to get some raw damage. Again, I think it's less about the items right now, but how they take the fights. Nigma, they need to try and take a fight where it's a bit more drawn out. They have to play around and utilize their heroes.
Oh, they're going to get the jump on Miracle. He is going to be saved by the snowball, though. Taker's in with the Solar Guardian. GH dying at the start of the fight. Miracle has to get out with the BKB. There'll be a buyout from GH to get back in on this. So Taker's been dragged up to the high ground, but he's ready to swing himself back down with the hammer and break himself off the cliff. As that's going to be the 2 supports from Nigma Galaxy.
The big coil.
Supreme. He's caught the 2 cores. Jibei ready to look for the follow. The Bushwhack won't quite catch on the Miracle as the time-lapse is there to dodge it. Kuro jumps over with the combo onto Supreme. Ari gets left behind. Supreme's able to jump away. But Nigma Galaxy able to hit back hard there. Taking Jibei out for 75.
It looked like a massive core, locking down the 2 big cores, but there just wasn't the follow-up. Into the breach had already used all their resources in the earlier fight, and that's the fight Nigma needed. A little bit more drawn out, utilize the buybacks, play in an area where you have tier 2s and outpost control so they can instantly TP back in. Into breach, they're incredibly tanky. If you try and throw all your damage out in one instance, they often will come out ahead, but as soon as you add mini fights after that, that's when Nigma can really excel.
There we go with this move now.
And this is the Aegis that Nigma really need. You put that on your Weaver, he can play with so much more confidence.
I mean, they could look to try for a steal here.
I feel like
it's hard.
I feel like you can, though.
Coil.
Give it a jolly good go.
Let's see what they can do. I'm going to see it's pretty low. The Supreme want to try for this. He's going to try it in.
He got it.
He's able to grab it. He's able to grab it. He'll go down. See if they can have any sort of instant catch here to stop him from being able to get out of this one. They do punch-ups there. They will take him down. So Supreme will lose his life soon after grabbing the Aegis. The shard still went the way of Miracle.
They might get more. Kadara as well.
And now, whilst he may have denied the ability for Nigma Galaxy to get that Aegis, he is now in a spot where he is out of the game for 70 seconds, no buyback. So it may still be room for Nigma Galaxy to push in here.
A very good snipe. He didn't get the kill, so the economy going the way of Nigma. They take away the Aegis. The key thing is, can Nigma find any pickoffs whilst Puck is dead for 55? No buyback. He completed the Octarine, so it's an economic reason why he can't afford buyback, not because of cooldown. And already, as we come back from the highlight, Nigma just looking for the fight. They're trying to find a window.
They're going to find Ari. A taker. Miles away from being caught behind the shot, but they're still going to try and chase him down. They've got the lasso. They'll drag him back. Jibei's trying to stand ground with him to help him out, but the physical damage is done. Taker's out.
Are they going to dive tier 3?
I think they might be tempted. Jibei, the last one left alive. Kuro's in with the jump. He's got the toss back over towards Miracle. It's a triple kill for Miracle on the Weaver as everybody dead on Into the Breach.
The tier 1's still alive in that lane, but they're diving the tier 3s. Yeah, just punishing.
I mean, it just goes to show, you know, sometimes the flashy move snatching the Aegis, it can backfire. And
a little bit, yeah.
That sort of situation where Supreme was out of the game, Nigma Galaxy, they made the most out of that.
Kadara, you cheeky devil, going for a solo kill.
Oh, I think he's... Oh, Nimbus.
Boo.
It's there, but Supreme will still make sure they get the job done. He's back in action and straight back to getting the kills.
What a killjoy, honestly. That was going to be a sweet old play from the CM.
Let's see if Supreme can get more from this. He's ready to start toying around with him, but Miracle's there at the side. Avalanche is going to catch him as Supreme straight out of the game as pretty much as soon as he was back into it. The tip's starting to get thrown out his way now.
I mean, he's been tipping them the entire series, so why not?
It. And Kadaro, they found him as well. GH in with a punch. Things starting to crumble a little bit for Into the Breach. After they've been able to hold themselves quite nicely against Nigma Galaxy for the first 30 minutes of this game, but now down 5k, starting to lose their tier 2s. And Nigma Galaxy in a position where they could pressure the high ground. There's 4 heroes dead, and Supreme, he's out for a solid minute.
Still doesn't have buyback because of the Octarine. From a clutch, you know, sniping to then key pickups from Nigma, just having the smokes available to keep the map getting broken down. Yeah, Nigma just taking one pick off into an Aegis into more. It's... You give them an edge, they're going to take a mile. Inch. Yeah, good phrase.
So for the tier 3, they will respect the fact that everybody else is going to be up on Into the Breach. And Nigma Galaxy, they'll be very comfortable with the fact that they'll feel that they've just managed to push themselves to a decent advantage against Into the Breach for those last few events.
And now Into the Breach, they need to kind of recover the game. They need to get back out on the map. They need to recover the vision. If you look at the mini-map, 3 aggressive wards from Nigma. They've still got 1 in their own jungle. Like, the entire map is pretty much their territory now. And they did such a good job in Into the Breach from just getting the game at a stable state where every time they found a coil, they'd get kills. But again, you throw that away that one time, it just gets so incredibly difficult.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Here's the push from Nigma Galaxy. Ready for the final tier 2 tower. Timeless Relic ready to come out here for Sumail. He'll be very happy with that find. Level 25 as well.
And look how the game changed. Because he's not getting jumped anymore, because his team's been able to frontline a bit better. He didn't go for the BKB. He's just going for the raw damage.
Yeah, it's got that Octarine complete and very close to having the money for a full refresher.
Yeah, luckily for the supports of Into the Breach, they do both have Glimmer Capes at least, so some innate magic resistance. Won't be getting soloed from the spells at least, but just the vision, the raw damage, DK, Dawnbreaker. Without BKBs, the percentage damage of Zeus really going to eat through them and open up the fight for both Weaver and Batrider to have the vision to execute. That's a dead illusion. A very dead illusion.
See if Nigma Galaxy want to do something with a few of those ults expended for that. And the Dragon Form being the biggest one. It's going to be put down.
It's difficult though for Nigma.
Like, we think the high ground push is not easy for this lineup.
Yeah, their lineup's all about swarming throughout the map, getting these pickoffs, fighting, and as soon as you're high ground, especially into a DK with a Fey Grenade, Pop Link and Stun, to the Puck, the Core, the Sharpshooter of Hoodwink, there's so many ways Into the Breach can reliably set up the perfect fight from their high ground.
Look at this, Nigma Galaxy ready to charge into the jungle of Into the Breach. Jibei's got to be prepared, his BKB's on cooldown, 60 seconds.
But they didn't find him. They go up, he goes down.
Oh, he's heading back up though. They'll spot him out now. We'll see over to the side. The
got the puck again.
Control. He's able to grab the puck. See him able to get out here. Well, no, maybe not. No, GH is in with a punch. They're able to keep him locked down under the Nimbus. Supreme and Jibei out of the game. No buyback yet again, as both short on the money.
And this is why you don't start tipping in Dota. Unless you're going to win the game, the tips are always going to come back to you.
Dire's middle tower.
Whew, Nigma, ruthless. You show on the map now, you're just gonna die. Oh, Sumail with a random Hoodwink tip. Don't really know the reason for that one.
Oh, he just died, didn't he?
I mean, sure. Fair play. Oh, Miracle too. Ooh.
I mean, that one, mate.
Oh, no, because obviously Ari also did the tipping as well.
Ari
Yeah, I forgot.
Oh, there
It was
you go.
Supreme and Ari. They were the ones who were getting a bit like, oh, boys, we're doing it. We might beat Nigma. Fair play. No, this has been a really fun series no matter what.
Yeah, they're losing the base now, though, into the breach. Not able to they get back in to defend this. They'll lose the mid set of racks. He's bringing out the big guns here, Taker. He has the rapier.
All right, he's not going to show it yet. He's hiding in his
Got to wait
fountain.
for his. They've got to let the racks go.
Gonna wait for.
Just look for that big fight when he's got the full team back alive.
They might just lose mega creeps.
These two are trying to head out, but this is risky. If you're trying to do this when you don't have the full squad up, that might not be the way that you want to reveal the rapier. I think they're going to want to wait. But it does indeed mean they'll, as we see, at least lose the 2 set of racks, maybe even the 3rd set.
Ideally, you need your puck alive to have the best impact on this.
It's the buyback. Otaker's got to wait. He doesn't want to reveal. Kuro's jumping in. I mean, Otaker might
Going
be
in.
the fight. He's going to go in straight away, but he's jumped GH, and GH has a knee on this. GH is going to be fine. Otaker will swing over towards the side. Starbreaker's there again, but
the snowball
is protecting them from that initial physical burst. They'll back off now. Nigma Galaxy, they'll know that rapier's in play. See them get the catch up with the frostbite. Over towards Kuroki. The mega creeps are out. Samel on the backline's able to leap away to safety. Supreme's trying to continue to stay on top of him, but Samel's juking them out in the trees. Thunder God's Rash there. It's 3 dead. It's only Otaker and Supreme left alive here. The rest of into the breach with no buybacks available. Supreme, he's just trying to tease them away from the base. Buy some time. The Solar Guardian's coming in. And we'll slam down. Here's the Starbreaker. Is it going to be enough to get kills? It is. He'll take out the 2 of them, but the buybacks are there, and it's Otaker against the world right now. He'll try and take out the creeps before the boost and travel TP's done, but the fortification's there. They'll get themselves over everybody out of the game for good here on Into the Breach. Nigma Galaxy, they'll get the victory. GG is called. As ladies and gentlemen, Nigma Galaxy will indeed end up at the top of Division 2. Into the Breach, they gave it their best shot. Game 2. Able to get that one rare win against Nigma Galaxy, something that nobody else has been able to do in this division. But Game 3, whilst they did have an excellent sort of first half of the game holding their own against Nigma Galaxy, they did start to crumble against the pressure in those last few moments, as we saw pretty much from that Aegis steal onwards, everything went downhill for them too.
Yeah, unfortunately for Interbreach, they played such a banging 20-25 minutes in this game. But yeah, like you just mentioned, you go for the snipe, you then die, and then you still play on the map. It allows Nigma to still have smokes available, find pickoffs, sweep across the map, and they, from one Aegis, they just win the game pretty much. So fair play to Nigma, an incredible series, but I just want to give a lot of credit to Into the Breach. A lot of people would have said this is a quick 2-0 for Nigma.
Especially after Game 1.
Especially after Game 1.
People would have already been saying it.
So the fact they took it to Game 3, incredible stuff. Can't wait for the TI qualifiers. That's, yeah, all I'll say.
That's true, yeah. Both of these teams up and sure they'll be ready to go at each other once again if they end up meeting in that. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As it comes to an end, Nigma Galaxy, they will be able to seal another victory here in Division 2. Albeit low with, of course, that little bit of a bump, losing a game here, and they won't get the full clean score. But they do still end up in that top spot. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in today for some fantastic Dota. Don't go anywhere, of course, because we're going to be heading back to the panel. But that's it for the games here in Division 2 EU. Nigma Galaxy will take this 2-1 against Into the Breach.
They do indeed, and you don't want to go anywhere regardless, because we're also hopefully going to get ourselves a winner's interview, and after that there's some top tier North American Dota coming your way as well, so you're set for the rest of the night, and maybe some bedtime Dota 2 watching there as well. But let's break this game down. We started this game saying there would be a lot of fights, and boy, there were a lot of fights. I think we were very happy to see a game like this coming out, right, Fog?
21-21 at 21 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, a classic in time. Excellent game from both sides, honestly. I think Into the Breach should be really happy with their performance today. I think Supreme really popped off, probably made a lot of fans. He was looking really good. And yeah, across the board, their drafting seemed to be really on top notch, even with some of the Div 1 teams that I've been seeing. And yeah, it was a pleasure. Like this game, sure, Nigma ends up taking it at the end there, but you could see signs of hope multiple times, definitely for Into the Breach in the earlier mid-game stuff, but Nigma started to power up. I think their lineup does scale really good, really hard with this Weaver, especially with the itemization that they get, and the couple grabs on the puck, crucial, you know.
Yeah, mind control, he was on point on the Batrider, being able to go for the targets. I mean, those couple of tips did come in early on and came back and bit them in the ass. I mean, that's just how it goes. And Nigma was ready with the tip back. Also, Nigma taking one off from the book, how Goon Squad didn't drop a single game in Division 2. They're like, nah, we got to lose one game. Otherwise, we might happen the next tour what happened to Goon Squad this one. So they're just like, yeah, we don't want to have flawless score.
No flawless record.
I mean, it is flawless. It's 7-0, but they did drop a game.
They did drop a game. I must say, I mean, the drafts were a little bit wonky, maybe, coming out from the games. But this was a very entertaining series. And as T-Gov said, makes us very excited for the TI qualifiers, where we see both of these teams once again. Before we jump to the interview, let's quickly take a look at the standings, just to round that one up and get that one out of the way, because we now do, that's the wrong division, but we have we do have a clear winner indeed, with Nigma Galaxy taking the 7-0 and Into the Breach now second. The tiebreaker between Brame, 11 Monkeys and EU Rejects will take place on Saturday. They will play in a 3-team round robin until the death, as in until there is a solution where one team will get 6th and get that $7,000, and of course position for next tour, next season, that is. It also matters for seeding in the TI qualifiers, so who knows, something like that is also important. But that was it, that was the division. I think the biggest difference is that Into the Breach came out swinging as much as they did, Fogged, and they are definitely the surprise story.
Yeah, they're the surprise story. I guess Brame is the surprise story on the opposite front, because they dropped the ball super. But yes, let's keep sorry. Well, I mean, they're still happy guys on the Brame side, right? They're Greek. They're always smiling, even if they're losing, I guess. Oh, jeez. No, yeah, Into the Breach was excellent. And yeah, I think a lot of these guys, they're going to gain fans. I think all of them did impress in their certain roles. I think some people might look at like Kidaro and be like, who's this guy? This 5 position, he dies a lot, whatever. But you have to remember, he's playing CM, of course, in this game, but also this is the captain in a newer team. So I think that's a lot of pressure on him, but they impressed. I was really happy to watch
They played against some really good teams, and they did manage to beat them. Speaking of DGG, Ivy, like these teams have been in Division 2, and with each season, they do get better. For me, Into the Breach, the biggest surprise of Division 2, just being able to go to the upper division. I thought, maybe Brame, maybe DGG, but they really overperformed.
Yeah, and Supreme with like one of the better improvements. I like to see this a lot, right? We talk about Stormstormer a lot on Entity, now in Div 1, coming from Div 2, how he's improved so much. Like Supreme, honestly, he looked amazing in almost every single one of the games they played, almost had no bad performances.
Almost no bad performances. We're going to see a lot more of them, of course, next season. TI qualifiers, all that jazz. We're still trying to get a hold of someone from Nigma Galaxy, but they must be out celebrating or something, because so far, no reply just yet. But that's okay, because this is the final show for Dreamleague bar tiebreakers, but that gives me some time to talk to you about what the tiebreakers are going to be. I just mentioned Division 2 already on the Saturday. Now, there's going to be a lot of tiebreakers for Division 1 as well. 3, actually. 3 ties need to be broken. All of them will be broken tomorrow. There's 3 best of 3s. They start at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and it will be it will be great. We're going to start from the bottom. So the first best of 3 is between Goon Squad and Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be best of 3 to decide who stays in Division 1 or who gets relegated to Division 2.
Should be a good one.
Should be a great one. And then after that, we're going to have a tiebreaker between Team Secret and Entity. Winner of that best of 3 will make it to the major, which is incredibly important. Obviously, both teams don't have enough points for TI, and I think it's going to be very near impossible to still get that for either team unless they win the major. But the experience getting at the major is priceless, really. Can't put a price to that at all. And then one more tiebreaker. It's going to be between Liquid and OG. That's right, a rematch of today. It's a tiebreaker between second and third. And they're breaking that tie to make sure who's going second, who's going to be second, who's going to be third. It's all about the DPC points. It's 100 points difference, 200 or 300 points. And of course, earlier today, we have already seen Tundra taking top of Division 1. And with those 500 points, they're 98% guaranteed TI invites. Almost. Should be fine. For them. So with that's congratulations once again to Tundra for winning the entire Tour 3. Any final words, Fogged?
I know, just about tomorrow, really. It's pretty exciting stuff because, I like watching elimination stuff. We have 2 elimination ones off the bat. I think people probably look and they're like, oh, Goon Squad versus Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators should take it easy. But I actually would say that Goon Squad has overall played better than Gaming Gladiators in a lot of situations because I guess because I hold Gaming Gladiators to a little bit of higher regard because of the way they performed last tournament at the Major. But that one's super exciting. Like every matchup is actually holds so much merit, and then Secret versus Entity, you know, could have some more new bloods at LAN with Entity. It's a lot of fun stuff.
A lot of fun stuff.
Definitely. I mean, the one I'm most excited about is Entity. You know, they're again their former teammate playing against them, and also like I want to see this team potentially go to Major to get some experience before TI. I'm not sure if they're like ready to just go to Major and do big things, but we'll have to see. I mean, they still have a shot in the qualifiers as well if they don't qualify. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be a good day for Dota.
A good day for Dota. But the day for Dota today is not yet done. It is done for Western Europe because unfortunately we're getting ghosted. So no winners interview this time around. But we have had 6 winners interviews already with Nigma Galaxy.
With mind control.
With
mind control mostly, yes. They rock, paper, scissors, and he loses that a lot. So he gets to talk to us a lot. But yeah, it's been fantastic watching all the teams this tour. Make sure you tune back in tomorrow for more Dream League. But there's NA Dota 2. That's right. So if you stay right here on this channel, you're going to get hosted into ESL Dota 2. ESL_Dota 2 if you want to go there yourself, by the way. There's first going to be TSM versus Wildcard, but the blockbuster is the final series of the night, which is EG versus Quincy Crew. Major on the line, 500 points on the... It's going to be spicy, so you better tune up for that one. You set your alarm or whatever you have to do. Enjoy that one, and we'll see you tomorrow for Tiebreakers for Season 18 of Dream League, powered by Intel.
Bye-bye.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
TSM. They will be one of the two teams that you will be witnessing here. Wildcard Gaming, they shall be the other team you should be witnessing here in this series coming up before you live on the internet. Thanks to ESL and the DPC Summer Tour 2022. I'm Period Flax, and I will be the desk host for this portion of Game 1, Game 2, and potentially Game 3. And I'm joined by Neil, aka Tsunami, who will of course be my co-host. We also have Mira, who is on a screen behind us, appearing from her home.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Okay.
I'm great.
Okay, Neil's great.
Thanks for asking. How could you not be great? It's the last day of standard play here in North America. We had to wait for a Div 2 European thing to get out of the way.
That's why I'm a little angry. It's a Div 2 game. Let's get to the NA Dotes, all right? This is what we all came here to see.
Thank you.
This
Please.
game, and then, of course, the game we're looking at after this is EG versus Quincy.
Truth be told, that's the game that
That's
most
the game that actually has a lot on the line, Neil.
It's a little bit of a shame that this game basically has very, very minimal implications, because all things considered, TSM FTX, for the most part, a lock for TI. They don't need the difference between 100 points here and there. That's not going to make or break anything. Same thing with Wildcard, already confirmed to not be in contention for the major. They get 100 more points here and there, but the points are irrelevant because they also can't qualify to TI off points. Really, the only thing that these teams are playing for is $1,000.
It's $1,000.
And maybe some seeding for TI quals for Wildcard Gaming. But actually, maybe not even that, because I guess TSM relinquishes their spot because they're not in the thing. So really, it's $1,000. It's a $1,000 money match, which, if you look at it like that, is actually pretty exciting.
That is actually pretty
Imagine
hype.
playing just one series of Dota for $1,000.
Also, if you and your mates, if you played against a random 5-stack of lads, would you ever say, let's put $1,000 on
Dude,
this? You wouldn't. You would not in a million years.
I don't have that kind of money. What are you
How many
guysing
DPC
about?
points? What's the difference between 4th and 5th for DPC points?
It's 50 points. You get 50 points for 5th place, 100 points for 4th.
I mean, I feel like the difference between 4th and 5th place should be more than $1,000. That's why I was, come on, guys.
Yeah, but so there's two
Yeah.
ways to look at it. One is that the higher place team should be rewarded more, but the other way to look at it is, if you really only lose one series, should you lose $5,000 off of one series?
Also, I think it's because this money is about allowing orgs to tick over and pay for boot camps and stuff
True,
like that.
exactly.
So if you top weight the league, you're kind of counteracting the whole mission of encouraging more teams to play professionally and organize and have boot camps and stuff. I presume. I could well be wrong.
This is because many people have complained how Dota doesn't really have salaries.
Right.
And so this is an informal salaries that Valve's, giving everyone a pretty round chunk of the prize pool. But yeah,
perhaps buy some new wallpaper or
wall art. The actual values for anyone curious: 4th place is going to get $26,000, and 5th place gets $25,000. So it's not literally $0 and $1,000.
It is a difference of $1,000 rather than actual just $1,000 thrown at you. So a lot of heroes here that we've been seeing quite a bit in the NA Dotes. The old Tiny, the old Zeus, the old Beastmaster, the old Winter Wyvern. What are we thinking so far? You're right, Mira. You got a little
There's
a little tiny fly in your tiny throat.
Sorry, it's just my allergies are acting up today, unfortunately. So this is the kind of telegraphed part of a DPC tour. It happens towards the end, after all the weeks have been played, and it starts to be the same 4 or 5 heroes in rotation.
Right.
After the heroes get banned. So Wildcard decide to take out the Viper and the Puck, understandably so for the Puck. And of course the Viper is a high priority ban versus TSM because they do like to run it very often. Whereas TSM decide to take out Marcy and Timbersaw. And Timbersaw is just a Divine Llama respect ban. A lot of these NA teams do try to draft around it in the first phase, as we've seen happen time and time again. So Wildcard take the Tiny for themselves, and then it was followed by TSM taking Beastmaster and Wyvern. I'm a little bit surprised that they went for the Wyvern instead of the Zeus with the Beastmaster, but I do think it is because the Dawnbreaker was still in the pool. She wasn't banned out, right? So then Wildcard had to make a choice between taking Zeus for themselves or a Dawnbreaker for themselves. And they decide on Zeus, and I think that's a really good call between Zeus and Dawn versus Beastmaster, just because you want to be able to scout out the Wild Hawks with Zeus's Lightning Bolt. So it's just always going to be super valuable. But also, as we saw, I think it was yesterday, Zeus is a really good hero versus Winter Wyvern. Nouns showed that to us because they would use the Zeus ulti to scout Wyvern's position and then instantly target the Wyvern. So having that ability to just find this hero at the start of the fights is going to be invaluable for Wildcard Gaming.
I think it's interesting, especially because didn't they pair it with a Clockwork? Am I wrong about that? I'm sure they had like a Clock and a Zeus on that game. I might be wrong.
In one of the games, I think it was like they paired the Zeus and the Beastmaster. Oh wait,
but they had the Wyvern on their team there. I can't remember which team it was.
It was a Pango. It was a Pangolier, and he was starting the fights.
Yeah, you are of course correct.
So,
but we often talk about getting onto the back line, but the Zeus just gives you that. You know exactly where you need to go. It's not even just about jump. It's just knowing where this hero is and isolating them. And also, even if he gets a blink, the Zeus ult, suddenly he's just standing there. Zeus puts the Nimbus down on him. What's he gonna do? He's just stuck. I think it's a really smart solution.
But I can't.
You've got me coughing now.
Sorry, give me a second. You take this, Neil.
I'm actually surprised that Enchantress makes it to the second phase. I mean, I do consider Beastmaster to be priority numero uno for Saberlight, no matter what, if it's available in the pool. But even above the Zeus, I feel like overall TSM FTX, same kind of criticisms that I had about Game and Gladiators in Europe, felt like a lot of their picks throughout this DPC season have been remnants of the Stockholm Major meta, which is probably why neither of these teams have been doing too well in their respective leagues.
Same with Game and Gladiators as well that we saw in the EU, which is similar drafts to the ones they were running at Stockholm, hadn't changed a little that much. It's always funny to me when these patches come out because it's like, there's a few changes, but all of a sudden, no, this hero is dead.
Yeah. Which was definitely the case with Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit went from hero to zero real quick as a product of the Null Talisman nerfs. Enchantress still remains quite viable just because it's still a strong hero and heals are as important as ever before. But TSM FTX, for anyone who may have just been tuning in because they're like, oh, it's the last day of the DPC. This is kind of the result of them kind of coasting on their major success. Maybe they weren't taking this league as seriously. That's kind of the copium that we tell to ourselves. But to me, it seems like a lot of it is that they did not really care enough to change their picks and change their strategies from Stockholm Major.
Yeah, and of course, the Enchantress is one of the best pairings that you can do with the Beastmaster. We have seen this Enchantress be played as a carry in this tour by Nouns. It didn't work out, but, just throwing that option out there, it seems like TSM have been a lot more experimental these days than usual, too, because it feels like they're playing for lower stakes than everybody else since they're already qualified. Like, we've seen it with their Pudges and their Techies and their, their GG out versus Nouns a few weeks ago. That was just done so quickly. But the just tower pressure that comes from Beast and Ench early on is really frustrating, especially if you can usually you can either rotate mid for the 5-minute siege on Ench if you're playing with like a heavy push kind of hero, but we see that it's an Ember Spirit, so it's usually not going to be the case. So if they can just open up this tower really early on in the top lane, then Enchantress just has a lot more space to play in the map, and that's just why you love to pair her with this Beastmaster, right? It's really frustrating. Whereas Wildcard go for Kunkka and Mirana, which is a pretty cool combination. Usually when I see Kunkka and Mirana together, it's Mirana paired up with some self-sustaining kind of offlaner so that she can roam mid a lot with the Kunkka. A lot of teams do it usually with something like a Timbersaw, but there is no Timbersaw in this game. So I'm curious if they're picking this Mirana to lane, they could potentially pair her with the Tiny. Or it could just be a Kunkka Mirana offlane. The Zeus could be a mid Zeus. You don't really know. It's still pretty up there for a wild card. But it's a nice combination.
Yeah.
You're playing against an Ember Spirit.
Shit, they banned Jug. I was going to say they're going to pick Jug here and look like a genius, and they banned it.
These are all the anti-Kunkka heroes that they're getting rid of.
Yep, very smart, very smart. So I guess it looks like a pretty obvious offlane Kunkka, maybe, potentially, at this point. It's just because I don't think you want to play the Zeus 5. You definitely can play the Zeus 5, but it feels a little bit weaker or easier to exploit if it is the Enchantress and Beastmaster.
Would you want to put Zeus mid against Ember, though, because of the shield? He can't really sort of harass him or anything, or do you just not give a damn?
I mean, it's quite good versus Ember because of that, right? Like, he has a means to lane versus him and take off the shield, yeah.
Goes both ways. And plus, Alexo has been playing a ton of 5-position Tiny, so I'm I'm assuming that Tiny's going to be his hero. And then Sammy Boy did play some Zeus in 4 as well. It's just that then you would have kind of a peculiar lane. You would not really have... I don't know, there's no synergy between Zeus or whoever is sent in as an offlaner with him. So I am inclined to believe that it'll be an S mid Zeus, but we'll see.
Well, let's see with this last pick for sure. The nice thing about wildcards drafted, it does leave them open to a lot of possibilities. But TSM kind of have the read that they're looking for a mid laner here, and that it is a Clunk and Run off lane, and it's a 5 Zeus and a carry Tiny. So they take out Lina and Huskar, both of which are heroes that can heavily punish this Ember Spirit mid. So they just make sure they don't give him any kind of bad matchup.
Well, I still don't know who's going mid, but chances are that it's, what, like an Alchemist and Tiny 1 and 5? This is a weird configuration.
Seriously, if somebody picked Tiny 5 in my game, I'd be...
Did you not
never
just watch
playing
the
with them again.
Kuroki play Tiny 5 in 2 games in a row?
I don't know how they get away with it, man. Like,
Nigma, we're playing 5 Tiny today. Like, there's always potential for that. I feel like...
I tend not to follow the strats
I feel like
of
the most
teams
obvious
in Division
configuration
2.
right now.
I only follow Division 1 teams.
Well, I mean, the only trend we have is that Alexa does play a lot of 5 Tiny, and so it is one of his faves. It's just,
Just the fact that there's potential for that, right? There's just also still potential for it being a 5 Zeus, a 1 Alchemist, a mid Kunkka, and an offline Rana Tiny. That's also a potential configuration that looks the most obvious, but like we said, their heroes are incredibly flexible on the side of wildcard, and this last pick from TSM is going to basically define where their lanes are going to go. But that would be my guess.
Leshrac.
Select your heroes.
I would assume
Is
that's
that the carry
Tomatoes.
Lush?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I like carry Lush versus... Okay, so it's a mid Alchemist for Ask.
And it's a carry Ember Spirit, actually. Bryle's going to be playing Lush mid.
Interesting.
And it's an offlane time. Yeah, this is
I like that they know this last pick Lush made it so that if Alchemist was mid, then they have a hero that could like severely punish it early on. Like Lush will be able to take its tower early with Enchantress. We talked about how Ember can't really do that with the Enchantress rotation early on, but Leshrac is a hero who absolutely can. And if you take this mid tower away from the Alchemist really early, you're limiting his farm patterns and his farm spaces. So it's actually a pretty heads up move from TSM to just play the carry Ember. And carry Ember might suffer a little bit versus like the aggression from like potential Tiny Morana combinations, but it's not that difficult of a lane, to be honest. And it's paired up quite nicely with its support. So yeah, I like TSM's draft. I like what they did here, and I think potentially the Alchemist might be a little bit too greedy because he's playing against this Beastmaster and this Enchantress.
So in terms of drafts, who do you think has the best chance here, Mira?
I like TSM.
TSM? Neil?
I am going to ignore the drafts, and I think as questionable as TSM has been for most of the season, they've only been losing to the top dogs. I don't think Wildcard's a top dog yet, so I'm going to give it to TSM.
Okay, well, naturally then I have to say that Wildcard will take game 1, as is my way, and I have been proven right on occasion. Let's go over to our casting team and see if they can prove me right that they're amazing. It's Suns fan, and it's Purge, I believe. Take it away, chaps. Thank you very much, Pyrian. Purge. What's up, bro?
Yeah, was that he complimented us, sort of. It's an improvement slowly over time.
That's right. Can you move to your left or right, please? Just your whole body. Sure. There you go. Yeah. That works a little better. Yep. Now we can see your beautiful face. Hey, I see you've shaved your mustache.
I did. Like I said, it was just a 3-day flirtation, a weekend mustache, and I really considered keeping it longer, but it's in that weird middle area where it's starting to become a true mustache.
Yeah, a lot of the talent have been talking about it behind your back in the studio.
Yeah, I believe that.
Has not been kind words. Not good. Comparisons to things that I will not even talk about right now. I'm sure you're...
That's all right. Pyrian already clarified that on broadcast.
That's true. He did say it directly on broadcast, which was shocking to say the least. But that's the beauty of Pyrian Flax. And the beauty of this Purge is that this is kind of the appetizer, right? Because Wildcard versus TSM, it's for a literal $1,000 difference between salaries. So this series doesn't matter that much. But in terms of pride, I'm sure both teams are going to want to be winning this series. So not worried about that. But
it's still an appetizer for what's to come, which is EG Quincy Crew, and that is going to be super hype.
Yeah, and either way, I think ultimately this series is going to benefit Wildcard Gaming the most. This is scrim practice for TI qualifiers against a top team, one of the best in the world. So I think this is overall just going to be great practice for them. And TSM, just a little opportunity to get their confidence back up. Not that they need it that bad right now or anything, but we'll see how the matchup works out, though. They are going for, like they pointed out on panel, basically an aggressive play style against Alk, which I think is a good option, because normally when you play against an Alk, you need to try to out-carry him, which is very difficult to do. Or what you can do is get aggressive on the map and out-pressure him. Like Mira pointed out, Enchantress rotating mid, taking the tower with Leshrac, that's a great opportunity to then get on the enemy side of the map and just constantly gank and kill Alchemist wherever he's playing. So if they can't slow down that push, it's going to be hard for Wildcard Gaming to continue to farm the Alchemist at full speed. And usually what happens is you end up getting out-farmed or equal with farm, and then your Alk doesn't look nearly as good. So it's looking decent for TSM, but hey, if Wildcard Gaming can hold all this off, it'd be really solid for them. They can get out-farmed with Esk's Alchemist and set some really nice tempo with the Zeus, who's going to give good vision and make their good teamfight heroes really effective.
Yeah, they have, I mean, we have very interesting heroes being picked. I mean, this is a position 1 Kunkka. We don't get to see Mirana as often in these, but I was actually hoping for the core Mirana, which is even rarer than any type of Mirana right now, but sadly, yeah, that one has looked quite bad, especially after they changed the shard to not even be related to the right click anymore. Feels like they've abandoned the hope that Mirana could be a carry in the future.
Yeah,
instead, it's
tough.
The shard right now is just the mount vomiting on people, I believe, right? Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what comes out, but it does do damage. But yeah, it's hard to make Mirana core a viable thing because she's ultimately just a support at heart. The arrow is so powerful, right? If you layer that onto somebody else, you get this monster disable that almost always produces kills. If you're a core, you're usually the guy standing in the creep wave or spending time farming. You're not necessarily in the right place at the right time to land those arrows, and that can really mean that your hero's impact is not quite the same. So, just the way things are, unfortunately.
Sad. I mean, we also thought that Marcy and Dawnbreaker would be cores, and they've been support a lot of the time.
Dawnbreaker has made a nice recovery to core, though.
Yeah,
you have to say. Once people started going the Deso build, yeah, it's definitely a lot more popular. So
indeed.
All right, Esk in the mid lane going for a double bracer. No bottle for him. Bottle on Bryle's side. Last hits are pretty even, but 7 denies for Leshrac, who's doing slightly better. So overall, pretty good there. Moon Meander getting bullied by Sam a little bit. This could be a kill.
Yep, he's going to pop his Fairy Fire. The Arctic Burn is going to run out, so one more right click will do, but Sammy Boy, he is a little bit faster here, but of course he is playing Zeus, so... Oh, he actually misses, but the Thunderbolt is enough. So first blood, we have Sammy Boy and Wildcard Gaming.
Nice to start the match off with some toxicity, of course. I outplayed you, haha. But Zeus is going to be really effective, like they talked about. Very good to use your ulti to start the team fight, because you spot your opponents, you break their blink daggers, and then they're going to be able to utilize their Mirana combos, their tiny combos, their X combos. That's like the cool things about their draft. So getting vision advantage at the start of the fight is a great way to bring it to your opponents. Once BKBs come out, it's going to change a little bit here. Divine Llama getting beat up.
Yeah, but the arrow coming in, which is set up by that Avalanche. A lot of damage to Dubu playing the Enchantress, which is basically the only hero he plays these days, and he is going to drop, so Divine Llama gets credit for that, which means Tomato's in a 1v2 situation. He should be fine to walk away, as he actually puts the boots back into his inventory now. But in that mid lane, we can see the CS between the two. The Alk, like you talked about, played by Esk, is 19-2, and Bryle sitting on 21-10. Of course, a lot of harassment towards Esk, which I assume that there, as Moonmeander might take a tumble here. No, looks like he'll just barely get out. But what do you think of Leshrac versus Alchemist? Not a very common matchup either in the mid lane.
I mean, in the mid lane, they're both going to farm a lot. Esk is regenning a lot with his bracer, and once he hits 6, it'll be fine. But the hard thing is that he can't fight an acid spray, so I'll kind of just like acid sprays and runs away and goes hit small camp. But in terms of tempo, Lesh is really, really good against the Alchemist, because he's a great hero for taking towers. He's a spell casting sort of carry frontliner type of mid, so he can basically get shit happening on the once he gets a couple levels. Sam actually going to survive with that really nice torrent by Eve's Really good utilization there. But yeah, so laning stage may be a bit of a wash, but once Lesh gets starts killing towers and pressuring the map, the Alk has to be careful because it's going to be a while until he finishes his Radiance, and now that Lesh is 6, he's ready to run at the Elk if he has the opportunity.
All right, I don't have an answer to this question, but I just want your guess, okay? What percentage, so out of all the games Dubu has played in competitive, what do you think the percentage of times he has played Enchantress? So hold that thought. Split Earth with Diabolic Edict and the Pulse Nova coming out, and that is enough damage to take out Esk. Although Bryle taking a lot of damage from this tower, but he's going to be A-okay as the rotation came in the form of Sammy Boy. As he's going to get very least some solo XP here.
He does pull the creep wave past the tower, which is really, really important here. And there's the creep finally coming for Dubu. Percentage he's played Enchantress, I don't know, I'll say 25% max.
Max? Really?
I mean, out of all time? Is that what you said, or recently?
Let's say the past year.
25%, I'll stick with it.
Okay, there's no way that's true. There's no way that's true.
I've seen him play a lot of other heroes.
I'm not saying he doesn't play other heroes, but the amount that he plays Enchantress is absurd. It's got to be like, I'm going to say 40% almost.
That's an absurd number.
Yeah,
wow.
It is absurd.
No self-respect to actually play different heroes.
I mean, I don't understand people that spam the same heroes every day anyway.
Oh, yeah.
It's so weird.
I'm with you there. But hey, if you're a pro player and you're winning $200 per series, then you spam the hero, okay?
That's true. Esk, he now has the Chemical Rage. We can see Bryle with that Diabolic Edict. That is a lot of damage to the tower. They're going to have to fort it. They'll keep it alive for the time being. But this is what you were talking about, the high tempo from the Leshrac. Being able to do this on low cooldown.
He got 6, and he ran down and killed the Alchemist, which is great. And then they pressured the tower. They got it down to, what, 30-40% from the catapult push. And now a second round and one more that will die for sure. Bryle's just going to push the creep wave. He'll Diabolic Edict and stand in the trees, and this tower is dead. And that means that it's going to be a lot easier for them to invade and look for the Alchemist wherever he is hitting creeps. So this is definitely the tough part of the match for him. In fact, they did a little bit of a move here. They left Dubu to take the mid tower actually, and Bryle looked for a little support kill. He did not get it though. But good luck farming efficiently now, Esk, as his places that are safe on the map are not very plentiful. Should I say juicy? Not very juicy places.
Thank you for remembering that. I asked you this question yesterday, and I literally don't remember what team it was about, but I'm going to ask the same question because I know it wasn't TSM. I think it must have been Game and Gladiators. Yeah, for sure. As hold that thought, Purge. Very important conversation to come. Moon Meander, he is getting stun locked to a very high degree. Sammy Boy's getting up, netting himself that kill, but the roar comes out from Saberlight. You can see the Pulse Nova from Bryle on the sideline. Gets out the Lightning Storm as well. They're going to find a kill, but it's going to cost them Bryle in the end. So a 2-for-1 to start this out. As Saberlight, very little mana. Looks like he's going to get chased down as well. So a 1-for-3 wildcard coming out on top despite losing their position 1 Kunkka.
Yeah, great rotation there by Divine Llama coming in with a nice TP. They had a little low mana on Saberlight. That's why that kill was a little bit hard. They didn't get Wild Axe's follow-up. There are no summons. He doesn't have Helm of the Dominator yet. So it was a little bit of a stretch, but they got it. Ultimately, the boat rum was really what made it harder. But pretty good for Sam. He picks up a lot of levels. He's getting close to 6, which is really fast for a 5-position hero. He's 2-0-2, which is excellent. If you're playing Zeus as a 5, you're not going to use much levels or items. But with all these early kills and good performance, it's definitely going to help make his hero feel a lot more like a normal support Zeus. So this is a pretty good start for Wildcard Gaming. They've got boat up in 12 seconds. They kill the Hawk here. So if they can get to the tower, they can definitely defend this.
Yep. Eve has made it back to the bottom lane, and he is working on an armlet. And you can see some rotation coming in from TSM, who obviously want to take this tower with the help of Dubu to tank the tower overall with those creeps. And Esk actually has Concoction being procced. Not going to find anybody outright, though, as Bryle maneuvers